All right, we are live. We are doing a footy stream tonight, guys. So we'll be talking about some topics around what's been happening in the football world, and obviously I have Age here, so I'll just do a quick. We'll just get the intros out of the way. Age, how's things going?
Going great, Shawnee. How are you, mate? Great to be here with you.
Yeah, been pretty good. Ended up having a pretty solid weekend. Ended up having a bit of a break yesterday, so didn't get to see too much happening. But we'll see if we get into a bit of that. But no, I'm really keen for tonight, and yeah, we can go through some topics.
Yeah, it's not bad sometimes to get a break from the Pies, mate, especially when we're losing recently.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's not bad just to take a step back and, enjoy some other things in life, things that
yeah,
bring you joy
absolutely.
other than the Pies.
Well, that's the thing. I feel it's kind of it sort of paints a big picture, especially for me, because I'm a big nuffy, as everyone knows here that watches these channels and stuff. And the fact that over the weekend I was sort of like, oh, I'm actually kind of glad to have a bit of a break. Like I'm kind of actually, I actually appreciated the break rather than because normally if I'm like excited and I'm up and about, I'm like, oh damn, where's the footy? How come Connor's not playing this week? But for good or not so good reasons, I was kind of content with just not not watching Collingwood this week. So whether if we think that's
I
a good thing
know.
or a bad thing, we'll let everyone decide that.
I know. It's funny because the last few years when we've sort of been doing okay, I've hated the buys, but this year I was just like, oh, I'm so happy that there's a week off. It's just hard, mate. It's been a slog to this point, as we know, and yeah, it was good just to have a week off, mate. Put it that way. So, yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because now we've got who was at Port Adelaide, so yeah, that's going to be a bit of an interesting team to play because we normally have the wood over them, and not only do we have the wood over them in recent times, but we normally smash them. So for a team that doesn't seem to smash teams, so Port seems to be that team that we normally seem to win by 10 goals plus against. Um, you know, we could all be sitting here and being like, "Oh, we're only going to win by 10 points or whatever," but but then again, it just wouldn't surprise me if we just pull off another, 60 plus point win sort of thing. So it's again, it makes things a little bit interesting. Again, as I said, whether if it's a positive thing or a not so positive thing, that's something we'll obviously discuss and go through it all. But yeah, no, definitely. It'd be good to see where we're at, especially against Port. And then we also get to see Zach Butters play as well, so we'll get to see him. If we get any TV cameras, I'm sure the TV cameras will be chewing at the bit to get some footage with Dacos and Butters in the having a conversation at some point during the game. So I would imagine that's just something that's just going to happen. And whether if the media pick apart that conversation or if we do, or maybe a bit of both. It's all going to be pretty fascinating.
that's a great point, Sean. I never actually thought of that, but yeah, maybe we'll put on a show for Zach, trying to turn his head. Look, it's just one of those things. How can you have any faith or any knowledge of what we're going to put out there on Saturday night? It's anyone's guess is as good as anyone else's. There's just absolutely no clear path or side of what we're going to put out there. All I know is it needs to be better than what we've been doing so far, and that's pretty much all it comes to. Look, I wouldn't say excited, but yeah, it's the team that we've had the wood over. Whether that carries any sort of anything for this Saturday night, yet to be seen. But yeah, we just fucking need to respond, mate. I'm so sick of this shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll also just quickly put a link in the chat for everyone if people would just want to jump on. Yeah, we're probably going to be pretty casual tonight. We're just going to what's the saying? We're just going to let our hair down for tonight and just sort of be a bit. I mean, I guess we can always be a bit loose here, but just sort of let our hair down, maybe have a few drinks and stuff, and we sort of just go from there. But yeah, I'll just put that in the chat real quick if I can get to the comments. Yeah, so if you just want to bring up a topic as I just find the invite link.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Now, Mello and Josh want to hear from you blokes. Jump on.
Yeah. Yeah, especially from wait, who was the other one? Oh no, sorry, I thought you meant Void, because yeah, Void's actually been very good in the community of late when he's been speaking as well. So yeah, hopefully we can get him on if he's willing to be on tonight.
Beautiful. That would be good to have a good casual chat. I think the temperature of the room with the buys gone down a little bit, so I think everyone's a little bit relaxed. I know I am anyway. So, but no, I would love to hear some some topics of conversation. One thing I will bring up with you, Sean.
Yep.
Sammy Swaddling, will we see him this week, mate?
Oh God. I mean, there's two answers to it. That's the frustrating part of it, right? Like, the answer that I want to hear, and that's my answer, is absolutely. Like, I know for those that watch the VFL, I know his first two games, he was a bit sort of like iffy in terms of, because his disposal efficiency wasn't great, but outside of his first two games, he's basically looked apart in the VFL and has basically deserved a game ever since. Outside of his first two games, so. And again, I think when it comes to someone like a Malthouse, if he, like we've said, or at least I've said it multiple times, that you basically get someone like a Malthouse in there, and he would have debuted even Anzac Day. Malthouse used to love debuting a kid on Anzac Day. So yeah, he should have debuted a long time ago. We've spoken about how unfortunately we have a few passengers in the side. I also thought, because a lot of people look at Swaddling as this midfielder, and I even mentioned it tonight on Anthony's stream, because him and Benny were talking about it. When Perriman went down with his injury, one of the players we had on our list that last year played exactly like Perriman in his draft was Swaddling. He was basically like a midfielder that would go half back, and he was sort of like rotate in between those two roles. Sometimes would go forward, but not really. So the fact that we had Perriman now for a good, how long was it? It was like about 5 weeks. That actually would have been a really good moment to, just to get, some games into the kid. And again, it just would have been a shot at the stumps that Fly likes to use. But yeah, we're still waiting on this debut, and it's got to come eventually, surely, right? Especially with the way that we're looking, because I think I haven't checked the ladder, so forgive me if this information is wrong, but I believe we're 12th or 13th at the moment. So you would like to think, yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to. I don't want to look at it. But the fact that, at this stage, we're not even looking to make finals, surely we don't go through the season without a Swaddling debut. Because that, I don't even want to talk about that scenario if Swaddling doesn't debut this year and we finish 12th. Yeah. But anyway, with that, we do have someone in the back. We'll get him on, and he can give his thoughts as well. Chris, how are you, mate?
Hey, Jay, Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Chrissy.
How are you going?
Good,
Doing
mate.
good.
Oh, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Have you heard the news? Bobby's not at the club, so please just get rid of him, please. I'm like you, AJ. I'm over it. Just get rid of him.
Yeah. I will just go back on the Swaddling stuff, though. Do you have any thoughts around that in terms of in your
Yeah.
opinions, if he should play this week, if he should have played previous weeks, and if so, which round?
Oh, this week for sure. Like if Maynard isn't playing this week, then he's got to play when Brazzy's playing. I think if Swaddling has to play this week, he should play this week or he should have played last week. It's getting ridiculous. I don't understand why he's not playing him. He's one of the best players in the VFL. Play him this week.
Yeah.
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 I
I've
think-
been
I
pretty
think it's-
vocal about it.
Yeah. Pretty sure just looking at our injury list now. Look, Maynard, it says to be confirmed. So let's just assume it's going to be 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, it just opens up another spot to play someone, really. And there's no real senior players other than Ned Long in the twos. And I anticipate there might be a 1 or 2 changes this week. So really, Swaddling should be in there. Simple as that. You just make it happen for whoever.
Yeah, that's the
agree.
thing.
100%.
Like, yeah, because that's the thing. And like, I mean, you could. I feel like we just have like so many like passengers and yeah. I mean, I'm just saying Peter's like comment as well, and that's also probably a factor we also do have to acknowledge as well. We can't ignore the fact that I didn't realize it was 3 weeks. So I thought it was only just the 2. So 3 weeks without really much like match fitness. That again just shows you like just the lack of awareness around like, you know, these guys. And I mean, I guess you could look at it from a glass half full perspective where it's like, well, if a guy's barely, you know, having a game at the moment or hasn't even played his first game, why should we cater for him? But at the same time, it's like we're so desperate to you know, I mean, I've used the analogy of like the bread analogy, basically, you know, just to get like a fresh loaf of bread into this side and just to, instead of using the old, like, you know, bread that's like, you know, there's like a bit of mold on it. Yeah. And AG obviously pointed to it as well, where it's like, yeah, you just got to make it work. You just got to get him in there. And even if he does play and he's a bit average, I think Swaddling being the worst player, like, you know, on a game against Port Adelaide, I don't think that's really going to be an issue going forward because, you know, that's sort of the cost that you basically play when you pay these kids anyway. So if you're already going in with the mindset of this guy being your worst player, well, at least you know he's going to learn from it. He's going to get better from it. And really, in the end, like it's gonna like work out in the end for him. But I guess it also depends on like how he is. But I don't know. I feel like someone like Swaddling, I feel like he would. I feel like his character would be pretty good for it because he does seem to take it on the chin a fair bit, at least like from the outside of, you know, looking in. Even when you watch him play footy, he always seems to have his head over it. So it would seem like from an outsider's perspective, he would like to take on the moment and like, even if he fails, he'll still like be that one to sort of try again and to, you know, to always keep attacking the contest. So as long as we're not sort of setting him up to fail and his confidence, you know, doesn't get shattered from it. But yeah, but then again, like, yeah, the management from the club hasn't really been great with him too. So yeah, we'll just have to sort of we'll just have to see how that all plays out. I do have another person in the back as well, so I'll just get him on as well, and that is Void. So we'll get Void to the stage.
Hello.
Hey, Void.
How you going?
Hey, Voidoid.
How you doing, Chris? Hey, guys.
How you going?
Yeah,
Void.
not too bad. Not too bad. I've missed the start, so what have you guys? What's the summary of what you've covered?
Oh,
Great to have a week off, mate. That's what it was.
It's literally 2 things. It's literally, we spoke about, just how this buy was like something we actually looked forward to rather than actually being like sort of scared to have. I feel like it's been, at least like for me, it's the first time in a long time I've been like, damn, I actually really want this break. You know, just to have this like week off where, you know, normally previous years it's like, damn, like we don't have Collingwood playing this week, where this year it's sort of like, yeah, I kind of want to break from Collingwood at the moment. And then
No,
the other
I
one was
sort
just
of
the
get it.
Swaddling talk.
Me too.
I sort of get it. I mean,
Yeah.
I was a bit bored because, you know, with my partner's team getting spanked, it wasn't fun. You know, I was trying to get some a contact high from her team, hopefully winning, but they
Yeah.
didn't.
go.
Yeah, no, it has been good though, because it has. I don't know. It's one of those weird years where you sort of, it feels like we've just haven't quite gotten out of that lower gear.
Yeah.
Even when we're only losing by a goal, we're not. You know, it's not terribly exciting most of the time.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a weird nothing. It sort of feels like a real like a plateauing sort of year. It's not. It doesn't feel like it hasn't been abysmal, but it hasn't. It's just kind of felt a bit blah.
Yeah, kind of like a so close yet so far type of thing, where it's like you sort of, yeah, it's like, again, it's like you feel like you have the talent to compete, even contend for flags, but really the reality is like we're so far away from it. But then it can be close if we switch on. Like I continue to say we're still a contending team. We're just not in that mindset to basically be contenders, because there's so many decisions you can make to where we can increase the percentages to compete each week, but we just don't do them.
The way I see it, I think we're in a lot of these games, and because it's such a pattern now where we're just like sort of a one goal worse side than these teams a lot of weeks, makes me think that we're not. I mean, look, 13th can look pretty bad, but then those one goal losses, and I know that's not an excuse, because I know in 2015 we had a year like that where we clearly weren't good enough. We tried hard. We just had a lot of skill errors in 2015. I remember the amount of games where we would just fall short by like less than a kick against really good sides. And it was just one of those years where, mate, I reckon, just from memory, it had to have been at least half a dozen games that we lost by less than a kick. And then we ended up finishing like 11th or 12th. Or something like that. Because I reckon just a couple of new players would make the difference, and also a couple of outgoing players.
Yeah,
I reckon get us back to leaping up the ladder again. I don't really think we're on the way off the cliff. I don't think we're that team. I don't think we've really ever been that team.
Yeah.
So I am confident that it can be turned. I'm actually confident we could hopefully even salvage a little bit of this year, but next year is the real eye on the prize year.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and it's kind of strange because even I've tried to find the right narratives to sort of suit why the season is going the way that it is. Like whether if we are, I mean, I shouldn't throw out the word tanking and stuff because that can be a slur to some people. I feel like, but like, you know, I mean, are we tanking so that we can get a good pick out of Butters? And then we can use that for like a Butters trade type of thing.
I hope not, because I know once you get into that mindset or the club, you can't get out of it maybe for 10, 15 years. So I know that North and teams, I would see, for me, the difference between, say, getting one or two picks higher in the draft is not worth wrecking like a winning mentality.
Yeah.
So I know Essendon teams like that get caught in that cycle where then it takes like 2 or 3 coaches that have been sacked and come in and been sacked to try and turn that mentality around. I know that was a real challenge at the Demons. Yeah. Every time they got a new coach, they just didn't know how to win anymore because they were so used to throwing games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to lose that winning culture. That's the thing. It's super important to keep that winning culture. As much as I have my grievances with Fly this year, that's the one thing I've noticed with him. The one positive thing I can say about him is he's always like when he's always about winning. That's the one thing that's never been off about him. He does hurt after losses, even though I think he's caused bloody most of them. But yeah, I think you cannot lose sight of how important maintaining a winning culture is. We've got Lucas in the chat tonight, and he can attest to that on behalf of Geelong. Just constant winners. Even if they're not in a position to win the flag, they're still winning more than they're losing. So yeah, I look, tanking sounds good in theory because obviously you get the better draft pick and whatnot, but I think you lose too much going the other way.
Yeah, in terms of like culture and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just on that, also with like Lucas as well. If you want to jump on, mate, just click the link. Always happy to have you and stuff. You've always been incredible. But in saying that, we do have someone backstage. We'll get this person on, and that's Daz. Hey, Daz.
G'day, Daz.
Hey, Daz.
Yeah, so I'm going to hold my cards close to my chest until Saturday. Because as my mate said to me on Sunday, Port are in the very similar situation to us, even though they're a couple of spots lower than us. They've actually lost a lot of close games and 2 games by a point, actually. So we're meeting a team very similar to us. They also played finals previous to us, obviously, for quite a few years under Ken Hinkley. So their expectations are pretty high, even though they've got a new coach. Their transition is happening right now. And so we'll wait and see what happens after Saturday at 10 o'clock, Saturday night. We'll know a lot more about our actual full list and forward to 2027. So I'm not holding any expectations either way, except just let's wait and see after the game, because we're playing a team that's below us on the weekend, but their form is a lot better than it reads.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, even if you just look at Port's midfield alone, I mean, I guess they can have like a bit of a slump and things like that. But really, when you do think about like their midfield alone, like they're just such a talented and professional outfit where, because I feel like even with teams like that, because I even think to the days even when I think you had like Melbourne had a few games, or had a few seasons where they were a bit average, but you still had Petrarca, you still had Oliver. You sort of had all these like really classy players. Port had those classy players. So yeah, you can't really underestimate them, because when you do, that's when they'll sort of get you. And that's sort of when we can get into a position where we're sort of not in like a favorable spot, and when we can potentially drop a game. So I will just get someone else.
Few guys that have really got it. This is now after the bye, the last bye that we've got for the club and the team. It's the turning point for their careers too, if they want to remain on the list. And I include players in the VFL as well, because they're playing this weekend.
Yeah.
But it's the turning. It's either going to be the turning point for them, either upwards or downwards, for their careers, because there's probably 5 guys in the AFL team that are at crossroads at the moment. They're playing for their careers from now on until round 23.
Well, we know that there's going to be at least 5 or 6, whoever they are, who won't be there next year, because that's just the general thing that happens each year. So we can expect 5 or 6 of them to go. I think we probably know who 4 of them are. The other 2 might be less easy to predict, unless they put a couple of them onto the rookie list instead of delisting them.
Yeah, because even like someone like a TJ would be perfect for that, because like he's been having a few like solid. I feel like he's had a solid. What's it been, like 6 weeks? Where he's just been slowly getting a lot better each time. Like he's not like, I feel like whenever we try to start like a run and play, like he's not so he's not so quick to just go, like, because I feel like when he has that split second where he hesitates and he takes his time, that's when he looks a lot smarter and looks a lot more composed. So the fact he's been doing that the past like 6 weeks, I think that's been a massive like a massive sign that okay, maybe he's actually starting to hold his own a bit down back and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I think footy's also something I don't know how early he and his brother picked up the game. If they picked it up a little later, that's just a little impediment, which means he'll just take a little bit longer if he's going to make it. Yeah. It's funny, like generally, like with Fly, he made a call really quick on Poulter. So he obviously just he wasn't even willing to see how he turned. And obviously he was probably vindicated on that call because I saw him play at the Bulldogs a little bit. Seems to have, can see the limitations real early with some people, but others you just, I don't know how they make the call on who's worth persevering with. And I know that sometimes you might end up looking back and going, we wasted 5 years leaving them on the list and they didn't turn out. Yeah. But I think TJ might actually, I think he's one who's got a lot of exciting attributes. Whether he can actually, pull the rest of his game together is another story. But I agree. Yeah, I think his brother was kind of like not a natural footballer either, in my opinion, when he was at Hawthorn. And he was often the sub at Hawthorn, so he wasn't really in their best side most of the time.
Yeah. So I know with CJ. So CJ was a Category B rookie at the Hawks. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that meant I don't know his background in terms of if he was in Australia or anything like that. But I know he was picked up through the Category B rookie list. The Category B spot. So that's basically like the one where you go get your player from an international spot somewhere, like your Mason Coxes of the world. But sometimes you can get someone like a Tom Wilson that is Australian and stuff. So I'm not exactly sure how that works, but obviously TJ got drafted. So yeah, you could be right with that, where TJ could have had a similar path to CJ, but he would have only had maybe 2 years of football going into. Because I do remember hearing that with TJ that he seemed to every season he played, he seemed to just improve every single week, to the point where every time he would play out a season, he would start from being the worst player in that team to being the best player. So maybe that's just his progress. And obviously AFL is a bit different. It's a bit harder to obviously be the best player and stuff. I'm not going to sit here and say he will be the best player and say Collingwood's list, because that's just too high of an expectation to have. But yeah, it could just be one of those things where maybe he just throughout his whole career, naturally he's just been he just progresses slowly, but he gets there eventually. So yeah, you could be onto something there.
Well, see, I didn't realise. I'm just looking it up now. I didn't realise that TJ was actually a Hawthorn NJ as well as his brother.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. And the only reason why we got him, so with that, so with the rules and stuff, that was when the bidding started at pick 40 and below, or was it 40 or something along those lines. Anyway, we got him. I think he needed to fall another 3 or 4 picks for him to fall under the bracket where Hawthorn could bid on him. So it was. I don't know whether if you want to say we got lucky with it, but yeah, he needed to fall a few more spots so that Hawthorn could have had that bid on him. I will just quickly also just get Lucas on as well too, because he's been waiting in the chat for a bit. So I'll just get him on too. Hey, Lucas.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing, Greatness? How you doing, Age, Chris, Void, and Daz?
How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
Lucas, how are you, mate?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing well. How about you guys? Doing good?
Good, feeling pretty relaxed and pretty fresh, actually, from not watching any footy.
I'm glad you get your bye. I'm glad you get your bye last week. We have to wait for another bloody 2 weeks for ours, but that's all right. Battle of the black and whites, as I say, Port Adelaide and Collingwood. Well, I suppose Port Adelaide, since they want to go back to their being called the Magpies every bloody year. No, I agree with what Dad says. Port Adelaide are very much a team that should be higher on the ladder. They've lost 6 or 7 games under a goal. Lost to Footscray, lost to Hawthorn by a point, Sydney by a couple of points. So they're a lot better than what their ladder shows, but they're a two-man band. They either rely on Butters or Jason Horne-Francis or it's bust. And it hurts them late in games when you rely on those two players. So it'd be a tough game for Collingwood, but I think it's at the MCG, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Port's record at the MCG isn't that flash, to be fair. So no, I think you guys will win. I think it'll be very close, but I think you'll win by 2-3 goals. So wait and see with that one. But yeah, they're a lot better than what the ladder suggests, Port Adelaide.
Yeah. In
Everybody
terms of
else
history, in terms. What's that? Sorry.
I was saying, has everybody else had enough of Sydney just pinching these freaking games every week?
Yes.
Like every week they
100%
just
yes,
like
Porter, yes.
Oh, I've had enough. So I don't like Sydney, I'll be honest. But they're one of those teams I've always couldn't stand just because the AFL loved them so much, and I'm just inherently against that the whole corporate thing. And but yeah, just every week, far out, man. Like they just steal the games back, like from us, from the Saints, from Port. It's starting to give me the irrits.
Well, you just have to wait to play Sydney in the grand final, then you're guaranteed to win. It's the only game they seem to can't win is the grand final. No, they Port should have won that game. They're up by 3 to 4 goals all night, really. And like I said, it was just outside of Butters and Jason Horne-Francis, they don't have anyone that really steps up, to be honest. So I think on paper, Collingwood would have a little bit too much class for the Port Adelaide. So yeah, like I said, I think you guys should win by 2-3 goals, and they don't have the best record at the G, Port Adelaide.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we tend to play them pretty well there generally. Like, I don't know about this year, but any other year I usually pencil that in for a 10-goal win. But I'm not really confident it'll be that anymore. But it'll be interesting. I'm hoping that after the bye, it's a bit of a chance to almost start the season anew for us, like at least just mentally, see if we can come out and have corrected a few things in the first half of the year.
Yeah, we'll be sluggish in the first quarter. That'll be interesting if we're sluggish because they played last week. And before we know it, we could be chasing 5 goals down, quarter time or half time. So we need to be really up and about early. But yeah, so 2 things could happen after a bye. We could come out of the blocks, bolt away, get some confidence, or we could be sluggish. And that's given Port Adelaide a bit of a dream start. Who knows? We'll wait till Saturday.
Have you guys got your tagger back, Perryman?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
last week.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, just put him on Horne-Francis or Butters, and yeah, shut one of those two down, and then he should win the game. Port's biggest problem is 4 quarters. They just can't play the fourth quarters because the 2 big guys just can't do it all game. So I think if you can shut one of them down, you should win the game.
So I'd like to see us eventually turn. Well, hopefully Ed Allen ends up becoming kind of like our Dunkley. I think that's that's sort of how I imagine he could really, like, instead of just being a dour tagger, be like a Dunkley, where he's actually, getting some possessions the other way, which he's already doing. And then once with him and Perryman, and then Anderson, we've got some guys who can actually play those defensive roles now. I love our midfield mix with those guys, just looks so much more dynamic. Like against Sydney, we had that sort of setup, and then again against the D's, and they're the 2 games where I felt like we're running and gunning a little bit more. And it's amazing when someone like Sidey's not playing, how you can actually keep up with that game style more than just 1 quarter of football. That's what I liked against Melbourne, even though we lost and it was really shitty. I felt like we actually pretty much played almost the whole game and didn't look like we could only put it together for a quarter. And it's so having no long and no side, he actually made a huge difference, I think, to us being able to keep up with Melbourne.
Yep.
Well, the other one that worries me is that Georgiades. He's a good player.
Yeah, he's pretty inaccurate. You got to just hope he has a typical off night where he kicks 3 goals 9. But yeah, if he ever kicks straight, he'd be dangerous.
Yeah, he takes a lot of marks inside 450, but this year, because I'm from South Australia and I watch the news quite a lot, Port and bloody Crow show regularly on the 7 News every day. Georgiades, his kicking is way below par compared to last year where he was just an absolute deadeye. So you don't know what's going on with Mitch. Probably West Coast is on his mind. He's a Perth boy, and West Coast are trying to lure him back to Perth. So I don't know if that's on his mind or not. He's he gets the ball a lot, but yeah, his kicking is the big problem. He kicked himself out of it against Hawthorn where he had that. I don't know if you guys remember, but he had that set shot with a minute to left against Hawthorn. He missed that goal, so his kicking has just gone downhill.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to look at the Port Adelaide forwards because it's been a while since I've seen this team actually. Yeah, because you got Jack Bloke. He's playing.
No, Lukosius, he's injured again.
Yeah, Lukosius is injured.
Because I know Lord's in and out of the side a bit, so I can't remember if he was playing last week or not. I watched the game and I can't remember, so he mustn't have touched the ball much.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Ollie Lord.
No, Ollie Lord has done an ACL.
Yeah.
Well, that would explain why it didn't seem last week.
We were trying to get him.
No, because he kicked 4 goals against Brisbane in a qualifying final. And we thought, geez, where's this come from? And because he's a Geelong boy as well, we tried to get him, but Port wouldn't let him up. And then he did his ACL, I think, in the preseason for Port Sandford team. And then he hasn't played all year. But they've got a young player called Duden from Carlton. He's had a really good year at Port Adelaide, a small little forward. Kane Farrell's pretty good from halfback. So they do have good players, but depth is their real problem. They don't really have many kids, that will get them out of trouble. It's mainly Butters and Jason Horne-Francis. Like, guaranteed one of those 2 players will stuff the stat sheet. So I think if you can tag one of them out, it'll go a long way in winning the game.
Well, they also have that Aaliyah. He's good too from Port Adelaide.
Yeah, good Aaliyah. Yeah, good. Yeah, good defender, Sav. Though he does stupid things, especially when he was at Geelong. He's been playing good down back as well. So their defence, they're hard to score against Port Adelaide. They don't really concede many big scores, but they don't really put up big scores either. So they're kind of an iffy team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm also seeing their defense at the moment, and they've also got a bit of height back there where previously they would normally have their defense through system. So, you'd have a lot of their taller defenders that only be 192, 193 centimeters. So the fact that you've got Harrison Ram, he's 202 centimeters. That's already your fullback. Radicalia is another one. Ali is not super tall, but he's still 194, so that's something. And then you got everybody else that's around that high 80s, like a Jones and I don't think Burn Jones is that tall. Yeah, 181.
He's a traditional halfback. He played forward last year for Ken Hinkley. Josh Carr's moved him back to defence.
Yeah.
And Joe Richards had a lot of score involvements last week from memory. I think he was involved in at least half a dozen or more. And he He seemed to be pretty dangerous around the
He'd be
ground.
handy for us, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd be great in the Collingwood jumper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's better than
I
Houston.
always liked him. I understood like
Yeah.
at the time that it probably looked like we had quite a fair few of that player. But yeah, he'd be handy now.
Yeah.
Maybe get Port Adelaide to straight swap with Kane Farrell for Houston. I think.
they can have Houston. They can have him back. They can have him back.
I think Port Adelaide will tell you where to go with that one.
Apparently Josh reckons that apparently with Richards he was inside mid last week for Port.
That's correct. Yep, correct.
There you go. Well, because he did that.
Right. Even better news.
Yeah, he basically turned into Lockie Neal last week. That's fantastic to hear.
Yeah.
And Jordan Sweet, had a pretty good game too.
He's a good ruck.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to figure. I mean, we don't have a ruck who's going to win the taps. We're going to have to get really good at training to basically rove opposition taps. It's the only way we're going to be able to manage it really for the foreseeable future.
Oh, mate, it's just a shambles. It's just fucked.
For sure.
Can we win a tap one day, please?
I feel so bad
we can't.
I feel so bad for DC because it's through no fault of his own. But I mean, he wasn't super dominant in centre bounce before the rule change. He was probably a break-even sort of player at best.
Yeah.
And now he's completely stuffed.
Yeah. That's the thing. If he was a super dominant clearance player and he's gone to this, I would be even more filthy, but you're right. He was a break-even sort of guy as it was. But, yeah, these rules have just, absolutely slaughtered the poor bloke. He, around the ground, he's still giving us a bit, but gee whiz, those centre clearances, those centre rucks, it's just so hard to watch. And then you see our players setting up defensively like last week. I'm just like, so painful, mate.
Well, maybe we could bring back Ned Long and a trampoline. And he can jump in the centre bounce.
You might need a couple trampolines.
Long back.
I really want to go after. He hasn't re-signed yet. The Bailey Williams. I mean, he's probably going to stay, but he's averaging 5.5 clearances a game. I think DC's like 4.1 or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why people were hating on that idea in Anthony's stream the other night.
It was only one person that was hating on it. That person shit talks a lot, but I don't know because they said what only gets one clear, averages one clear, and something. Where'd you get that from? I've watched him play most weeks, and I could swear he's a little bit more dominant than that. He wasn't much of a ruckman until this year because the rules actually helped him because he was pretty average.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. That's the thing. You need to look outside the box a little bit with this sort of stuff now. You just got to look at guys that are a little bit athletic and they got a bit of a leap. And they're the sort of guys that are probably suited to this new rule. And the reality is I can't see it getting any better with DC. So we probably have to consider, either shipping him off and getting someone else in or bringing someone else in to help him out. Because Steeny's going to be out probably all of next year. I know we don't want to hear that, but that's the reality. He's probably going to be out all next year. So, you got to have a contingency. And if the bloke's a free agent and we've got a bit of cap space and we're going to miss out on Butters, for example, if you got a bit of money, you may as well throw it at him.
And
Go-
we don't
go
know
after
how
Timmy.
Steen will come back either
Timmy.
from his knee as well. Look, there's always, I think he'll be all right, but you just don't know if it affects his leap.
Yeah.
So yeah, you definitely can't go into next year with the same three guys on the list in the ruck.
Yeah, and this is
Especially if
also
one of them
coming
is
from a
ill or-
ruckman that's already had a few injuries as well already in his career. So I think he had a really bad. Was it? No, I'm probably thinking of Charlie Dean, but I'm pretty sure he had a bad foot injury. Anyway, there was something that kept him out for the majority of a season. I think it was 2 years ago. And he just couldn't. I feel like he had about 2 years where he just could not be on the park at all. Toe, that rings a bell now.
DC,
So he had
that
a.
is.
What's that? Sorry.
Is that DC?
Charlie Dean.
No, for
Charlie
Steen.
Dean.
That's
Yeah,
right.
no, Steen. No, sorry, I thought it was a foot.
Oh,
But no, I was just thinking about Charlie Dean for some reason. No, so it was because he had like turf toe, or it was something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's had some injuries like throughout his career and stuff. So, so in terms of like if he's going to come back like normal, you couldn't really like definitively say he'll come back the way he was. But yeah, you just hope that he can still have a bit of a leap when he gets back.
And that way, it's also unfair on him too. If you're hanging on him to come back because he's the kind of the main guy now,
Yeah,
you also want to give him a little bit of leeway to sort of ease his way back by having someone else who can sort of do it week in, week out. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll move DC on. So I think we're probably going to all just we're going to be talking about it next year as well. But maybe if Lockie Neal's there, we'll be like not noticing that he's losing the hitouts.
yeah. Do we think that he can still add value around the ground though? Because like I know the whole rucking thing, he's kind of cooked in that sense. But like I mean, he's had years where what was it in 22 where he kicked like I want to say he kicked like I don't think it was 40 goals, it was at least 35. I want to say it was the 22 season, maybe 21 season. So even if we just used him as a just as like a second ruck type of thing, because we've been sort of struggling for that option. And then we just put him down forward as like a tall. I kind of was thinking of the idea of throwing him down back, but I'm sort of easing off that idea, just because if he's having to like man up on a player, I just don't really like that idea.
My only worry with him is in a key position is that he's got no real breakaway speed. So they're going to run off him on a lead. He's good if he parks himself under the footy, he's good. But as you know, if he's down there permanently, I think their key forwards will just leave him for dead when they're running off him. He's great around the ground though. It is too bad because if you want to play two rucks, it's great if one of them's a designated ruck, but geez, it gives you so many more options if you don't have to play two designated guys. If one guy's like sort of a ruck forward, and then you're sort of going into the game with a few more options if you've got an injury or something. That's the only issue with, DC, because DC and Steen are just both designated ruckmen. Yeah, it'd be really great if we could get someone who could actually be a genuine sort of forward option as well. And then you've got both. It's too bad Buller can't ruck.
Can I just I'll just chime in reference to Bailey Williams of West Coast. He's averaging 5.1 clearances a game.
Okay.
So that's even more than we thought.
Yeah. So I'm not sure who. Yes. so I'm not sure the person who shouldn't be named reckons, but 5.1 this year.
Must have just read the decimal point part.
Maybe.
Although I'd like to see what a 0.1 clearance looks like.
That's Darcy Cameron.
Jesus.
For sure.
See, unless the only hope for DC, I'm not holding out for it, is that if he can train it into his game to watch tapes of Gawn and Grundy to see how they can sort of overcome the new rule with their other rucking techniques, because Gawn doesn't lose, and he's not a jumper either. So I think that there could be a way around it. I don't know. Not sure if he's got as probably as many gifts as those two players, because DC was always kind of, because he, we kind of got him as a fringe player, and I think he's probably a tiny bit more limited than those other two guys who are absolute stars. But who knows?
Because I remember back in, was it 21, when we had a really bad year, we ended up playing Richmond, and this was when DC wasn't the main ruck. Was this the year we had? Yeah, because I think we would have had. No, I don't think we had Grundy that year. Or did we have Grundy? Possibly.
Yes.
Because it was basically the conversation with Cameron and Grundy, who's the ruck, and it was always Grundy. But there was always a conversation where, Cameron's not that bad at being a ruck. And I remember we played Richmond and we threw him in the ruck in the fourth quarter, and we ended up kicking, I don't know what the actual number was, but it was 5 goals in the last quarter to actually win the game by 2 goals. So it's just, I don't know, I always just find it fascinating when you can see players do it. Granted, that game was 5 years ago, so maybe age has something to actually do with it. But I do find it fascinating when you have a player that can do something on game day, but then all of a sudden, they just can't then do it again. Because I don't know, I've always been of the opinion, once you have the talent doesn't leave. It's only really the body that sort of fades away, and maybe that might be the case for Cameron. But
I was a tiny bit disappointed in him last week, when he allowed when Cozzy sprained his ankle or did whatever he did that stopped the play, and which was just bizarre that they got handed the football. But I thought, great, our defence can at least set up. And I'm thinking, I saw Cameron just standing next to Petty watching him run and jump at the football. And I'm thinking, what are you doing, buddy? How are you letting him leap at that ball without, completely unopposed? I thought that was probably the most unforgivable thing, that day, in terms of how did you let him get on a lead?
Greatness. Did I see a question for me on the chat there?
About George Stevens. He typical Spike is questioning why Stevens isn't getting a game for the Cats. Reckons he's too good for VFL.
Yeah, well, we've got about 6 or 7 blokes that are too good for VFL. Stevens played last week. He only had about 10 disposals, which was fair enough for a young player playing his first game. To answer that question directly, it's Chris Scott doesn't really like to play kids as much. He likes to go to his senior players, and the problem is also when you're around the top 4 mark, it's hard to drop players, especially when you keep winning. But we've had a bad 2 weeks losing to Carlton and the Crows. George Stevens came in because we dropped who'd we drop? Brian Myers, managed Brian Myers, and he came in. But he's one along with Mitch Nevitt, Jay Polkinghorne, that dominate the VFL. They just can't get games. Nevitt has played about 10 games for Geelong, but he's always a sub. Plays for only 10 minutes. Hasn't had a look in this season. So it wouldn't surprise me if they request a trade. So there's some talent you guys could probably pick up for nothing. Both Nevitt and Stevens are inside mids, can go forward, kick goals. But it's just when you keep winning, it's hard to drop players. But we we lost our last 2 games, and we've brought him in. So whether he keeps his spot this week, I don't think so. I think they'll bring back Myers. Forgot to tell you guys, guess who's playing in the VFL? That's gone missing for 6 months.
Santa Claus. No, Stengel, man.
No, what's his name? Stengel?
Yeah, Stengel's back and straight back in the VFL, which pissed a lot of people off. He kicked 3 goals, and apparently he's available for selection this week. So that's a life lesson for you. Go walk about for 6 months and then come back and expect to get a game. So, amazing how that works. And probably a player like George Stevens and Ollie Wiltshire will probably make way, which would be absolutely gutted for those 2 if that happens. But what can you do, eh?
I mean, to be fair, small forward kicking 3 is impressive. At least he's not at Collingwood where he's a Tim Membry that basically doesn't see a football for a whole game and then gets promoted anyway. So I'd rather that than the Tim Membry situation.
I've actually heard that Geelong have completely lost interest in Rowan Marshall, who's going to be looking for another move this year, and Geelong's happy with not having a real designated ruckman, just having the 3 guys sharing it.
We're not that ship sailed. We tried to get him in St Kilda. They played hardball, which is their right, and he was contracted. We drafted. We had a young ruckman called Mitch Edwards, who's been absolutely fantastic for us this season. He's had a couple of rest games because he's still a young kid, but at this point in time, we're very happy with him. And that Rowan Marshall has now that boat has now sailed.
Well, you probably breathe a sigh of relief because last year it seemed like a good idea. Now that you've seen the rule changes in action, now you've got, he's actually quite ineffective now. Yeah.
I don't know what Ross the boss is doing up in St Kilda with his defensive plan. It drives me absolute mad as a player because they've been in really good positions to beat big teams and he goes too defensive. And that's putting Rowan Marshall up forward. He's not a forward, so I don't know what that coach is thinking up there. But, he's not had the best year, Rowan Marshall. So, and then they've got Tom DeConey as well in there, rucking bits and pieces. So I think Marshall's a player where he predominantly likes to do it by himself with the rucking because he doesn't play anywhere else. So when we brought him, he was basically for that. He was going to be our top ruckman, play every single game or much as possible, max game time. Almost max game time, but you know what I mean. And St Kilda just played hardball. They just didn't want him. We offered him Sam DeConey was a trade option, and they didn't want him. They didn't want Sam DeConey. So they played hardball, which is no problem there. He was contracted. I don't have a problem with that. But we're not interested in him anymore. I think Mitch Edwards is doing a very good job for us, and he's going to be a good ruckman going forward.
And they backed the wrong horse, I guess, with got a white elephant in Philippou on that $1 million contract, and he, jeez. So they think he's the only thing that can save his AFL career at the moment, as it stands, is if he plays forward, but he wants to be in the midfield, and he can only get in the midfield in the VFL.
Well, I don't know what they were thinking. They've tried to attract the dream team down there with all the money they've got, and they've just wasted it on bang average players. Nothing against Silvani. Silvani's actually been very good for them, to be fair. I know you guys were into him, weren't you, Silvani? Yeah, he's been good for St Kilda down back. About Tom DeConey, Flanders, they've been disaster in my opinion. Except when they played against us, they looked $1 million against us.
I never rated TDK at Carlton, to be in my opinion. I didn't think he was worth the money. I didn't think he was even in the top 10 best ruckman in the league.
No, he's except for playing us, he's average. He's absolutely average. He played against us 2 years ago, where we had Sam in the ruck, and he absolutely ragdolled his brother, did Tom. And we thought, gee, maybe we got the wrong DeConey here. And Geelong actually looked like getting him. We were actually into him. But that interest went nowhere, and probably rightly so. No, I don't know what they're doing over in St Kilda, wasting all that money on, with all due respect, probably B graders at best. So, yeah, that's their problem.
Have you made your pitch to Butters yet?
Of course we have. We had the role. We brought in the Rolls Royce to help out with our pitch. Who did you bring in? I want to know. I want to know who's going to get his signature. Well, I'll tell you what. We've got Cotton On with Bailey Smith. We got the Stanley Farms. We got everything, mate. I don't think Butters is a country lad. I think he lives in the city up in Adelaide. So don't think that's going to work. No, I think Footscray got their hands all over him, and he's told Port Adelaide he's leaving. So Port Adelaide.
Some people don't want to move clubs to playing premierships, and that's why you pick Western Bulldogs.
well, that's what I thought. I thought, why would you want to go there? Why would you want to go to what's the other team? No.
They're gonna fight tooth and nail to make a grand final from 8th.
We never know that wild card.
Dacos to Collingwood.
Yeah. Oh, gee. Well. Apparently he's got that money offer from Richmond. So if he chooses Richmond, we know what that was about, don't we? But yeah, I think Footscray, the talk in Adelaide is Footscray have got him, and it's up to Port Adelaide and Footscray to work on some kind of deal. Apparently, Port Adelaide would want 3 first rounders, 2 top ends, so 2 in the top 10, and then 1 around the 20 mark. So yeah,
well, they can choke on that. Don't want us to do that.
Yeah, that's what they want. Yeah, that's what they want.
Oh, look, but like I love Butters. My only worry about him is I'm just not sure. He plays a pretty brutal brand of football, and I'm just not sure what his longevity will be like. Could be wrong, but his body takes an absolute hammering.
Yeah, he does. He for a little guy, he plays his position like a Cripps type, doesn't he? He always gets first into the ball, puts his body on the line. Yeah, that is also a problem. But so far he's been good with injury, unlike Connor Rosie, who's out for the season. But whoever he does to, they're going to get probably a top 5 player, an elite player. So it's always going to help your list, isn't it?
It's going to set Port up for the next decade to get rid of him.
Well.
You know,
some are saying that 3 first rounders aren't enough.
Oh well, geez. I mean, it depends where the first rounders are. Like I'm always jealous of what you guys gave up for Jeremy Cameron, because I feel like we probably gave up more for Houston than you guys gave up for Cameron.
We gave up Kelly. That was technically Kelly, because those picks for Kelly we used on Cameron. So if you want to look like that, we only gave up Tim Kelly for Jeremy Cameron.
So what was it? It was like pick 14, 17, and 20 or something like that.
Yeah, we got 2 of those from West Coast because Tim Kelly wanted to go back home. Sorry, I'll correct you there. His missus wanted him to go back home, and he left. And yeah, we had our own draft pick, and then we traded up. And then we stole Cameron from GWS, basically for nothing.
That's pretty awesome. Just like three picks in the teens, and when you think for someone like Treloar, it was like a couple of pick 7s or pick 8s or something, and then that Jeremy Cameron is the only guy you'd sell the farm to get as a forward. That's why I was worried about Ben King, because like for that kind of their match and for that kind of money, someone like a Cameron's the only forward that's worth that.
Yeah, see, what makes Cameron so good is he's up the ground play, because he can play into the wing, he can go down back, and his field kicking is actually pretty good to be a winger. Like, he's a very good winger, and he's got very high good work rate. So when he pushes up in the wing, he gets back into the forward pocket, and he catches a lot of opposition out. So that's what makes Cameron so good. I don't think you're going to get that from Ben King. But what you will get from Ben King is a big target and a dead eye. His goal kicking record is amazing, Ben King. So for a player like Ben King, you need a good midfielder to give him the ball. And I'm not. That's not
about him today. I was watching a podcast, or we'll say watching and listening. But Lloyd was saying, well, his benchmark when he was a forward, and it's probably a pretty good sort of thing to base it on. Is he said he was asked about Ben King, and I think he used to coach Ben King as a junior, and he was saying that he thinks he didn't like the fact that Ben King say we get 5 disposals and have 5 shots at goal. He thinks that the mark of a great forward, so they can get somewhere between 12 and 15 disposals as well as their shots at goal.
Yep.
That's a pretty
which
good
Cameron
range.
does. Yeah, which Cameron does, yeah. Yeah,
And that's
not
about our new guy that we just debuted on Queen's birthday. He because I've been tracking him in the VFL for a while, and even in his first game, I know what I was hoping. I thought if he could get a dozen or so possessions, a couple of shots at goal, a few tackles, and he did sort of hit that mark. If he can do that every week,
yeah,
I'd rather that than someone that's only getting 4 possessions, and having a few shots. Because that's the issue with Membry. Is Membry sort of his only possessions are usually just the shots at goal.
Yeah. And that's not me disrespecting Ben King or any forward that's like that, but that's the way they are. They're not high possession.
They won't help you when you're that. The issue I have with those guys is they're fantastic as sort of a downhill skier type. They're not going to help you if you're struggling. They're not going to win hardball. They're not going to. Yeah, that's. That's just my opinion. Like I know that like you're never going to turn your nose up at a 50, 60 year goal a year player. But I just think that's. I notice he goes missing when Gold Coast play a really good defense.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think he only had 6-7 touches against us last week, and he was very unnoticeable in that game, Ben King. And when he got the ball, you thought, okay, this is a goal. So he's got that in him. But you're probably right. There's no point, doing that if you're only going to touch the pill 4 times. But if you need a player that needs to kick goals and make most of the efficiency, probably Ben King is for you. If you need a guy that's going to get you out of trouble, probably a higher forward that's going to do some wing play and get back on the counter and get in between the defence.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Void, I've got a question for you. You just said Geelong sold the farm for Cameron. Would you sell the farm for Butters if you could get him?
Well, Geelong's sold a very small farm for Cameron. That's fine, a hobby farm.
But would you do it for Butters? If
a hobby farm, of course.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
not Yellowstone Ranch.
Stanley's got a lot of land. He's got a lot of land, a lot of farm, a lot of land. So we'll sell we would sell the farm for Butters. That's for damn sure.
The thing that helps with Butters, like if Butters nominates a club, that changes everything. If he's basically going to say, well, look, I'll go to any of these 3 clubs, whoever Port can get the best deal from, that probably disadvantages us. Whereas if he nominates Collingwood, then usually, they'll move heaven and earth to try and figure it out, whatever that looks like. But then I don't know, like my old man and I have always, because when Judd was on the market back in like when he was coming across from the Eagles, Collingwood made their pitch to him, and I remember, we didn't want him. We were saying, I hope he doesn't come to Collingwood because it's gonna just basically between the draft picks and the players, we'll probably lose 5-6 players to get Judd. And that's what ended up happening to Carlton. I think it set up West Coast next decade. And Carlton just had a player that got them into a couple of elimination finals. You know,
Yeah, correct. Yep, under Mick Moldhouse. Yeah.
you got to be careful with that. I know that like someone's going to get these great players. They're not just going to they're not going to have no takers, but I don't know. I still think it's like the Gold Coast at the moment. You can see how Dimmer's struggling with at Richmond. He had a lot of role players in his team. Now he's having to try to convince superstars to be role players and to sacrifice their games, and I don't think they're comfortable doing it. And he's struggling to get them to play cohesively. That's an issue too. Like you've got to always think of how a team's going to gel. So if you bring in a superstars that put other people's noses out of joint, then what happens when you lose 4 or 5 role players for one superstar? So I think the role players are sort of the engine room of a good side. And as you're seeing with the expansion teams, it doesn't really work when you've got A graders on every line. They just don't sort of gel usually.
Well, I don't think Damien Hardwick's all that keen on Ben King anyway. I reckon if there was a deal for Ben King, let's say if Collingwood said, "Oh, we'll give you some draft picks or some players or whatever," hypothetically, I reckon they'd take it Gold Coast. I just don't think Damien Hardwick's all that keen on him.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, look, I don't know what's going on with Jamara. He seems to, because I know at one point it looked like they made it clear to Jed Walter, "Hey, listen, you're probably going to be behind these other 2 guys." And I think maybe there's probably been a little bit of mismanagement now, because now they're like, "Oh shit, don't know if Jamara is going to work out. Now we better come and woo Jed Walter back to the table." I think they're not sure which horse to back with their forwards, and you could end up actually fumbling all of them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, for me,
where Gold Coast lose a ton of players and end up basically back where they were, 5 years ago.
Which would be horrible. Which would be.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of an issue up. I mean, see, even Bradley Humphrey, like I like him, but he doesn't warrant what he's going to demand at trade.
No,
not based on his output. He's played 80 games, and I don't think he's ever had 30 touches.
No.
Yeah,
he played good for us. He played good. He always plays good against bloody us, especially up at the Gold Coast and Darwin. But with Jed Rolder, I'd rather Jed Rolder than, like, if you said to me which players would you rather at Geelong, I'd rather Jed over Ben King. To be fair, but that's just me.
Well, I like the. I mean, I'm a sort of a chance. That's my personality. Like, take a chance. Like,
yeah.
When someone's ready-made, it's exciting. It's great because you know what you're getting. But I also think it's sort of exciting to go after somebody who you can develop, who's 20, 21.
Yep.
I think too often when we all have these sorts of discussions on the streams, we probably get seduced by the ready-made player. I'm just like, I'd rather that guy for 10. Okay, he might be a dud. He might be not even playing in 4 years at worst case scenario. But like, that's where hopefully your recruiters and coaches have a vision for them and can see where they can actually, like, what they could be. And it's not just a total unknown quantity. Like, I know Jed Walter, he does have deficiencies, but also, geez, key forwards aren't much until their mid-20s normally.
Yeah, Peter in the chat. Yeah, Peter in the chat made a good point. I don't know if you can bring that up, Greatness, but he said Geelong sold the farm for Dangerfield, which worked off. It took forever to work off because he won the premiership in the twilight of his career in 22. But the good thing about that, when we got him, we were already a top 4, top 6 team, so we were already ready. And he just slotted in beautifully. Won the Brownlow the next year. Mind you, we lost 6 prelims in between that year. But yeah, it did take Dangerfield a long time to actually win that premiership, a very long time. But it also helps when you're around the top 4, top 6 mark if you get a big player. Because if you're the bottom of the ladder and you get a big play, he's not going to help you that much. Okay, he might help you win the odd game here and there, but at the end of the day, you still got 21 players on your list. Oh, sorry, on the starting 21, if you know what I mean. So, you know, if you're back of the pack team, you know, the Butters isn't really going to help you much. Like the offer Richmond have got them. If Butters went to Richmond for 10 years, that I doubt they'd make finals until another 4 or 5 years. So it helps when you get a big play and you're near the mark. You're just off. So that helped with Dangerfield because, like I said, we lost 6 prelims between those years before he won it. So that does help to an extent. But it won't help you if you're a back of the pack team. Like it just won't help you unless you get 2 or 3 of them, and then maybe things can change.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you get Butters, you might want to get Neil pair him with Neil, and then that might climb you on the ladder for the next couple of years. Then Neil retires or whatnot. But to get a big player to make it work, you need to be right there. You need to be like your top 4 team. Oh, well, we just need that extra piece to take us to the next step. That's how getting a good player to your club will pay off. And with Dangerfield, it took a long time, but we were always around that top 4, top 6 mark when he came from the Crows. So that helped a little bit as well.
And he was never going anywhere else.
No.
It always makes it a lot easier when they nominate you. It's just like it sort of it restricts the club they're leaving as well, because then that's the benefit of it. I forget what you gave Adelaide for him now.
It wasn't much because I think it was a couple of first rounders. Because Dangerfield, there was no other team. Dangerfield basically said, "I'm going to Geelong," before Adelaide even bloody drafted him. So he was always going to go to the Geelong. So we didn't give up again. We didn't give up much for him, to be fair.
Yep.
Peter may know. Peter's a stats man. He might tell us that, but I don't think it was much.
All right. Well, then with that, instead of just asking him, let's actually bring him onto the stage. Hello, Peter.
How's it going? How are we all? Yeah, not too bad. I wasn't more with Dangerfield. I mean, like, you don't remember what you gave up for him, but we remember what we gave up for Treloar, what we gave up for Beams. Everyone remembers what Carlton gave up for Judd, because it just doesn't come off as often when it's just I just don't think often that one midfielder is worth 2 or 3 picks unless you're like Dangerfield. That's just my thoughts. And look, if Dangerfield had broken down, like a lot of people did think he might early on in his career, and you only got a few years out of him, it probably wouldn't have been worth it. But he has been able to stay on the field and keep fronting up each year. And if Butters comes across and we give up a couple of first rounders for him, but I agree with you. I don't think another gun midfielder is our biggest issue at the moment. I think we got to fix the ruck and fix our full forward, and if we can bring in some gun midfielders without giving up picks, go for it. But I'm just hoping we don't give up a potential crack at a champion full forward to get another midfielder. That's my only concern. I have nothing against Butters. I think he's a star. But I just think Butters, Dacos, Neil, that's just 70 entries, and we still kick 7 goals, 19, and no one takes a mark down there. That's my only concern. More forward 50 entries at the moment isn't necessarily a problem every week.
Yeah. And that's why we got Cameron. Like our forwards at the time were like, we need someone to go with Hawkins at that time. We didn't have a second forward. And that's why Cameron really worked, because again, like when we got Cameron, we were around the top 4, top 6 mark. Cameron came straight in, fixed that problem, and then 2 years later he wins a premiership along with Danger. So I agree with that as well.
It's what Cameron does to another team, though. Yeah. It's like, no one puts fear in a fullback like Cameron does. And we've said it before on here. And I've heard I've heard, some of the experts say the same thing. If your game plan is to go one-on-one with Cameron, he just goes, no worries, I'll kick 6 on you.
Yeah.
You have to have a team defence plan on him, which then brings your other forwards into the game. That's why I say, playing McStay and Buller, if you put, and if it's Walter, and he starts to step up, then suddenly the fullback is playing on Walter, and that is it. He's not second jumping over McStay. He's not worried about Buller, and the guy that Buller's on, guess what? 20% of his game and plan for the week is how's he going to help the fullback with Walter. And then suddenly Buller takes advantage of that and sneaks out for a couple of, look at Neil. How often is Neil on his own? And it's like, for Christ's sake, but because the guy that's on Neil also has one eye on Cameron in case he's got off the leash.
Correct. Yeah.
And it's just that concertina effect down the, it just, having a good full forward helps the second forward. Well, our current full forward, whoever it is, McStay, Buller, suddenly becomes a second forward with a defender who's trying to play on 2 players.
Yeah,
and it just, and it goes down. And then suddenly, Buller or McStay, one of them's got the second, which means one's got the third.
Yep,
but at the moment,
good point.
Us playing with players like, Stewart, Taylor, we've done it a whole, how many times? Like everyone says, the best way to fix Collingwood's forward line is to bring McGovern out of retirement and get Stewart and stick him in our goal square, because we do not miss them when we're trying to kick. Even when we're trying to avoid them, we hit him on the tit every single time. And it's just put him in the goal square. We will not miss him. So, but if we can get Butters in a full forward, I'll be wrapped. I just don't know if we can.
You'll get Neil cheap though, won't you? I think Brisbane are pretty. I don't think they'll play hardball. I think they'll
I'm happy with Neil. I'm happy. My issue is draft picks. I'm happy with Neil. And if we could get King and give away another 1.5 million to get King or something, then do it. It's the draft picks that we're giving away. This is where we're struggling at the moment, because we haven't gone to the draft, and the players that we've targeted to come to us thinking that they're going to be A graders, they haven't been. Schultz is not an A grader. Houston hasn't played A grade football since he's arrived. If anything, he's turned Josh Dacos into a B grader. Like, we're lacking A graders. Bring in Neil, no worries. And the thing is, I think with Neil, if Neil signs a 3-year deal, that's 27, 28 and 29. That's about the time Dacos will probably be asking for another $1 million. So it actually is kind of smart to bury some money somewhere rather than pay everyone a bit more and then you're suddenly going over the cap and can't compete. You pay one guy a lot more who's going to be gone in 2 or 3 years, and then that will free up that money down the track. So I have no issue with the Neil move.
I've got a question for you. So that's an interesting point you just made about Schultz. So you don't think Schultz is an A grader?
He's an A grade tackler, but I don't think he's an A grade forward.
When you watched him at Freo, did you think of the same thing? Did you thought he was A grade?
You know what? He's a role player too. But I love Schultz, but I think they expected to get a few more. All he has to do is kick those easy goals. That's probably the only downfall of his game. But he doesn't do it. He don't look like he's going to do it. And it's
just came off a flag that the previous year. It's a sort of move a premiership team makes, where they're like, okay, we're going to get this guy and we're going to push again next year. The same as when we got Cracker in 2011.
Yeah,
and just a little cherry on top. Because Schultz at Freo wasn't an A grader either, but he probably played more of a typical small forward role. Hit the scoreboard a bit more there. Probably does a lot more pressure.
I found that amazing because this is from like an outsider looking in. My perception is that you guys thought Schultz was an elite player and he's going to help you win premierships, that missing link. But he's been far from that. Same with McStay.
We didn't get McStay as an elite player. He was only a $600,000 a year free agent. We sort of got him because at the time our salary cap was strangled after the previous administration. So we had to really go after affordable players, especially in that first couple of years of Fly's tenure. We had to get Lipinski and McStay and a lot of money ball types or just bargain types. So I think
Yeah.
we got I don't think we got McStay to kick 70 goals a year. They just got him as a target down forward.
And I will never say he's an A grader, but Cox used to play a role. Cox for a while there could scare opposition sitting in the goal square, and he's no way near Cameron, but Cox was the only guy that we've had that's close to. Sometimes you had to double play him to beat him, which the idea was that would bring McStay into the game. If Cox is getting double played, then McStay should be the one that bobs up and takes a couple of cheeky marks. But it just didn't work out. Cox kind of dropped off a bit. I think McStay got injured for that first, and then as McStay's kind of come back, Cox actually dropped off. Like I thought Cox would probably keep improving well into his 30s, having taken the game on so late. But his actual kicking and his marking at some stages, like last year and the year before, actually seemed to go backwards at times. So,
because I'm a huge fan of, I love Dan McStay. Like I knew what we were getting. I wasn't disappointed because I knew what he was at Brisbane. He's not much different at Collingwood, really. Whenever he gets to play more of a centre-half forward role. What's that? Sorry. Oh, yeah. Well, he got to play as a centre-half forward at Brisbane. He got to play up the ground because they had the other forwards he was pretty much a genuine third at Brisbane. The best I've loved him at Collingwood, aside from that 2023 season where he was playing pretty well, against Hawthorn about 6 weeks ago, they played him more as a centre-half forward with Buller in the goal square. I thought that he looked fantastic getting up the ground. That's probably where he's suited. He's not really a deep forward. He probably stats-wise, he's probably akin to Shannon Neal at Geelong.
Yeah.
He needs another guy there. And then he can play.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. We'd be in trouble if we had to rely on Shannon Neal every game. No disrespect to Shannon Neal, but he's not that type. He's more of a banking type. You're gonna have to give it to him. He's not a high possession game. Yes, he does rucking, but every tall forward does that. But my point with McStay, Schultz, and Houston. So they've been your big three recruits over the last 5-6 years, yeah?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So my point is, do you think you've got bang for your buck? Like if you had your time again, would you get them? All three of them or any of them?
We haven't got bang for buck.
No.
Houston dragged it down. Up until then, it was probably blind ball. We've got as much out of Dan McStay. ACL didn't help. Lachie Schultz is a trier, and he doesn't kick goals. He's a trier. He pressures the guys in defence for the opposition, but he doesn't nail the goals. And where's our biggest problem at the moment with our lacklustre forward line? We haven't got a tall forward that clunks the ball and kicks 40, 50 goals. Jamie did a great job last year, and this is the proof in the pudding. Jamie has a downer season after a sensational year last year, and he was down a bit, but he was certainly working hard. And now he's off for the rest of this year and most of next year. So we're gonna find that out. Just let's think about Fly's argument. Fly's been saying for 4 years though, he doesn't want draft picks. He wants to stay competitive. He wants to push for finals. He wants to push for a premiership. He doesn't want to go to the draft. That's Fly's famous comments for the last 3-4 years. He's been saying that. Our list manager's been listening to him. So the direction either has to change or you keep the same direction.
Yeah.
Same direction is going to bring us even further down though.
Yeah, Josh has just said, Perryman's the one that actually another one.
Yeah, I knew about Perryman. The reason I didn't ask like being for your back because I know Perryman's one of your better players. So yeah, there was no point. Yeah, the Warble as well saying that he was worth. Yeah, I know Perryman's worth it. He's a good player. So yeah, that's why I didn't ask
our issue over the years has been just targeting. Sometimes I feel like we just target someone because we can get them, not necessarily because we need them. Look, we had Ginnivan, we had a forward line that our actual small forwards weren't our issue, and to get Schultz in, we end up giving away Ginnivan. Okay, they're not the same player, but they were pretty much playing for the same position. We didn't give one. People say, "Oh, who'd you rather have?" We didn't have to give one up to get the other, so it's got nothing to do with that. But we pretty much gave one away and got Schultz, but we didn't really need Schultz. He wasn't the missing link in our grand final to improve. Same with Dan Houston. We gave away Noble for Dan Houston and Richards on top of that, and a first-round draft pick. Now, I watched the game with Gold Coast the other night. Like, Noble looked all right. I didn't watch the whole game. He looked all right. And
he's just
and the run and gun and the drive he gave him out of defence is what we're missing right now, because the guy we brought in doesn't do it. He's supposed to do it by foot, but we don't give it to him. So, there's one where we've actually lost 2 players that would probably be playing now, and another first-round draft pick. And this is where, I look at Geelong. Yes, Geelong have brought in players, but they've also got a lot of players, and they've done well in the draft. But there's a lot of players drafted into that team playing, and they are the difference. It's not just Bailey Smith on his own that's making a difference in Cameron. It's like Tom Stewart. Like, your whole defence line isn't. Is any of one of your defenders brought in from anywhere else? Am I missing? I don't think so. I think your whole defence is.
Peter, we've just drafted a diamond in the rough with Connor O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan was a high draft pick, and he's been absolutely fantastic with us. Humphreys was a late second rounder, and he's a walk-up starter.
But our problem is we haven't been coming into drafts till about pick 40 or 50 half the time for the last few years. Like, you can't try and you can bring in players, but preferably free agents, because you can't keep expecting to get diamonds in the rough and free agents and sub players and mid-season draft picks and that's your key. I think that's what we lack at the moment. Is our role players are all C's and D's. They're no longer B's type role players and stuff. We haven't had a lot of diamonds in the rough. A lot of our older players have dropped off. Even Elliott was dropping off in the end. Crisp has dropped off. We still, and I think Fly sits there and still thinks they're capable of these A-grade games, and they're just not reliably anymore. Elliott couldn't kick a goal till before halftime for most of this year. He was like a second half player. When the other player, I felt like he came into the game when the player playing around him were losing a bit in the legs, but when the players were fresh, he couldn't get into the game. Crisp is off, and we're just, you look back at 23, our run and gun off the half back we just don't have that anymore. All of our older players are no way near as good. Even Pendlebury, he's not as good as he was in 23. He's not pulling off games that he pulled off in 22. Like, I heard someone say, how good would it be to have Dacos, Neil, and Pendlebury in the centre? I go, if Pendlebury's still getting a fucking game in our centre in the middle of next year, then, something's gone wrong. If we're really, I'm happy to hide Pendlebury forward, back, on-field leadership, but I think he's only good for one game every 2. I don't know if he can play. He's had 2 of his worst games probably ever this year. Almost. The last one, and his big one against West Coast, was a shocker. And the last game he played, he was average against Melbourne. So I don't think he's cut. My fear is we can carry him to the finals, but does he even have 3 games in him in a row? Maybe with a bye in it.
No, that's what I feel with Dangerfield, and we saw that with Dangerfield last year when they played that prelim against fucking Hawthorn, and his body was shot, absolute shot in that grand final. Dangerfield's gone off the boil. He's still averaging a goal and 15 touches, which is serviceable. But yeah, he's had some poor games as well. He had a really good game against the Crows 2 weeks ago. That was a lost cause. But yeah, his body's let him down. He wants to play game 400 next year. You're kidding yourself. And I feel that with Pendlebury as well. I reckon Pendlebury will go on next year to play 450th. Because if he plays 10 more games, he'll be 440, won't he? And then you want 10 more games next year to get 450. Yeah. So I reckon he'll go on and get 450 in that circus around the 450 will start again. And yeah.
From what I can see, Penn. Sorry,
Peter.
No, you go.
I was just going to ask, when you think you're contending, your whole draft strategy changes, because firstly, your number one pick's going to be, especially if you're a top 4 side, it's going to be 17, 18-ish. So, like, I know Hawthorn didn't take their first picks to the draft very often when they were up and about, in Clarko's kind of years. So Geelong are getting guys like Lawson, what's his name? Lawson Humphrey.
O'Sullivan. Yep. Yeah, Lawson Humphreys, yep. And O'Sullivan, yep.
But he was a really late pick, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
West Coast could have. I mean, anybody could have had him, and they just ignored him.
Yeah. No, that's correct. Yeah.
So I know, like that sort of annoyed me when Fly said players not picks. I get the strategy. Probably leaned a bit too much just in one direction, ignoring the draft. I mean, I know that's the trade-off when you think you're a top side, is that you don't bother going to the draft because you're trying to win a flag this year. Geelong do it better because Geelong aren't really using top 10 picks ever.
Well, Peter hit the nail on the head with our defenders. Like Zach Guthrie will probably play 250 games for our club. He was a early second round / late first round. So he's another player. We don't really give up picks unless, like, if we need a player, we'll give up picks. But we always try to find someone in the draft, whether it's a second rounder or late first rounder. That's Geelong's motto. That's been that way for many, many years. Okay, have we got lucky with our players? Yeah, of course we have. With all the diamonds in the rough we found, geez, it must be a good bloody mine that we've gotten ourselves into. But that pays a part of it as luck. But we've got all these players to do that.
When was your last low? Well, not low. I suppose you wouldn't have had. You haven't had a low pick for forever. But when was your last first rounder that you took to the draft?
I think that was for Connor O'Sullivan. I think that was around pick 14. I don't remember us having a top 10 pick in years. Connor O'Sullivan was 11, so it's 11. So that was he was 11th in the draft. Connor.
And the last first rounder we took to the draft would probably be Ed Allen at 19.
Yeah, well,
in 2022, was it 20? He was at the club in 23, I think. So it would have been 2022 draft.
Yep.
And but that was a first for a while too, from memory. We'd given away, we gave away 18 and 19 for Beams. We gave away, what was it? What did we give away for Treloar? What years were those?
That was Treloar came across in 2016, didn't he?
So we gave away 16, 17, 18, 19. So there's 4 years of first rounders we gave away off the bat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was going to say Jai Clark. That was the one, Jai Clark. Because I remember when he got. Because I think Geelong had an early pick around the time we got Ollie Henry too.
Yeah, because that was when they got Bose. Because Suns they wanted to get rid of Bose, but because clubs didn't want to mess with his contract, basically the Suns came out to the media and they said, "Hey, we'll throw pick 7 in there as a sweetener, but you got to take on the contract."
Yeah.
And then obviously Geelong came in, used the future third round pick, and they were able to get pick 7 and Bose.
Yeah,
but it's not always a top. It's not always a top 10 pick too.
Yeah.
Jai Clark was a top 10 pick from memory. I think he was 8 or 9 from memory.
Yeah.
And Henry, I think we got Henry for nothing. He walked.
Yeah. Henry, you gave up someone to Hawthorn. I can't think of his name. Stevens.
Yeah. It was basically pick 25 pretty much.
But you can go back and say who got picked over who. Like, I can tell you now, we look at Beams and they were just picks in the teens that we gave away. But I know one of those picks, I think it was the first one, is the pick used on Georgiades. So there's your full forward. And the second one was the pick before Bobby Hill. So, you just, and then we gave, Beams did nothing really. He played a couple of good games and that was it. Same with Treloar. Don't get me wrong, I love Treloar. I love everything about Treloar. But he was worth one first rounder, and that was it. Especially a first rounder in the top 6, not 2. No, very rarely will, and as time goes, yeah, we fucked up some top first round draft picks, but very rarely do you miss, top 5, top 6 picks these days if you're doing your job. So if you've got two top 6 picks, you'd assume you're going to get a pretty good player, at least one good player out of the two.
Peter, from memory.
Sorry, man.
No. Go ahead. You haven't spoken well. Go ahead.
I was going to throw back to you, Lucas. That was my point. Like I couldn't remember any all that many times because even Geelong are really hitting the draft with second and third rounders, still bringing in mature players from other clubs.
Yep.
Struck that bell, and I know that's what we're trying to do. I don't know if we just haven't seen the fruits of it yet because we've got O'Brien there. Maybe some of these guys in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s are actually going to start, bearing fruit in the next couple of years. Or we just suck at doing Geelong's method.
I can't remember every single player that we've drafted, but from memory, I think Shannon Neal was pick 30 or 31. Stengel we got for free, basically got for free.
Why did you keep poor Radaglia hostage for 17 years? He tried to leave.
We had a lot of faith. We had a lot of faith in Stav.
They wanted him.
No, that's it. Nobody bloody wanted him. We have a history of sending players to Port Adelaide. So I guess they took him. Yeah, no one wanted him.
No, it's that cheap Andrew Mackie. It was 4 first rounders.
Yeah.
And he wasn't worth it.
Yeah, that's it. And then even because I remember because we actually tried. He was out of contract one time, and nobody wanted him, so we actually re-signed him up for another year, and then he went the next year to Port Adelaide. So we took our time with Sav.
I think I'd rather Ratatouille than Radaglia.
We'd still be playing him at full forward, shit canning him.
Lucas.
Yes, Dad.
Sava Radaglia, wasn't he? He was just on the ground, off the ground. Too many soft tissue injuries. He was doing hammies, calves,
Correct.
all sorts. You got rid of him because he was just not fronting up anyway, missing, huge chunks of the season, and it was really a win for Geelong. And that's the same now. Port Adelaide supporters love him. They still love him, but he's basically doing exactly the same. Port Adelaide, a lot of football that he's not playing. He's just not training. He's injured all the time. Geelong did the right thing at the right time. Just got rid of him. And you had other guys that was actually playing those positions he was playing because he was playing sort of like a bit of a fill-in role most of the time. He sometimes played back, sometimes forward line, did a bit of rucking, all that sort of stuff. But he wasn't going to be missed, and he hasn't been missed, and all of that. So we've got a guy at Collingwood that's almost replica and mirrors Sava at the moment. That's Darcy Moore. He's our captain. We're not going to get rid of him. I'll give you the big tip. He's got soft tissue injuries too. He hasn't done anything this year. Two AFL games. Didn't do a pre-season. No practice games, and he's due back in about 3-4 weeks' time to play. And
he'll come straight back in
as to where his season is. The bottom line is you've got to make those tough calls, and I'm only using that as an example because you've just got to sometimes rule players in or out for your year, and basically you can't keep doing it year after year after year. The problem is Geelong had players to replace Sava, and
correct. Yeah, correct.
We don't have players to replace. Probably Darcy is, he's our captain, and he's a player that's been at the club for a long time now, and that's the difference. And we can't probably be throwing out the baby with the bathwater and all that sort of stuff. But I know good clubs do those sorts of things. And the time is up, and they're not just not cutting it. and they're not actually paying their way, and the investment is actually going the other way. If it's going south instead of north, basically, you've got to make those tough decisions. That's why I admire the Cats, because they make the tough calls at the right time.
Yeah. Well, like they did with poor Tom Hawkins. That never stood well with me with that one, but it was necessary, wasn't it? He got injured and he couldn't get back in the team. His form was down and didn't have that farewell game, and he played his last remaining games as a Geelong player in the VFL. It's just the way it is, unfortunately.
But then look at how much that benefited Neil.
Yeah, no, correct. Yeah, correct. Absolutely. So Neil played in our finals campaign, though he didn't have a good grand final. None of them did, really, to be fair. It helps for development. So absolutely.
That's my issue with Sidey at the moment. I've got this feeling that Fly thinks Sidey is too good to play in the reserve. So, he gets managed, he'll come back. But we've got all this experience. Like, is there anything wrong with Sidey and, maybe Chris at some stage playing a couple of reserves games? Actually have that experience with all of our kids. But it's like, we talk about, it's great having these older players for the kids. Well, they don't seem to play together very often because we don't play the kids in the seniors and we don't play the older guys in the twos. So they might be great at training, but I don't know how much leadership they're all getting from these older players, because at the end of the day, all the older players are really doing is taking their spot.
Yeah, 100%.
And training doesn't really mean much anyway.
I really hope we don't bring him back in against Port. That would be a bit disappointing if he comes in. I can't think of anyone. I don't know who they'd possibly conceive of omitting for him.
Yeah, I agree.
Who's that South Australian boy that hasn't been playing? West.
Yeah,
Charlie.
I think he's a good prospect. Why aren't you playing him?
Membry.
Because we're allergic to great decisions.
Membry, okay. Because I think Charlie Rest is a good player. Good future.
We're allergic to good decisions.
Okay, you're preaching to the converted here, mate.
Yeah, why is a Geelong fan telling you this for?
If you ever wonder why a certain player is not getting played, just try and think of another 32-year-old plus player that might be getting played instead of them. Then you pretty much got your answer.
Yeah. Okay, yep. Fair enough. Then.
What I am happy with, it might have taken a little bit of time, but we've pretty much we've transitioned a lot of young guys into the side now. Guys that were either on the list and not getting much of a game, or guys that are completely new. If you take out the injuries to Steen and Hayes, we've probably had what? How many guys are probably getting regular games now? Would you say six new guys?
I agree, Void, but it hasn't been. He's done it around injuries. Like, we're getting there, and maybe Sidey will be the first. But even Membry had to get injured, and he played that one reserves game, and then he's straight back in. Crisp hasn't played a reserves game. Sidey Chris hasn't missed a game in since fucking Jesus played. So Sidey hasn't been dropped yet. Like, they still don't want to say those words against his name. Like, that's when I'll say we've moved on a bit. We are actually now and openly doing it, playing some kids over the older guys. But at the moment, it seems to be, Hayes had to get injured to give another kid a go. It wasn't at West. It wasn't at Sidey's sort of peril or anything like that until he got managed.
I have an idea. Have you seen the movie Up in the Air with George Clooney?
No.
Oh, damn, that reference would have been perfect. Basically, he works for a firm, and they're contracted out by companies to fire employees on behalf of companies, like they're independent. We need something like that maybe to come into Collingwood and do the dirty work.
I just feel like Fly looks at him and, he's got his 2022 glasses on at what these guys were able to do for him when we were last in this situation. You know what I mean? Like, and he was trying to get the team going again. But it's 4 years ago, and they're in their 30s. Like, you know, it's just I just think he's
definitely a sentimental guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch
I agree.
you watch him and listen to him. He's all about history and tearing up over, like, sport history or family or whatever it is. I just think he's struggling to sort of tell these guys who delivered him a flag, that it's time to move on.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think at the end of the day, he will be able to look him in the eye and say, "I gave you every chance I could," but it's gonna. I think it's gonna cost us this year doing it.
Yeah.
So I think we can scrape into the eight top 10 if we play the kids, and it's not about just. And when I say play the kids, I don't just say dump everyone and play, but start playing the players in their best position. Don't move them, and if there's no role for them now in their best position, and there's a kid who can do the job better in the position you're going to put him in, then play the kid. That's what I say. Sidey should never have gone into defence. Long should never have gone forward. Hawthorn traded Long as a forward because they knew he couldn't do it. We tried to turn him into a midfielder, and maybe that will pay off. But he's not a forward. Let's get that through. He is not a forward.
Well, see, Long was a Josh Fraser acquisition. Fraser's the one that brought him to Collingwood because he spotted him and he put him on Fly's radar. So he saw.
But as a midfielder,
as a midfielder, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not as a forward.
I think Longy, to me, like, I'd love to keep him on the list just as depth. He's not an automatic sort of starting player, but he'd be fantastic if he's willing to sort of, stay on the fringe, come in and out when you need him.
Yeah. I agree, Age. I think Joe was the same. And that's why I don't mind Joe Richards going. Joe was going to be a fringe player. I think even when we're talking about Thingo from Geelong as a defender, I think Geelong looked at Big Rabbit, whatever his name is, and looked at him and said, "Mate, you're sort of because you can play forward, defence, and ruck. We want to keep you on the list, but you're not guaranteed a game." Whereas he wanted a guaranteed game every week, and Port offered him that, and they came along and did the same with Joe. So I don't mind. I don't mind Joe Richards, but I think he's a bit undersized. So I wasn't upset losing Joe. I wasn't happy losing Noble because of the role he played, even though he was a bit undersized too. But
do you think that now that Long's been? I mean, my view of it was that the pattern with Flies that I feel like he exhausts their chances, much the way Fagan does at Brisbane. Gives them every single opportunity until, like, he can definitely say to them, "We've tried everything." Do you think that now that Long's been dropped and Sidey's clearly been omitted, even though they've said it euphemistically, do you think that now that's the sort of line through them from him on his, because of the fact that he's never really done that before with those two guys since they've got, like, initially Long was kind of a sub. He wasn't really in his main squad, and then once he got in, he was cemented. So this is the first time he's really been put out of the side. I think that now that he's done this, I don't feel like they're probably coming back. Same with Sullivan. Remember, Sullivan couldn't get rid of him, and now he's never even listed as an emergency.
No. Well, Sullivan seemed to be the automatic Jordan De Goey replacement somehow, which I never really understood. But I thought Sullivan was one of those ones we could have probably chopped at the end of last year. I feel the only issue for Long is I don't think he'll put a line through Long, but at the moment, I think he's now realised, obviously, Ed Allen's best position is probably on the ball. And Anderson, I feel he's a goal-kicking midfielder. I don't want us to then think he's a forward. I'm hoping we keep him as a goal-kicking midfielder. And then I just don't know if there's a team where Ed Allen playing in his best position Anderson playing his best position and Long playing his best position, I don't know if there's a team where that can all happen at the same time. But as a backup for either Ed Allen or Anderson getting injured, I'd be happily bringing Long when needed. And you know what? He'll probably have a couple of ripping games to start off with until other teams start showing him a bit of respect.
Yeah. I think it's also healthy as well to even have someone like a Long come in and have him be that, the VFL guy that comes in. Because I think one of the things that led him to having such a good start last season was the fact that he knew his career was on the line every week. Because that's sort of like how he played. He played like, well, I better attack this contest because it might be the last contest I ever have at this stand or within the AFL. So when you have that attack, like that type of attack on the footy, you're obviously attacking it at the hardest, in the hardest way possible that you can. And yeah, I mean, there was at one point where people on social media were even calling him like a Patrick Cripps type, or like the next Patrick Cripps coming through. And that's pretty big praise for, someone that had only played, I don't know, let's say 20 games in his career. So I think, having a bit of fear of God into a few of these players, I think it's absolutely like a healthy thing, and I think you'll find guys like Long will go, damn, like I've got to attack this contest, I've got to impact, because if I don't, I'm not playing next week, or I'm not playing ever again. I think that's like a pretty healthy thing to actually do.
And he's not that old. He's young.
I don't mind if we have. See, I think we need a few players on, or any team needs a few players on the list who know that they're not going to break into any other side's best team, and they're happy to sort of be an Olek, happy to sort of play mostly VFL, come in when needed. That's so Brisbane had guys like that with like Devin Robertson, guys that were just kind of happy to sit there for a few years, sign up again. You don't want a list just comprised of guys that are developing and guys that think they're in the best 22. I think you do need 3 or 4 of those guys who are willing just to stay there and be second fiddle.
I agree.
Yeah.
And Long's the kind of guy. I was just going to say, sorry.
I want to see him next year when he loses a couple of kilos of muscle. I think he's put on too much muscle this year, and it's made him slower than last year.
Yeah. I also think with Long's the kind of guy that could play a season in the twos and, a couple of injuries at the, bad end of the year and plays 3 ripping games in September. He's that kind of guy. And it happens every year. Jared Blair, someone comes in who you never really put in and an injury at the right time, and they walk in, they've got the body for it. They can play in the heat of the battle, and with a bit of luck, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't mind leaving Long on the list at all, but just leave him on the list, leave him in the midfield, in the twos, to keep getting better at his game. And then when the time's right, he'll get his opportunities, and then it's on him to take them. And if he takes it and holds on to it, I do think with Long, though, you got to manage him. I reckon he ran out of legs last year and he was cooked by the finals. That kind of game that he plays, there's only certain guys that can probably do it week in, week out for 24, 25 weeks. And I don't think Long, he might be in a couple more years, but I don't think he can at the moment.
Yeah.
What happened to you probably think these are the most random names I'm bringing up here, but I know them for breaking his leg on a goalpost. But what happened to Broomhead and Rascal?
Broomhead.
Yeah, and Rascal.
Yeah.
God, Rascal.
God.
So, be listed.
Oh yeah, Trey Rusco. So Trey Rusco didn't work out because he was too much of a class clown. It was more of an attitude thing for him. And Broomhead, he wasn't much of a Buckley person, and just the fact that he was able to get back off his broken leg was already like an achievement within itself.
Okay.
And I know for a fact he sort of once he was off Collingwood's list, he sort of lost the passion for the game a little bit.
Okay.
Because I know there was a VFL club that was trying to get him, but once he sort of left Collingwood, he just completely left football like altogether. And
I think
I don't know if it was a specifically Buckley thing, but I know he wasn't like the biggest of fans.
Few players
so,
didn't. They lost Bucks as well. They weren't favourable. The Bucks in his last 12 months anyway, because you could see the way they were playing. He lost not all the players, but he lost a great deal of the players, and that's why we were listless in that final year. They were really they were probably ready to move him on anyway as a player. You talk to, they won't admit it, but yeah, I reckon if you watch the games, it was pretty lethargic. I want to just quickly talk about Lockie Sullivan. I would have kept Mason Cox as the backup for DC because I had my doubts whether DC was going to cut it with these new ruck rules. So I would have kept Mason and got rid of Lockie Sullivan, and I still would have actually and rotated those two in ruck. But then I still would have I would have brought in at some stage during the year Oscar Steen because you can't ruck Mason for the whole 23 rounds, and if DC can't ruck anyway under the new rules, that would have been a perfect opportunity, and then you could have had three reasonably good ruckmen, a ruckman that's on the way up, the future, and basically you still would have got a very similar. I still think you would have got a very similar pack from Oscar Steen, but just with Mason Cox. The Mason Cox, others would disagree with me, but I think the writing was on the wall that DC, with the type of ruckman that he was going to struggle to jump up in those new ruck rules. So that's the only questionable thing the only thing I think we got wrong in hindsight. I think they might have changed their opinion if no one was to know. I think they had a very high opinion of DC, obviously, full stop, because, I mean, he took out the Copeland and they probably had confidence that he was going to be able to handle the new ruck rules. But as we found pretty quickly after about the first month, it was a difficult process going from what he's been used to doing to what now ruckmen have to do. Only really good ruckmen can do this now, like the Grundys and the Gorns. Some of the others are struggling too. I've noticed.
That's why we're not playing Stanley. We're not playing Stanley because of that rule. That's why we've invested into it in our new ruckman.
So if you've got leap and you can jump and you're taller,
Yeah.
you've got a big advantage now. But if you like the bounce, which can go any direction, and it generally is not as high, that suits DC perfectly because he can basically contest. Whereas now your ruckmen have to jump and tap and get the ball going that way. Before it was contesting, a bit like a marking or contest in a marking situation. Either you take the mark or grab or punch the ball away, just outbody the guy a little bit within the rules. Now, eyes on the ball, time your jump, tap to your midfielders. If you've got a good midfield, good teams are doing it. And that's, I think we can't underestimate and understate how much this has had an impact on our team this year, this new ruck rule, because DC was our best and fairest, whether we all agreed with it or not. I mean, DC got the award. He had a good year, very good year. But I mean, he's dropped off alarmingly. I think it's impacted everything.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Our centre clearances are way, way, way down. They weren't great last year anyway, but I mean, they've gone even further down. And we're just getting killed because we're not getting the tap outs that we would normally have got under the previous rules in ruck. So I think we can't underestimate that. This has had a massive impact on our game this year. Massive.
But it doesn't make sense that I think he's dropped off, period, though, and it's not just the ruck rule. I think that's impacted his confidence, which has had a flow-on effect because he didn't win the Copeland because he was smashing it centre clearances, and the ruck rule only applies to that first centre bounce after a goal. The rest of them, There's no new ruck rule, so it's weird that he's dropped off around the ground as well in the ruck contests. The centre we can explain, but some games there's only 15 goals kicked. There's only 15 centre clearances. You know what I mean? Like, he's dropped off though around the ground as well at the same time.
Oh, it's confidence as well, because I mean he was the reliable man that we could depend on around the ground as well, and it took a lot of pressure off our defensive players as well. People like Howie and Darcy. Because he would chop off and get into the intercept marks and do that and link up across the half back line as well. He knew where to plant. He knew where to plant himself. But we're not seeing that now. It's a definite confidence thing too.
Could McStay take the centre bounces and then just let DC ruck around the ground? McStay can jump.
Look, I get the feeling McStay doesn't want to be a ruckman or even don't want to fill in. I mean. Yeah, I think McStay's a forward, and that's my opinion of him.
I just think there was games there where we could have played Stain as a centre bounce and then let him push forward and just played and we just didn't even play Stain at all, which made no sense. But like I look at Martin at Richmond, he used to take the centre bounce and go forward. And I was thinking, why can't we do that with a ruckman? Just take that centre bounce, push forward, and then DC rucks basically the rest of the ground other than the forward line. But we never seem to try and play that kind of game, which I think would have kept DC in the game and wouldn't have put him getting slaughtered in the centre ruck every bounce.
So ask yourself this question.
Guys,
if we had Grundy
sorry to interrupt.
Go
Yeah.
Sean.
We've introduced Matt the Warble to the stage, everybody. He's been waiting there patiently. You blokes have just been chatting absolute nonsense for about 20 minutes.
Clearly,
bloody hell.
Clearly he agrees, otherwise we would have heard.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just chilling backstage. I've had a couple of beers, and I can't get on my own stream, so it means it must be good.
That Geelong theme's been taking up all the stream.
It's good stuff. Awesome stuff, guys. Thanks so much, Shawnee, for taking the reins. It's been a fantastic stream so far, and it's just good being a listener. And just had me dinner and a couple of beers, and just chilling. It's good. And thanks for, there's been 20 plus people listening in throughout the stream and more, and everyone on the panel. Really appreciate the contribution and ongoing too. It's good stuff, guys.
I love that thumbnail you've got. We're 13th, but it's the players, not me. I love that.
That's kind of that's the theme, really, and that is what Fly has been saying, this sort of stuff in the press conferences, and the media is parroting the same narrative. And his thing now, I don't know if you've heard it, Lucas, we might have touched on it last week, but when asked about what's going on, he says his new line is, the 2023 Premiership Cup has got scratches on it. This is a different side, i.e. it's not me, it's the players. The other thing he does is he double speaks. He'll say, the players often say, and I hear this, why can't we play this all the time? Why can't we play like that all the time? And, I'm not holding them back. They can go for it all the time. We do have modes. And we don't go for it all the time. And, we don't want to go into a shootout. And I've just contradicted myself there. Whoops. But the media pushes this as well. I'm not. Hey, Lucas, that was verbatim. He did, apart from the bit where he said he stuffs up. He said that, and he kept like just going round and round in circles, basically saying the media are like, oh, why can't you play that like all the time? And then Fly's like, yeah, why can't we play like that all the time? Yes, Fly, why can't we play like that all the time? So
Well,
As if
I
he's
don't
like a
know if
fan
it's a
of
bit
his
hard
fans,
to play
basically.
that type of footy. I'm not saying we play like that for 4 quarters, but playing like that for a quarter and a half when we're 4 or 5 goals down, that's got to stop because it's putting too much pressure on them. We don't know how to win those close games now. We don't train it. When we had Brendan Bolton brought that in, the scenario training, where you train every training, or at least once a week, they would do scenario training. 5 minutes of we're down by 4 points, and then they'd blow the whistle, and it's 5 minutes we're up by 4 points, and you play it differently. And there's there's like there's 5 minutes to go. And we don't do that anymore. So people think, oh, they can't win the close games anymore. Why not? Well, maybe because we don't practice it anymore and the players don't have the confidence. So you've got guys like Quaynor, you've got guys like Josh, you've got guys like Shooter, guys like McRae, Houston, Crisp, Long. They're all shitting themselves. They're lacking composure. Losing confidence would be a part of that, but they don't practice it and they're not sure of themselves. So we lose 5 goals, a goal or less, and a draw. We win those games in 2022 and we're top 4. We win those games in 2026, we're 3rd. So it's such a fine line. So it can't all go back on the players. It has to come back to Fly to say, why is he setting up in these scenarios? Another thing he did, Lucas, about 2 weeks ago after the Bulldogs loss, Fly blurted out in the press conference that he enjoys the thrill of these close games. Do you guys
I'm pretty
hear
sure
that?
Chris Scott doesn't. Yeah.
So the example of this is against West Coast in the Pendles game. We got momentum on. We had the momentum on. We got to 5 goals up, and halfway through the 3rd quarter, Fly puts up the Presti sign, which is to go defensive. Because what happens? West Coast gets back into the game. It almost becomes a 1-kick game in the end. It was a 10-point win. But, he either loves to try and protect the lead when we get to that 4 or 5 goals up, and it just doesn't work. I mean, maybe we get some new codes. I think everyone knows what the Presti sign means 4 years later. So that doesn't help.
Yeah.
So that says to the opposition, they're going to park the bus now. Let's go at them. They do, and they come back. So we're the only team I've known in history that purposely stops our own momentum. And in the modern game, it's all about momentum. And when you've got the momentum, you have got to go for it. So instead of, we park the bus at 5 goals, we need to push that and try and get 8 goals on them. Then maybe you forgive them to going into a different mode because, it's a lot harder to get back from 8 or 9 goals than it is from 4 or 5 goals. So, but the media is pushing this as well. All the media likes to talk about, is our list. Our list is cooked. Our list is no good. Now our list can be better. Our list can definitely be better. But it's better than the media thinks it is. And we're only a player or two, and an injured player that's not playing at the moment, away from it. I just want to bring up something that Damien Barrett said. Where is it? There was an issue with your file.
God.
Trying a little while. Did you hear what Damien Barrett said?
Can you do it in his voice?
Do you know that? You know the one I'm talking about? What Barrett said?
I do. I'm pretty sure I do.
I can send it to you, Maddie. Do you need it?
Yeah, you want to share it? It's not sharing. Oh, here it is. I've got it. There it is. Can you guys see that?
Oh, God.
This is Damien Barrett. Fly won a flag in 2023, and on 2 other occasions in his 4 seasons as senior coach, he's also reached a prelim final. Okay, got it? As weird as it sounds, given the Pies are sitting 13th on the ladder after 13 rounds, we're now 13, he might just be coaching at a level that is career best, producing weekly, ultra-competitive efforts. with a C grade list. It's the players. It's not Fly, because he's got a C grade list.
Yeah.
We win 2 of those games. We're 6th. We win all.
I will tend
we win
to
all
half
of them,
agree
we're
with that,
3rd.
Warbs. But he chooses not to play. He chooses to pick that C grade list every Thursday night too.
Yes, he does. He does. He does. And listening into what you were saying before, we are playing the kids, but only when Fly is forced to. That's the issue, isn't it? Because, and why are they so? Do you think Sidey would be really that hurt if it said omitted next to his name? I mean, we all know he was dropped. So does Sidey. He doesn't seem like the type that would cry about that. Like, yeah.
No.
And like Ben Zero says, like, playing VFL is not a punishment. That's just part of life, especially when your 34-year-old still sidebottom. He should be expecting to play a few games in the 2s, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Absolutely.
It's the
Something I've been preaching for years.
the circle.
Yeah.
The media love him,
The
don't they?
so-called
The
life.
media just love him.
The media love Fly. Absolutely.
Did you see that photo of? I think it was about yesterday or the day before. They had Fly with a big fish, holding a big fish, and the caption said "Fishing for players." I don't know if you guys saw that. So,
I'm glad.
and that was from. Yeah, I think that was from the Fox Footy thing. Yeah, so he had Fly with his fishing gear on. He had a big fish, and the caption was "Fishing for players."
Yep, that sounds like Fly's
I might
idea.
great. I might send that to Greatness, so he knows what I'm
Please don't.
I'm talking.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I needed this. I needed this break from this weekend for a reason. I'll just let that be abundantly clear.
One thing though
Fishing
about
for
Fly's
fishing for ideas.
one thing about Fly's method though, at the end of the day, if we keep recruiting players and not going to the draft, he then has to accept responsibility if those picks don't come off. Because I don't care who. Like, you know, Dangerfield didn't come to Geelong without, you know, the coach saying, "Yeah, all right, it's worth giving up that for that. I want him," type thing. My thoughts are, when you're recruiting a player from another club, the coach has a fair say in it. When you're going to the draft, he just has to put his hope in your draft, you know, your recruiting team. That's, you know, he might say, "I want a speedy on ball," or "I want this type of player," but then the rest is up to them to do their job. But when you're going across the game and plucking players out that you know personally, and they don't come off, like Houston, then the coach has to accept. That's not a recruiting mistake. But a coach said, "Yes, I want him. He can make me better." That's my thoughts on some of these decisions too.
No, 100%. So when we got Dangerfield, it wasn't the coaching staff was, "Oh, let's get Dangerfield." It was, "Well, we need an inside mid ball to help with Selwood. Let's see what's out there." And Dangerfield was out there. So I agree with that statement, 100%.
See, when we got Shooter, my view at the time was we were winning so many of those close games in 2023. I thought we just needed that little bit extra firepower. And Guinea didn't do much in 2023. He was omitted a lot of the year. And he was down from 2022 because they stopped paying those ducking tackles. So then I think he went from like 40-odd goals to probably like half of that amount. So when we went the idea, I liked the idea at the times. I thought, oh, wow, that's going to, if he kicks 40 goals a year, we're going to be whatever we were in 2023 plus an extra 20, 30 goals more than we were getting out of these guys this year. Didn't work because he kind of struggled in his first year, and he sort of, I don't know, what's his best output been for goals in a season, 20, 23, 24, something like that?
Yeah. I think he hit 40 in that first year he played. Like once he debuted, that first year was about 40 goals. Oh no, it wasn't that first. It would have been like his first full year that he kicked 40, but like the first half he had like 30 goals. So he was on track to kick 60, but then he kicked like 10 goals in the second half because that's when the umpires were basically just like, nah, fuck him. We're just not going to pay him any free kicks for the high over the shoulder stuff. Which I mean, I still stand by this take. Like, if you're a defender at the end of the day and your arm is around the player's neck, yes, you can still argue that the player was playing for the free kick and stuff. But it's still on the defender to not put your arm around the guy's neck. Because are we really just going to ignore the whole entire fact that these guys play AFL as a full-time job and don't have laptops 24/7 looking at footage? Like, at the end of that, I just look at that and just say that's just poor research. You clearly didn't do your scout report enough. I look at that as more of a skill issue than probably like anything else. But yeah, that's just me when it comes to that stuff.
But at the time, though, you guys would probably agree. I mean, in the off season, you thought that was going to be like that was going to give us extra firepower for 2024. I mean, that's what I thought. I thought it was because he obviously at the time I thought Guinea was going to struggle from then on in his AFL career just because he's. The method he was using to get those shots at goal, once that dried up, I thought he's either going to have to figure out how to compete some other way. I didn't anticipate him moving to a different position, after he left Collingwood. But I understood going after someone like Shooter. I mean, he wanted to come. We could have waited a year, got him as a free agent, but, c'est la vie. But...
I think the thing that's hurt us with Shooter, though, and I'll always say this, is I think the idea was for Shooter and Hill to play together at some stage, and have they ever played a game together? Like they may have played half a game here and there, but they've never actually had a good run together. Shooter and Bobby Hill.
Yeah, you're right. See, we also underestimate,
and we did miss that.
Hill,
Bobby's
Hill hardly played.
Bobby, like taking off middle of last year. I know we're not limited. We're not limited to one player, like being the success of our club. But like that was a pretty big loss just in terms of structure. It's a very hard guy to replace.
Yeah.
And then we weren't getting enough out of some of the other guys too. And then it's just sort of a flow-on effect. Would have been really nice to see everybody playing together. We never really got to see it, and we never will get to see it now. Because that ship sailed.
Is he not back at training?
I don't
He's
think
already
he
gone
trains.
again.
He trains once a month.
Gee.
Let's
change
said in the comments of these streams last year, like when a lot of the guys on here agreed. Like when he was playing up last year, I thought, you better to cut your losses. Because, it's going to be pretty unpredictable whether he does or doesn't do this again. But I guess I don't know. It just feels like another instance where we had someone at their maximum trade value and we decided to hang on to them until they're worth nothing.
I think, though, as a club, they've just got to do what they can with him till the end of the year. If they can get him back on the field, bonus, and then just work out what we've got at the end of the year and work out what's best for the club at the end of the year. I don't think we're going to fix anything now other than trying to get him back on the field. There's no point trying to make a decision right now.
Right. What he's saying, we have a bit of a duty to stay competitive with a generational midfielder in Nick. I don't mind staying competitive. And that's and also the criticism that comes, like, because it's a fine line if you're pushing to be a finals side and you just miss. It's a couple of games of the difference between top four and sneaking into the 8. I don't mind pushing for it and falling short. It's like Geelong in 2023. They look. Everybody wrote them off, and they didn't make the finals and. and they look like that was their last tilt in 2022 that they put, and it obviously never turns out to be true with Geelong.
But they find players that come in, and they're not free agents. This is where this whole thing where we think we can just fix things through free agency is not. They still find players, and often they are still first rounders. There might be late first rounders, but we're trying to find players with third rounders. We're trying to find full forwards with third round picks. Rather than just holding either. And that's why I say, if you want to get a look, and I don't care. The only reason I was leaning towards King, I like both. Walter, I like the fact is he was an early pick. He's a star. He's shown it. He's just a bit young at the moment, and everything points towards he will get there eventually. Whereas King is right there. The thought I was hoping with King is we could give him that front-loaded Godfather offer that Gold Coast wouldn't be able to match. That was my thoughts, and we can get King out of them and not have to give up and still keep our first-round draft pick. That was why I was leaning towards, because I think to get Walter, we're probably going to give up probably 2 first-rounders again. I know everyone's saying 1, but I still think we'll end up giving. If we're giving up 2 for Dan Houston or stuff, I think we're giving up 2 to get Walter, just based on potential.
Would you do a deal like that if it involved Charlie Ballard packaged into Walter and Ballard?
Look, personally, this is where I draw a line, though. I don't believe in giving up 2 first-rounders for a midfielder, unless they're late, I suppose. If they're almost second-rounders, then that's a bit different. But when you're talking, our first pick, quite frankly, is probably going to be, pick 6, 7? And next year, it could be about the same. There's no guarantee. So I would give up that, though, for Walter. I would take a punt on here. I'd rather take a punt on Walter with 2 first-rounders than Butters, personally, because I think Walter can help our team more than what Butters. It's nothing. I'm not comparing him. I think Butters is a better player, but I think Walters would be more important to Collingwood than what Butters would be.
No, I mean, I agree. I think that we've had this sort of cobbled together forward line for such a long time. It would be nice to see how we'd actually go work with a genuine forward that can just take ownership down there. And even the back line, we have this team defense, which is fantastic. But then when you don't actually have key guys in those posts, if your team defense gets picked through, you don't have those genuine one-on-ones that can actually compete because we're playing too small. So we just need to get people playing who are genuinely, adept at their positions, not just makeshift. Makeshifting work. It shows how clever you are as a coach if you can make it work here and there. But fortunately, you start to think that you can just rely on that week in, week out, and you can cut corners. But I think in the end, you can't do it forever.
Yeah, I agree. I think McStay is a genuine second, but definitely it's third tall, maybe second, but he's a makeshift full forward.
Well, look, we got him for not much money. I mean, if he was Jeremy Cameron, we'd pay Jeremy Cameron, prices. Yeah. That's the thing. I think he's always sort of it's misconstrued, and then also fans also put a lot of expectation on him, and he was just a pretty much a bargain recruit as a free agent. I mean, he's on it's pennies on the dollar, especially in 2026.
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. But by getting a genuine full forward, we actually then put McStay in a position that he's generally designed for too, rather than him trying to do something he's not made for.
Absolutely.
But yes. And in answer to the question, definitely I would take both if we could get both for. And you know what, you might be able to get both for 2 first rounders. If Gold Coast turn around and think that those first 2 rounders are going to be top 6, 7 picks, you probably could, because I reckon we'd be giving up. That's a pretty good price for Walter alone. So if they threw in Ballard, I reckon that would probably make it a good deal for both teams.
And I'd feel better if we sorted out the bookends, at both ends of the ground. That you're right, because I mean, as good as Butters is, you can sort of make it work with if you bring in Neil, and then hopefully there's a bit of growth on like from within the list as well. That's what people don't factor in. You know, Ed could come on a little bit more. Anderson might come on a little bit more. Then suddenly you've actually, you know, got something that you don't have to actually trade in necessarily.
Yeah. I look back to the days with Buckley. Buckley was always our best player, but he generally wasn't often our most important player. I sometimes felt we could beat certain teams with Buckley bringing in, you know, back in the day, like a Heath Scotland or some kid that was playing the twos. But when the Rockers went down, we're playing Walker or fucking Ben Kinnear or something, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't have a backup to that one forward. And at the moment, let's say we call Walt, let's say, we, you know, argument's sake, we say Walter's about a 9 out of 10, you know, argument's sake. Whereas our next best forward at the moment is probably, of the keys, are a 4 or a 5 at best. Now, Butters is probably a 10 out of 10, but I would say we've probably got a couple of 7s, 6 and 7s, maybe someone who could push an 8 to cover him. We just don't have that up forward. So that's why I say I'm prepared to give up more for that, just to fill that hole for once.
All right, guys, I just want to play a bit of this bloke's video. It's very relevant, especially around the if we get Lockie Neal in. Now, Dio, you're pretty concerned about, by the sounds of it, getting Neal in, saying we don't need 1 or 2 players, we need 12 players. We don't need a whole bunch of players. We need I think we definitely need an A-grade midfielder, and at least a B-grade, like a Jed Walters, a big forward. But I think the midfielder is more important. So the 12 players that you think we need, who are you replacing? I think there's about 6 that need to be replacing, but they're guys that are going to be leaving at the end of the year. So Membry's going to be gone. Sidey's going to be gone. Probably Howe's going to be gone, and probably Pendles. There's 4. Sullivan's going to be gone. Probably what's his name? Ryan might be gone. Di Mattia might be gone. Now there's some other blokes who are good players, but they're not playing well at the moment. They really need to lift. And I'll name 3. There's more than this, but in particular, Isaac Quaynor, Josh Dacos, and Dan Houston. Right now,
throw Bo in
they're
there.
3 All-Australians. Bo, he's on an extended list. I'll get to Bo.
Yeah.
But those 3 players in general. Okay, let's throw in Bo. You could throw in Crisp. You could throw in Long. Now, these are guys who are playing at about 50% of what they're at. If a different coach came in tomorrow, it's not going to happen. Let's say it did. That coach might be able to get them to 90%, or at least half of them. Now, for the kids that we've unleashed in the last 6 months, I'm listing them. These are all very, very good players in my eyes. One of them hasn't played yet, but Oscar Steen, Charlie West, Swadling, Hayes, Cochrane, a bit speculative. I think he'll be good. Ed Allen is starting to come through. Anderson and Rowan Steele. Right. So there's 8 very promising young players. Now, we get Lockie Neal in, right? We're not suggesting he is going to set us up for the next 10 years, but he will help these young guys like Ed Allen and the like improve at stoppages. I mean, Lockie Neal is the best centre clearance player in the league. Okay, if he's playing with us this year, we would have won at least 2 or 3 extra games. He makes us 2 to 4 goal better side. We don't need that many more players. We just need current players to lift, right? Or they're out. Because if Quaynor, McRae, Houston don't lift, we could trade them. Those blokes have all got trade value. We could get a first rounder for McRae. We could get a first rounder for Houston. The club would need to take their medicine and realise they've fucked up. But I tell you what, Melbourne, Hawthorn, even someone like Carlton, even someone like Richmond, who all play attractive game styles, they'd say Houston's being wasted at Collingwood. We'll give you a first rounder for him. Now we paid more for him than that, but I'm just telling you an example is that we can bring in free agents, also trade out players who aren't performing, because we actually have got good young guys on our list who we're starting to bleed in. They need to play more. guys like Sidey, Bo McCreary, Houston, McCreary, Crisp, Long. If they're not performing, they need to be dropped, and we've got young players who can cover for them. So we don't need 12 players, I don't reckon, Dio. We only need a couple, and we need the current guys on the list to shape up or ship out. And we really need to have, I reckon, at least 2 of them on the trade table if they're not performing by the end of the year. So
Can I add one thing, Ward? To
Yes, mate.
big money is part of list management is you need a number of players on big money who come out of contract and retire. Because what happens is if you don't have a lot of players, as in a few players earning big amounts of money, you end up having to pay everyone who's very average a bit more to make up a certain percentage party. And this is why some of the bottom teams struggle, because they're down the bottom, but they're still paying only like 5% less of their salary cap than the team that just won the flag. Now, they've got no stars. So what's happening? All these average guys start getting an extra $100,000 a year. Now, we talk about Neil. I'd rather if we don't give Neil that $1 million, all that will happen is that all the other players will end up getting an extra $50,000 here and an extra 100 over there and an extra. And suddenly we don't have a Neil, and we've still somehow spent the $1 million. So sometimes you've got to buy that player. And the good thing about Neil is Neil will come out of contract when, if we use our first draft, or, let's say we sign Walter for 3 years. Well, when Walter comes out of contract and when Dacos is looking for a new contract, that's when Neil retires. And there's $1 million sitting there rather than us trying to find it or come up with it or avoid recruiting someone or going for another free agency, because you got to plan these guys going out of contract at different times so you can then use that money to then pay the next up and comer. And that's what part of Neil is.
Now, the other important,
it'll happen
just quickly, Void.
Sorry,
just quickly, Void, because it's really relevant to what Paul's just saying, is that what a lot of people have stopped mentioning. We just got Grundy's cash off the books. We just got Treloar's cash off the books. So that's $1 million between those two guys. That we're just using that $1 million for Neil. This money is also coming off the books for next year. Hill, that's $750,000. That'll be coming off. Howie, whatever he's getting paid. Sidey, whatever he's getting paid. Pendles, whatever he's getting paid. Membry, whatever he's getting paid. Sully and about 2 other guys on pretty small money. So there's over $3 million we've got to spend, and we have to spend it. How do you want to spend it? I think we spend it on a Neil, a big forward, and maybe one other midfielder or a really like a Wiedering or someone like that. And that's money well spent, I believe, because all of those guys who are going out of the side, we're bringing in youngsters. We'll bring in a few mature ages, but we're bringing in teenagers. So, yeah, we're getting a guy who's 34-year-old, but we're also going to bring in 4 or 5 teenagers from the draft next year. So we're not going. I just think we're using the money wisely. And you know what? He could do a major hamstring injury, 6 games in. Yeah, it's a risk, but I think it's a calculated risk.
Yeah, but the
Sorry,
same
Void,
is
you
true
go,
of same is true of any recruit, getting an injury, whether they're 20 or 34. And the other thing is too, his wage is going to average out. It's front ended $1 million for the first 2, and then a reduced salary for the third. So it's probably going to average out to 8 to 900 a year.
I think it's a no-brainer, Neil. Personally,
Yeah.
I think it's of all these what ifs that we're coming up with, it's the easiest decision to make. For me, we're getting a double Brownlow medalist, triple premiership player who's still at the top of his game, even though he's a bit older, who isn't injury prone, and we do not have to give up a single draft pick to get him in.
Okay. Well, it's like I was saying before, even if you just add Neil to the current team, he's worth 3 or 4 goals, either 3 or 4 goals that the other team aren't getting or 3 or 4 that we're adding. We probably win an extra 4 or 5 games this year. So that's just with 1 player difference. Imagine 3 or 4 or 5 player difference. I don't think we're that far off. I think it's a gap year, personally.
Yeah, it is, because think about this. The other thing people aren't mentioning, Jordan Ngoe it's his career best form as a midfielder. He was awesome in 2018 and and was in and out of the side through injury in 2022 and 2023. But we are getting a really good look at Jordan DeGoey. So what we're going to have, even if we don't get Butters, is a midfield, right? Your first midfield of Lockie Neal, Nick Dacos, and Jordan DeGoey. By the time Oscar Steen comes back into the side, then you've got your backups, your people like your Ed Allens, and your people like your Pendles can come in, and we bring in a few others that can go through there. But that's a pretty. There wouldn't be many better midfields than that. Geordie in career best form, Lockie Neal, and Nick Dacos.
Matt,
can you name a better midfield than that?
And then you've also got Ed Allen to play the
Lucas.
Dunkley role. So you've got a run with player and a clearance player as well, who can and the first time we've actually brought in a clearance player who can kick and can run.
This is a good point.
This is not a Tom Mitchell or a Luke Ball,
Very good point. And Josh brings up a good point as well, is that this allows Nick to be more on the. I mentioned this before. This allows Nick to be more on the outside. Clearance, he can get clearances, but Neil's a much bigger body, obviously older, but just a bigger body guy. He wants to get down dirty and get. It's similar to bringing Luke Ball in and to bringing in Mitchell in 2023. I don't. We only get a couple of years out of it, but we're competing. Then absolutely brilliant. But it's so good for Nick. Do you know what it does also? It's a bit of a long shot, but I've been saying that the way we're playing in our game plan and fly and selection and favoritism and like I was joking that before they organised Nick Dacos to be part of the Butters pitch, originally Dan Houston was the choice. And then they said, no, we'll go with Nick Dacos. Go with Nick Dacos. You don't think Dan Houston and Butters talk? You don't think they're not texting each other? So I'm thinking, how do we get Butters to the club? Why would Butters want to come and play for Collingwood? Oh, maybe if Lockie Neal's in that same midfield.
That's a good point.
And the Bulldogs is a less attractive prospect as well, just because they've got other guys that are going to be leeching off his midfield dominance as well. I mean, you got a midfield with Ed Richards and Bont and the up and coming guy, forget his name. It's
Sanders.
Collingwood does present a good
Fraser.
Yeah, him as well. I mean, Collingwood presents a good opportunity for him to actually, take ownership in there because we're a little bit short.
He also knows we'll play him till he's 40.
What's interesting, how. Yeah, exactly. But the AFL, the Collingwood hating AFL, hate this Lockie Neal idea. They are shitting themselves. Oh, you got another guy for the retirement home. Oh, yeah, he's a bit young for Collingwood. They are going, oh, fuck. If Collingwood get Lockie Neal, holy shit, they're going to be good.
That's a good point.
So,
there is an agenda there.
Don't you get that vibe from people? They just like it could work.
There's a rebuild things, such nonsense.
So Matt, you reckon DeGoey is untouchable?
Lucas?
Yes.
I think 2 years ago, had he been in this form, then he wouldn't be untouchable. He's not untouchable. It's just that for what he's giving us now, we're not going to get enough for him to make it worth it. He's sort of repaying us a bit. I just don't think it's ethically right to trade him. I think there's other players that would get probably more. I reckon you'd be lucky to get a first rounder for Jordan DeGoey, just because of the age he is now and his injury history and his lack of consistency. Would Geelong, you would take him for a first rounder?
If Dangerfield retired, we'd need an inside mid. I'd take DeGoey in a heartbeat. Absolutely.
He's not really.
I reckon.
I don't think. No, he's not really. He's not really an inside mid.
I don't think Collingwood would take. It would take 2 Geelong first rounders, I think, for Collingwood to do the deal because you're talking end of first round generally.
See, I'd do a first week.
I think it's fabric of the club type stuff. You know, if he'd been the old Geordie where he's sort of going to Bali and misbehaving, and now he seems to have settled down. He's got a young family. He's really performing. If he was being a rat bag and inconsistent, injured, then yes, I think it'd be a bit nasty to get rid of him. We've got other options. Bo. Other teams think Bo McRae is amazing.
I'll take Bo. I'll take
see
Bo
what I
for
mean?
a first round.
Please do.
No,
he's hopeless.
I'd put him
He's
on
not.
the wing.
Oh, sorry.
It's-
Oh no, he's awesome.
It's potential.
Oh, Lucas.
It's potential.
Mate. Do you know Lucas? He's had more than 20 possessions in a game twice in 5 years.
Gee, I'm trying to be nice to your players here, Matt, and you're shitting me down.
No, I want you to be honest, Lucas.
No,
we don't want
so our
fluff,
winger,
mate.
our winger's who's our winger? O'Connor, the Irish lad. You know, and he doesn't really have a role. I'd take McCreary, put him on the wing.
Okay,
He's very young. He's only 25. He's got the speed. I'd do that.
He's actually younger than that. He's 23.
Oh, okay.
23 going 24. You know what? Actually, maybe it's not a bad idea because like Houston, if Houston goes to Hawthorn or Melbourne, he's a 20. He goes back to what he was at Port Adelaide because they'll use him properly. They won't play a guy like Josh Dacos on the other halfback flank. They'll use him. So I reckon there's half a dozen teams that would take Houston. There may be 3 or 4 teams that would take Bo McCreary. But yeah, you're right. Maybe Bo can be developed properly or coached better another side. Maybe he needs a fresh start. But we would take a first rounder in a heartbeat for Bo McCreary. Same with Dan Houston. So this is how.
No, we don't want Dan Houston. We don't want him.
Okay, you're smart. You're smart.
I saw an interesting.
I was going to say, I was waiting for it to pop up. Mick's done it. All trade discussions lead to Lipper.
Lipper's like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon on this screen. Yeah.
Well, I don't bring up Lipper because he doesn't have any trade value.
No, we don't want Lipper. You can
But
keep
he's
Lipper.
He's another guy.
Darcy Moore.
Leave him in the twos.
Darcy
another
Moore,
player.
No.
Another player.
No.
Another player I didn't put on the list because he's got no trade value.
I don't think Darcy Moore would get in our VFL team, to be honest.
Oh, come on.
Exactly.
Sorry. Well, we've got a good halfback in Caprion in our VFL team. He's doing really well. So I don't know. I don't think Moore would get in our list. Oh, mate. Well, was there ever a point where Darcy Moore was A grade or elite?
Or maybe when he was all Australian, he could have been.
Before he was captain. Captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was really good around 2019. And then he was good again 22. I think he was 22 and he was good for half of 23. He was sort of a bit patchy. And he's been plays a lot more bad games than good games since the premiership.
Well, while we're talking about getting players from
Collingwood, he shouldn't have been captain.
Yeah. Well, who was the captain before
That's
that?
the problem.
Pendles.
Okay.
Still is the captain, like in spirit.
Yeah.
Like when he's out there, So they took it off Pendles. They shouldn't have. Darcy Moore was a good backman, and he just a steady decline once he become captain.
I think the time was right to take it off Pendles.
Maybe, but
there's an argument to say Maynard. Yeah. Because if you're going to start managing a player and he's going to play half his games as a sub and things like that, I think, don't forget Pendles, that extra position on the bench. If we didn't have that, Pendles would have been playing probably a lot of his games as a sub this year. Whereas I think if you're going to have a captain, I think they should have given it to Maynard.
Well, While we're talking about trades, what would you take for Josh Dacos? Is he untouchable?
He's untouchable. He's untouchable,
Geelong.
unfortunately. What's that?
Okay.
The town of Geelong.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I would
bet on that.
I would trade. I'd take a first rounder for Josh Dacos, a top 10. But he's untouchable because he's a Dacos, and that would annoy Nick.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
Peter.
Okay.
So
And you
that's
don't
a
go-
fabric- That's a sort of fabric of the club sort of thing.
And you got to be careful trading.
trading.
Yeah, you got to be careful trading all Australians on the back of one sort of poor year type thing too, where we don't think that he's been played in his best position, because that decreases his value. And then we all know what you'll do. You'll get him and stick him back to where we've been saying he should be playing for the last 12
Oh,
months.
we put him straight in the wing. Yeah, straight in the wing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Peter was right what he said a couple of weeks ago. I think if Moore moved into Howe's role after Howe goes and we get another key back, I think he could be quite good as the third. He doesn't have to man up on anybody. I think he could be good as an intercept player. He just can't have an opponent. That's really where he falls apart. You know?
Can't defend.
He can defend, but he plays better as a third up. He can take intercept marks and things like that. But when you tell him that his main objection is to stop this guy rather than attack the ball, it doesn't come natural to him.
Was that a Freudian slip? You said his main objection. Did you mean objective, sorry. Yeah, because he certainly Darcy certainly does have an objection to defending. So you were right.
You have to play it sometimes because my TV's freaking me out. This guy's staring at me.
Yeah. No, they better take the captaincy off him because he needs to concentrate on just playing footy. Get his body right and see if he can get back to playing footy, because the good thing is if he's captain, he's forced to get a game through form. Like he gets gifted games because he's the captain, and I don't agree with that, but I understand why that is. So if he's just a normal player, gives the captaincy to Nick, it's like, okay, Darcy, you better perform. No more of these 4 or 5 howlers that cost us games of football. Go back and sort that out in the twos and come back when you've got confidence.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
I
think that's the consensus now, right? I don't think many people would disagree with that now.
Yep.
I love that comment from Mick. I reckon he loves Sanfran and Sanfran loves him.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I just hope they don't rush him back in. Like, bloody, just even if it takes 2 months, or just take the year off. You know, like maybe he's out for so long that it's too much of risk to bring him back.
The fact that he's gone to US, obviously,
yeah,
I think they're hoping to get him.
Obviously, serious about doing something.
Yep.
Let's hear a bit of it from this bloke. Now, what's his name? Mick, what's this bloke's name that you put this on the chat before? Hang on. His name is
Lockie Neal and Collingwood are set.
Oh, what? Anyway, I'll reference his name after it. This is about Lockie Neal.
To come together. Obviously not official. Obviously just...
Is that okay, guys?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yep.
I can hear it.
A report. But that Collingwood are currently in the box seat for the Super... Lockie essentially player 2-time premiership captain at the on the weekend against this entire.
It's not working for me.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to say something.
Yeah, it's not working for me either.
Not even not saying.
Maybe
Troy?
Warbs has dropped off. Oh no, you're still there.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah, we got you, Wolf.
Yeah, we can hear you, Matty.
Would it be better if you
I just
play?
thought, Shawnee, I
Is
thought
the visual important to the video? Because if it's not, you can play it at a lower res, so you can just get the audio.
a lower
Without the
res.
buffering.
Okay, righto. Let's do that. It's a buff. Fucking hell. Is it buffering a bit? Is it
Yeah.
quality?
Mm.
480,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
something like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's try that. Good thinking. What a team we've put together here.
And now there's no audio.
One problem after the other.
Now there's no audio.
Yeah. No.
Can't hear
audio.
it?
Yeah.
Nah, there's no audio.
Chat.
Nah, no
I've just
audio.
stopped it.
Wobble.
All right. Now? Can you hear it now?
Nah.
It looks
No.
like it looks like it's muted on your end.
Yeah.
Oh, it says that you're not capturing audio. You're only capturing the video of it.
Oh, okay, right. Let's get rid of that and come back in again.
Yeah.
All right, talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, we're having such a professionally run stream, and I just fucked it. Anyway.
Oh, the Wobble.
All right, let's try again. So there should be an option to some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Righto. Yep. Share audio is ticked.
I love that player
Alright.
that's generated.
We'll try this one more time.
On your thumbnail, it looks like he's
Was an
missing an eye.
absolute must. I think.
Are you hearing that?
Yeah.
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 Is the audio
Still
coming
buffering
through?
though.
Okay, it's working now. Okay.
Young talent. They need to reset. They need to rebuild. They need to trade out Jordan to go. They need to trade out these players to get in draft picks and reset and draft players and all of these things. And I have been sitting here completely pulling my hair out going, that is the worst idea that anyone has had. And this isn't a general rule that I have. Like, I do enjoy, or at least I do think rebuilding is a good strategy when you absolutely have to. Like, I think West Coast rebuilding was an absolute must. I think what Richmond did was an absolute must. But the difference here is that those clubs didn't have a Nick Dacos. And that's what we're going to do. Trade, and Nick Dacos is the entire point of this video. And I know people like to hate on Nick Dacos, but I'm telling you, this is all about Nick Dacos, which sounds weird. But first, let's get into the Lockie Neal situation as a whole. There's a couple of things that we have to go through. One, Collingwood is in a perfect position to actually do this. Like 33-year-old. Well, the answer is pretty simple. Like, they have the money to spend. So if we look at their current contracts at the moment, I'm probably not going to amount of their place. And in 2027. So they're going to have a lot of free agent money, not to mention their older players that are going to be on less money because a lot of those deals would have been front-ended. And a lot of those players that potentially might get re-signed for 1 or 2 years, like a Still Sidebottom, like a Scott Penderbury, they're not going to be making the same money that they are now. They're going to be at a reduced rate. So they're going to have more money now for a player like sort of slipped under the radar was the story that Kaltoumi broke a couple of months ago where Collingwood have finished paying out Brodie Grundy. They advanced their payment, so they paid him out an extra, I think it was like $700,000 this year instead of $300,000 and $300,000 and $100,000, whatever it was supposed to be. So they've paid out Brodie Grundy. They've got a bunch of expiring contracts. They've got a bunch of older players who are going to either leave the club, which is going to leave huge amounts of money, or are going to be renegotiated or get a new deal for less money. So what we're talking about here with Collingwood is the fact that they have a lot of money to spend over the next couple of years. All of their star players are locked in, like the Brayden Maynards, like $1 million a year next year. So they can bring in a player like because they have the money. So the first question is they have the money to do this now. The second point, statistically, they are the worst centre clearance team in the league. That is indisputable. Arguably, when you factor in stoppage clearances and things like that, they're probably the worst clearance team in the league, right around with Gold Coast. It's like them and Gold Coast. Gold Coast, despite the fact that they've got Noah Anderson and a medalist. But two statistically are the two worst clearance teams in the entire league. So when Collingwood is looking at their list, they're going, well, the money, and we clearly have a huge need in the clearance in the midfield. Why don't we go and get the best midfielder, which is currently Lachie Neale? Well, like Lachie Neale statistically is the best centre clearance player in the league. He's a top 5 stoppage clearance player. He's a top 10 first possession player. So when you put those things together and average them out, he's probably the best first possession, centre bounce, and stoppage clearance player in the entire league. So Collingwood's biggest need also happens to be Lachie Neale's biggest strength at a needed stoppage work a couple of years ago. And you know what they did? They went and bought in Tom Mitchell, who was an older player at the time, and people, again, said, why are Collingwood bringing in an older player? Because you can use these players for a couple of years. And what did Tom Mitchell end up doing? He ended up being one of the most important players in that premiership side, not just on the day of where I think he got North actually shut down Lachie Neale, but he doesn't really on the track to actually that a lot of
Bueller.
Stream's gone fuzzy again.
Okay, no.
No, I don't know about the rest. I can't hear anything.
I can't hear anything.
last couple of decades, teaching the younger players, teaching Nick Dacos how to win stoppages.
Yep.
No.
What's up, Lucas?
No, we can't hear it. It's all fuzzy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be just me, but I can't hear it.
I don't.
We get blurts of a few seconds and it stops, and then we get another blurt.
Yeah,
in a
I
couple
hear
of
that.
seconds.
I hear that too. I hear that
There's
too.
so much wisdom.
okay,
We
fuck
just
that.
have to get it in little bits.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got to let me know, guys. I thought it was fine. All right,
I was
fuck that
just,
off.
I was just
All right, did you get
tolerating
the
it. It
basic
was-
gist of what he was saying? I think I just must have
Yeah.
too much
Yeah.
shit open.
Yeah. We get what he was saying, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I know what he was saying.
I think I've
That
just got
actually,
too
it's a
much
bit of a
stuff
head
open, maybe.
scratcher. I asked that in the chat earlier. I don't
Uh,
understand
Yeah,
how
so
Gold
you're
Coast
getting the
are
basic
losing
gist of what
clearances
he's saying.
with that midfield setup. That's an interesting one. because they've got so many clearance players, yet they're ranked below us even.
Mm.
Yep.
I haven't watched enough of their games to.
G'day, Peter V. Nice to have you, Peter V. Peter V, you're a blue boy, aren't you? Have you just come over from the jumper punch? Welcome.
Wasn't that's a good question he asked there, Matt? Because wasn't the first week Maynard was the captain? Last week it was Dacos.
Yeah, we've got two vices.
They're sort of dual vice captains, so they're taking turns.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay.
They rotate it one does it one week, the other one does it another week.
I really wouldn't mind if they've shared the captaincy next year.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you can't have a shared Collingwood captaincy.
I'd rather like Dacos just take
I
over
don't
because
agree
Bros
with
can
that.
always be vice. But yeah.
That's brutal by Mick.
You know, a guy like Bruzzy doesn't even need a title. He's just he's like even if Dacos is captain, Maynard's going to be. He's like the underboss, right? Like he's just
Johnny Sack.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't need a title to be the best leader in our club. So you give it to Nick. Bruzzy's the vice captain. I can't come at co-captains. Just
if you don't,
I don't know if I'm
I would argue that the only reason you're doing co-captains is because you don't think Nick's quite ready right now. And if that's the case, then just give it to Maynard for a couple of years and then give it to Nick.
I like with Burns.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Maynard would be, the fact just being a captain for 1 or 2 years is you'd take it.
Yeah, it'd be great. Great honour. Great honour. I think the reason why they won't is they think he's too rough in the media. He's not like, you know, I don't agree with that. I think he speaks quite well, but they obviously want someone who sounds really nice, and Nick just sounds like such a nice boy. And I think that's why they won't do that. I disagree with that. I think that's rubbish. You know, like
there's nothing wrong with
Gavin Brown
Maynard
hardly said a
speaking. He
word,
speaks
and
good, doesn't he?
He was an awesome captain.
Yeah.
I also think, I think if they raise that with Maynard,
that's the perception.
I reckon he could adjust. It doesn't take one summer of a bit of media training. It doesn't take much.
Nah.
I'm looking at the thumbnail.
Just welcome someone to the stage, guys.
What's up, fellas?
Just sorry, I just want to welcome on stage Mick from Magpie Army Chronicles.
G'day, fellas.
Mick Sacco, eh?
That's me. I'm my fucking lunch break. How are you?
How you doing? Yeah, good yourself?
Good, mate. I don't know, was someone talking? I was going to just bring something up.
Go for it.
No?
Voidoid was just...
I was going to make a dumb joke about your the thumbnails generated the Collingwood player in the background. I was going to say, we can't lose. You've got the fucking Terminator in our team. He's missing an eye.
Yeah, the Terminator? Yeah. Dude, I use a lot of ChatGPT, and seriously, that's seriously a demon. The amount of times
I'll do the same thing.
Unbelievable.
Dude, we're gonna monster them next
why
year.
did it do that?
Terminators in the team.
Yeah.
Has
anybody seen that movie, by the way? Oh, yeah.
Get down! Get out of here!
Fucking classic.
Stick around.
What I was going to say, the gist of this dude's video, he's just saying that teams that have a generational player like Nick do not fucking do a full fucking rebuild and destroy the kid's fucking career. And He's just saying we just need to build a team around, top up with players around him and make another go of it. And let's say we do absolutely fuck up, at least where, we died trying kind of thing, yeah? Rather than just go into a full fucking rebuild, which is ridiculous, man. A full rebuild and end up like Richmond and North and Essendon, where they just cannot. Doesn't matter how many fucking high picks they get, they just cannot get up, mate. They're just shit every year upon year. So it's the best way to go, mate. Top up. And what I was going to say to you fellas, there's a number of players we're going for and stuff. So let's say next year we pick up Neil, we pick up Butts from Sydney, tall defender, and we pick up one of say King or Walter. That's enough. We're playing competitive footy at the moment. That is enough personnel to augment our around Nick for 1 year that could just get us going again, rather than a hard rebuild. Which I don't think any coach fucking just any list selector, the selection panel, coaching panel says, "Oh, we're going for a hard rebuild." No one does it anymore, mate. It's top up now, man. That's the name of the game, man. That's the only way. We top up, and if we fuck up, we force ourselves to make a hard rebuild. But we're not going to die trying. Really hope the club is thinking that way.
But it's also a bit reactionary. It's literally a prelim last year, and we've fallen down a little bit this year. It's not like a sustained period of failure.
Yeah, Yeah, and as I was saying before, the whole AFL fucking sphere wants us to go hard rebuild because they want us fucking in the doldrums for fucking a decade, mate.
I'd like the agenda setters to do a rebuild.
Yeah.
But I agree, Mick. The thing is, and this is where hopefully from hearing the rumours is, for the first time probably in a little while, we're looking at the team and saying, like we did in start of 23 or end of 22, where are our holes, and then we just go and target. We don't just target a guy because he's available. We go and target people because they're going to fit a specific need that we have. We need a full forward. We need an inside mid, an extractor. We need a full back. I'd say probably the fourth thing that we do miss is some outside run, some speed off the half back or on the wing with Bobby Hill out. And I think from our 20, I think one of the things we don't appreciate from our 23 team is the roles that Oleg and Noble played throughout the season, and even Will Hoskin, just that run and carry up and down the wing. Yeah. I don't think we appreciate. I think we miss that too. That's probably the fourth. You can't fix all your holes in one summer all the time, but if we could just go and get some fast kid off that, someone who's can't quite get it, is in his mid-20s at a team that is a good fast halfback flanker but can't quite make their team. That'd be the fourth thing I'll be trying to add to that list of three that you just said.
Peter, could that conceivably be a TJ?
It could be, but we're asking a kid to do something that we're not sure he can. Like I was saying it the other day, and you'll probably all hate this one, but I'd take Mason Redman out of Essendon, like off that halfback flank. He used to shit me. He used to always be streaming down, and he seems to have fallen. I don't know if he's out of favour or he's just dropped off or what. I don't watch Essendon like you do, Void, but Mason Redman of a couple of years ago, I'd take someone like him off the halfback. But
yeah. Well, he's been a bit down in form the last probably year or two, but then the whole club has him. Is demoralised.
But if you could get someone like him for a third rounder, because how old's he now? He'd be late 20s.
26, 27.
Yeah. Like I said, just someone like an Oleg, a Noble. They don't have to be a superstar, but just someone off that other half back. But Mason does defend, who can then run and carry, which would then, I think, would free up Josh Dacos to go and play somewhere else. Would also free up Houston to just play his role a bit more. Because that running player is the player that Houston will hit. But usually hit him down the wing, streaming into the forward line and things like that. Whereas Houston often gets the ball and there's not a lot of movement for him. Like, he's trying to thread a needle sometimes. So we just don't have that run.
I reckon the answer is in our current squad, man. Sorry, I just cut in. Sorry.
No. My fault. I went over the top of you.
Go, mate. You go.
I was saying I reckon he'd alter the game style as well once he's got the players he knows can get it done. Can play that game. Not protecting the oldies anymore. I saw glimpses of it on King's birthday. Even just taking out two slower guys completely changed our makeup. We could actually run out the game and stay pretty much toe to toe with Melbourne for 4 quarters. They're a hard team to keep up with.
Yeah.
I mean, they belted Hawthorn.
Yeah. And it's only 1 or 2 players to change the speed of a team. Like, how many times have you looked at Collingwood sometimes gone, how slow we look? And then Bo McCreary comes in and a Bobby Hill, and suddenly it changes. And I know I'm referring back to, but only because he's on our list and he's not playing. But if we could just get Bo back to his run and carry, and then just someone else doing something similar up and down that wing, it changes the whole dimension of our outer wings. But at the moment, and I was hoping Hayes might be able to do it. I still am a little bit. But
he did. We were slow against fucking Geelong. He come in against Sydney, and it kind of like gave us a spark, mate. It's unfortunate that he got injured, but he was like what you're talking about. He's that one guy that gave us that spark up forward, as opposed to coming out of half back. But yeah.
The other thing some people might not realise is, Podasky's actually, he started off as a rebounding defender.
Yeah.
Earlier on. So I mean, don't be surprised if he's not able to, to be a swing man at some point if he works out.
And they reckon Pod was spent some time as an inside mid as well. He's been around. He's 27. He's probably played a few positions. But Voidoid, mate, you were Alan's biggest supporter when all of us were saying he was a fucking spud, and he's come good. And now you're on TJ, and now you're on the pod. So I think I think we better trust you on these calls, mate.
Yeah, I don't give endorsements lightly.
Yeah.
No, I think, but Ed, I was confident because I just think that a player like Ed, the reason I liked him from the get go, you just can't find guys with those attributes. His height, his build, where he plays. I know I remember his first game. He didn't look like. It looked like we played him just as a favour. Like when he played, we played him against Fremantle over there, I think in 24. I think it was probably so his family didn't have to travel. It was probably one of those things. So he looked completely out of his depth that night. But no, I just saw what he could be. I mean, Danger gets away with poor disposal because of his explosiveness, and I thought, well, does he need perfect, like, clean disposal if he can be a player like Dangerfield? Probably not.
I do still think Ed needs over the summer just to tidy up. I think against Melbourne, what I try to work it out because he had like 20 odd disposals and he went at like just over 50 or 60%, and half of his disposals were handballs and most of them hit their target. So I reckon he's going at about 20, 30%, which is, especially when he's out and on his own, especially, streaming down the wing, if he can just at least kick it to close to a Collingwood player. Like some of those kicks are just, it's like he's not even looking. But if he can just tidy up that, because if he stays kicking the way he is, I think he's always going to be sort of a fringy sort of player. If he can tidy up that disposal, then I think he starts pushing into potentially an A grade if he can tidy up that side.
Yeah. The good thing is he's got I'm just saying the good thing is you can tell his confidence is up now. He feels he belongs, and that's the first step in his this new phase of development. He's been in the system for 4 years. A lot of the reasoning behind a lot of us that were doubting him, which I freely put my hand up. I did doubt him. Was that he's been in the system for 4 years and we haven't seen shit, but in a space of 4 games, he's shown that there's something to work with here, and he seems every week he's just getting better and better. And I reckon the first thing is just get more of the ball, just consistently get over 20. Once he starts getting that, we'll probably see the disposal improve.
The thing I'm liking is the fend-offs. He's starting to do fend-offs.
And he ran down Cosby as well, which is a no mean feat.
Yeah. And you could tell Geordie and Nicky appreciate him running around, especially in those centre bounces. As good as Pendles has been, he's fucking, mate, he's like the Titanic, mate. He's too slow. And they're probably appreciating there's this youngster that can run like the wind, can lay a tackle, and he's around. And once Nick and Geordie get used to constantly using him when he's in space and stuff like that, we could see a nice little Phoenix rising from the ashes situation, mate. Where the second half of the year is Ed's, mate. Because
he could be a replacement for. And he's probably not the right, but something like Chris, where Chris was starting to drop off, he could probably step in and start playing some of those roles that Chris has done over the years.
Yeah. I don't think Ed can do a job off half-back or on a wing like Chris, but
probably.
I think Ed's he's in the middle, man. Just keep him there, and you just want to see him play more game time, as well. That's another one. He only plays like 60% or some shit.
And they also sent Petrarca went. There's like a kicking coach wherever he went in the summer, and he got his efficiency up to about 80-odd%. Which, I mean, if you remember Petrarca, it was at 50 something before that.
Yeah.
So I mean, he can work on it.
Oh yeah, you see it all the time. There are players There are players over the years that they start off as really poor kicks, and they work on it, and it improves. Others just stay the same the whole time. That's why someone mentioned Johnny Noble is killing it at Gold Coast. Every time I watch a Gold Coast game, I see the same shit. Johnny Noble running into space and then fucking shanking it. Now, fair enough, he gets it over 25 times. You can forgive him, but that's what we were seeing at Collingwood. And look, I wouldn't mind still having him, but at the same time, man, I don't think he'll never improve his kicking, mate. He's just like that. I reckon Treloar's the same as well. He was always a shanker.
Yeah, I agree with Treloar. I think with Noble, though, he does often take the risky kick.
Yeah.
And you've just got to accept if you're going to take a risk by foot, it's not it's not always going to come off.
And I suppose he gains so many meters that you can probably look past it as well. Yeah, so he does fucking cover grass, mate.
Mm.
He does, yeah. He was against us. He was playing higher up the ground as well. He was playing almost like as a midfielder in some stoppages against us last week.
But he does go back and defend.
He was butchering the ball at times. He was butchering, but to Peter's credit, he said, most of those kicks were through the corridor, 2-on-1, stuff like that.
Is that Lucas?
It is, mate. It is, Mick. It is.
Did you play last week?
Who did?
You guys did just play?
Yeah, we played Gold Coast.
Oh, sorry, man.
That's what I said about Noble. Yeah, I thought he played an 8 out of 10. I thought he was one of their best players last week. But yeah, he does go through the corridor quite a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking spewing. I was hoping for you to lose 3 in a row. But,
Yeah. It was.
the good old-
You're hoping or you just want to see me have another meltdown.
Your meltdowns are the best, mate. They're up there with Rocco's meltdowns, mate.
Yeah. Well, as much as we love them, they do make us angry at times.
Yeah.
I think this week might be one of those times when we play Freo in Perth.
Mm. You're
Might
so
have to-
different to other Geelong supporters. I got a Geelong supporter at work, and when I start sticking the boots in, he gets so fucking, with comebacks and shit. But you're all right. You could handle it, and you agree with me sometimes when I bag is.
I do agree with you sometimes. Yeah, I do. No, I can handle it. I've been through many phases with Geelong. I can handle the banter and the comments. So no, it doesn't bother me. I'm with you guys every week, so I'm learning.
Nah, you're a legend, mate.
Nah, it's all good. So is your channel. I love all you guys. You're great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lucas. Always welcome here, mate. Now, just before I forget, Shawnee had to drop out. He's a little bit tired, but thanks, Sean. Great job tonight, mate. Anytime you want to run a stream, just let me know.
Yeah.
And and Lucas, I've got a question for you.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the media or anyone else saying that Geelong are going to fall off a cliff?
No, not per se. No.
They said it in 2023 about them. That's all. That's the last time I remember.
Oh, okay. Because
the
media, Geelong are absolute geniuses because they top up and they have all these experienced players. But with Collingwood, they're just such an aging list. What are they doing? And we've won the same amount of premierships in the last, 15 years. And I think about the same amount of prelims. You might have played in one more.
Yep. Mm.
So,
like I said, it helps being. Yes, mate.
I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. Go, mate. Sorry. Go, mate.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, it helps getting lucky in the draft because, like I said, we've got Lawson Humphreys, we've got Connor O'Sullivan, we've got Shannon Neal, all below 25, 23, 22. We've got Ollie Wiltshire that we've been playing this season. He's under 23, so that always helps. No, we've done we get the free agent when we can, like if we need like Dangerfield and Cameron and whatnot, Bailey Smith. But no, we don't really sell our draft picks unless we absolutely have to. So that's and like I said, luck comes into it. Most of those players I mentioned were round twos or late first rounders. So, but it's still good just to keep your first round pick just in case.
Yeah. I remember now. So in those years when you missed out on finals, like in between premierships and prelim appearances, and then you'll miss the top 8. How did you feel in those years? Did you feel, oh fuck, we're fucked, we're going to bottom out now, or did you just know that you would bounce back in the next season?
Not in the early days under Chris Scott. I thought, oh look, we've still got the list. We'll be okay. After 22, I was more like that because we lost Selwood. Hawkins probably should have retired. Dangerfield probably should have retired. So we finished 10th that year. We had a horrible last game against Footscray at home, where we needed to win that game and we didn't. And then that's when I thought, you know what, all teams do it, and maybe this is our turn. So even after that was a 2023 season. I thought, that's our we're done and dusted. Time for a rebuild or a reset. And then we make a prelim and a grand final, don't we? So but I felt the same way this year as well, though. To be fair, Like after that grand final, if we would have won it, I probably would have thought, we're gonna bottom out. It happens. Probably Dangerfield probably would have retired along with other players, but Blitzard's and that College Asney. But I felt that way as well. But yeah, they've proved me wrong. So well, they've proved me right, because after that Sydney game, I said we're going to win the flag. Then they lose the next two. So I'm never going to say that again this year. But no, they have surprised me so far this year, to an extent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even getting like,
it's so
despite getting
different from all
babies.
the other lovey-dovey fucking Geelong supporters. Like every other Geelong supporter fucking idolises Danger. You're the only one that says he should have fucking retired fucking 5 years ago.
You should have. You can't. It's like pulling teeth with Danger, because every time you look at him, he's on the fucking bench getting a rub, and you get so frustrated with it. You get so frustrated. Like he had a fantastic game against the Crows, which we lost. He had 30 touches and kicked a couple of goals. And next week he goes back to 1 goal and 20 touches because his body can't do back-to-back games. That's frustrating. That's when you think, what the fuck are you doing? What? This is where we want to go? Like, what happens when he has a good game in the prelim like he did last year? Do we just accept that he's going to be shit for the grand final? Like, that will never sit well with me. So, yeah. But some danger flog. But some Geelong supporters are so deluded and arrogant. Like if you say to them, "Oh well, you've only won 2 in 15 years," they go, "Oh no, we've won 2 and we've won 4 in 20 years." They don't remember the 6 prelims that Chris Scott. That's the only thing I don't like about Chris Scott, is that he has lost 6 prelims, and a lot of Geelong fans just sweep that under the rug. I'm a little bit more realistic. Because there was a couple of those where we should have won.
This is what I like about you, Lucas. One of the things I love about having you on this show is that you don't accept prelims. You don't accept losing a grand final. It's premierships or what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I learned from having so many Carlton mates back in the 80s and the 90s. They were in the business to win premierships. Unfortunately, Collingwood supporters accept losing a grand final or making a premiership. So 2022, we could have done better. 2024, absolutely, we didn't make finals. By the time the finals come around, we're the best side in it. Didn't make finals. So you just hear Collingwood supporters, Fly, two prelims and flag, 2 prelims and flag, in Fly we trust, like a fucking cockatoo. Right, so we should have played in 3 grand finals in the last 4 years and won at least 2 premierships.
Yeah,
but because
I think the same way with us. The Brisbane prelim final. We kick a goal to go ahead with 1 minute to go. We should have held on. But Chris Scott fucks up with Max Holmes, leaving him on the bench for 10 minutes. If we would have lost that prelim last year against Hawthorn, I probably would have been, time to go Chris Scott. I don't accept losing prelims. Prelims, at the end of the day, you know what? It's good you make a prelim, but at the end of the day, you don't win premierships by just making prelims. So I want the best for my club, and that's winning every year. You're not going to win every year, but I'd like to at least get there and win it. So that's how I see it.
What do you?
I don't
think
care what
about,
other Geelong fans think.
So is the issue? Because I've got 2 questions here. First one is the issue that there's a bit of arrogance and stubbornness, that he sticks to his guns and his ways for too long?
Yes, arrogance for sure. Like the prelim with Max Holmes, so he should have made a call on that, and he waited and waited. He knew Max Holmes did his hamstring. He waited and waited. He let Brisbane get momentum, because we're up at halftime in that game. A lot of people forget that. And Brisbane made that run, and then we got him back. Henry kicked that goal to put us in front. That was arrogancy, and then you'd think you'd learn from that. And then Jeremy Cameron had his broken arm the next year. You remember that grand final? Yeah. And then he made 10 minutes to make a call. Then he puts Jeremy Cameron out there.
That
pissed me off even more.
That's a work health and safety issue, I thought. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I thought that was
Wasn't it?
poor. I thought that was really poor. He was under no circumstances he should have played. Yeah.
He couldn't even take a chest mark, man, because his arm was fucked. Yeah.
And that is arrogancy. That's thinking, you know what, he can push through it, he'll be all right. No, that part was arrogancy and a touch of stupidity. But having said that, I think
it was neglectful.
Yeah. But sometimes Matt, you just got to say the opposition was too good. Like, I don't think Dangerfield should have played in that grand final, but you're not going to drop Dangerfield, are you? Because I was on the jumper punch before that grand final. I was actually with you, Mick, and Mick, you asked me, do you have confidence in Dangerfield to back it up? And I said no. I said no way.
Yeah.
And he didn't. His body was gone. He shouldn't have played. But at the same time, Brisbane were fantastic after halftime. They went to an extra gear, and we couldn't go with them. So it didn't matter if Dangerfield played or not. But those I can't accept. But it's the Brisbane where we lost to Brisbane in the prelim. I don't accept that. That was on the coach. The one against Sydney. And the prelim at the MCG, where Sydney kicked 6 goals in 1 quarter, it was basically over. We made the scoreboard look respectable. That's heavily on the coach. The one against Richmond, where part of their dynasty, we were up by 15 points after half time. We let that go. But
you can't stop
Geelong fans, they just sweep
it. Absolutely nuts, man, in a grand final. No one can stop that, man. He just went nuts.
That would have happened to anybody. I can accept that. But the other prelims, but Geelong fans, they say, oh, no, it's all good. We make another prelim. We'll stay around the top. I don't care about staying around the top. I care about winning flags. I don't care if we're on the top for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I want to win as much flags as I can. And the Geelong fans, because they're not used to losing, they're arrogant themselves. They don't care about the 6 prelim losses. Like six prelim losses, that's a lot of losses for prelims. That's a lot of losses in one game, like for the prelim. So I don't accept that. But Geelong fans, sometimes they're stupid and they are privileged brats, and they don't understand what it's like to lose. So
All right, enough Geelong talk, man. Fuck that.
I got one more question. I got one more question, Nick, but it's Collingwood related. So, considering Chris Scott's stubbornness and arrogance, I find it absolutely fascinating that his assistant coach is Nathan Buckley, who is another guy who's very, very dogged, stubborn. I wouldn't say he's arrogant, but he's pretty confident in his own ability. How would those two blokes work together? Like, Nathan Buckley suggests something to Chris Scott and he's going to listen? I can't see that.
Yeah, I reckon it's a delegation thing where Chris Scott knows that if he needs a message sent to the group, if Buckley fucking says it, they're going to fucking listen. Whereas if it's some fucking new coach, some new, guy, they might not. I don't know. Look, but Buckley knows his shit,
Yeah.
So yeah.
A touch of, I reckon there's a bit of ego in there too. I think Buckley's smart. He knows what his strengths were and he knew probably what his weaknesses were. And he looks at the relationship that Scott has with the players, and it's a bit of a adult learning environment, if so to put it, I guess. And I think Buckley thought, I can learn something from there. And I reckon for Scott, it's the ego of everyone rates Buckley so highly and he wants to come and learn from me. So I'll let him in. So, and then in 2 years when he's doing well at Tassie, Chris Scott will sit back and say, I did that.
Oh, yeah. He's my apprentice.
100%. 100% agree with that, yeah.
Interesting.
But I think from Buckley's side, I think he knows where he needed to improve, and that was that connection with the players and keeping those relationships. And there's one thing you can't say about Geelong is that Scott, over the years, has been able to maintain a relationship and bring in players with challenges, which Tassie might have to do down there. and manage them through those processes and all that. And that's what I think Buckley is more looking at, the off-field management of the team, and if especially the older players and how he uses the older players to get the younger ones in line and things like that. So that's my thoughts. That's what I think Buckley's doing.
That's
Paul,
a shoe-in, isn't it? Buckley at Tassie. That's a shoe-in, isn't it? Everyone's talking about it.
I feel like it is, but
money?
I don't know. I don't know why.
I don't even know if the team's a shoe-in yet.
Yeah. They haven't even
The fact that
in the stadium, mate. Yeah.
the fact that Buckley hasn't shown any interest in any other job, I think, is probably what tends to make you think he's got one lined up somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe he does. Maybe there's a club that's not being mentioned. Do you, Paul? Do you think Buckley will be a good coach the next time around?
Yeah, I think Buckley became a good. You got to remember, Buckley still got us to a grand final in 2018 with his own team that he'd gutted.
He pulled his head in. He pulled his head in after.
He changed though. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
I look at Buckley as, how do I describe him? So he was an elite footballer who just lived for football and trained. He was the best player and trained the hardest. And I think he struggled to understand players that didn't train as hard as him. And it took him a long time into the mid-teens. It took him a long time to realise that his issue with players was his issue. It wasn't their issue. The fact that some players need to detach, have a break and all that, and under this extreme pressure that he used to want to create. I remember, actually, I'll give you one, Matty Lloyd. So Matty Lloyd used to say, I like Buckley, the way he coached players. He held them to account. You knew where, and he goes, but he also remembers how much he used to play. He would stress all week about the game. He would go onto the ground sometimes tired. He would look at other players laughing before a game and say, what the fuck are you doing? Switch on. He goes, and then when he looked at Fly, he actually said, he goes, look, if you had told me that kind of coaching could win a premiership, I would have laughed in your face. But he goes, I also wish now, just for 1 year, I had played under that sort of environment just to see. He goes, I feel like now that I've gotten older, this is Matt Lloyd talking, I feel like now that I've gotten older, I would have played better happy than I did kind of scared and angry. He goes, if I was walking on the field with a big smile and but if anyone next to me smiled, I'd stare him down and go, no, this ain't a fucking smiling game here, guys. Switch on. But he goes, I just wonder now, if I'd have walked on the field just happy, feeling positive, would have had an extra bounce in my step? Would have I kicked it 2 meters longer? He goes, I don't know. He goes, I never played under that environment. But he now looking back as an older guy, he goes, I wish I had tried it once just to see. He goes, it'd be too nice before. He goes, he sees players now at some sort of an event, and he goes, I wouldn't even go to the movies with my wife 2 games before because I was scared what people might think. Like, why is he out? Why isn't he at home? Why isn't he sleeping? Why isn't he training? Why is he eating? He goes, I wouldn't do anything just out of fear, half of it, because I wanted to be seen as doing the right thing. But he goes, but at the same time, I was the same. I'd get angry at a player for having a life outside of football. So it's interesting.
I remember Lloyd. He also he in the 3AW broadcast before the 23 grand final. He was basically talking about he and Pendle's relationship coaching Haileybury together, and I think Pendle's was one of the big drivers of that sort of that new age mentality that we brought in sort of 2022, where the players was all about smiling and enjoying their football. And I think it kind of rubbed off on Lloyd, like you were saying, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was one of the positives. I forget about that. I forget about the smiling and stuff. That worked. The close wins, the come from behind wins, and the guys obviously enjoying themselves. We don't have either of those things now. But if I can just go back to before we start up on Fly again, because that'll be 2 hours. I just want to go back to Buckley. Yeah, I work with Swanee out here in Thailand, doing a few events and sporties nights and whatever. and he talked about how his favourite coach was Mick Malthouse, and his favourite captain was Nick Maxwell. And the reason he liked Malthouse better than Bucks is because Buckley was his captain, and what Buckley thought that when he first started that that coaching was like being the captain. So he went from being, okay, I'm the captain, I'm going to set an example, I'm going to lead by example, just do like me. And he took that into coaching, where Mick Malthouse realised not everyone now. Scotty Pendlebury and a couple of other players, they loved how Bucks did it because they were the they were the straight A students, they were the good boys, right? But Mick Malthouse realised that not everyone was like Scotty Pendlebury. You had guys like Heath Shaw, you had guys like Daisy Thomas, you had guys like Dane Swan, and he managed players differently. Like he would have a kick of the footy with Daisy Thomas before each game. He didn't do that everyone. So he realised you had to manage players differently. Bucks was like, no, just do what I do. So he brought that intensity as a captain to being a coach. And so more than half of the players were playing with him as teammates. And they're like, so Bucks is now telling him what to do as the coach. Like, fuck off, Bucks. Like, so he sort of went almost straight from being their captain to being their coach. And they're two very different roles. There's a lot of crossovers and a lot of different similar ways that you lead. But it took a long while for Buckley to really change his ways. And when he did change was in 2017, the club came to him and saying, things are going to change. We're not going to move you on, but we want things to change. And this is how we think you and the club can get better. They brought in assistants, and they brought in an assistant where they said, Bucks, what we want you to do, you're too much of a micromanager. You're too much of a perfectionist. You want everyone to be perfect. That's just impossible. So what we're going to get you to do is to delegate, empower assistant coaches. We're going to give you the best assistant coaches, and you are going to be more of a manager, less than a micromanager. And we went from 17th on the ladder to within 4 points of winning a flag within 12 months. So it showed that Buckley changed. He actually changed he became an actual excellent coach from a sort of average coach within 12 months. So,
and he also, I think they brought in leading teams, I reckon, around that time. They also brought in the guy behind the Resilience Project. And I reckon that had a lot to do with it as well. But the good thing about Buckley is he's prepared to evolve. And over time, he's been prepared to say, all right, I need to change. And he's done it. And I think now this is like finishing school, going down to Geelong for him, is he's looked at all the coaches and going, who can I learn the most from in the next year or two? And he's picked out, and probably not leave the state is probably part of it. But, and he's gone down there to learn from a guy that, because on top of that, Geelong's a bit like, I'm not saying it's Tasmania, but it's isolated. And it is very insular down there. So I used to date a girl, went out with, it was a sister of a player, and like literally they would get death stares. Like I know he was just buying a cake for his mum's birthday, and he would get death stares at the supermarket. You're like, you shouldn't be eating that. Like literally told at the counter, you shouldn't be eating that. It's like, it's very insular. They're all watching each other. And I think Buckley can maybe see that, the way he has to manage the players down in Geelong and get them away from the main town occasionally, and they get out and have their little time away and stuff, is probably something that's going to have to be done in Hobart. Because it's going to be a very small town with a football club in it. If it obviously it happens. I think it will happen. So,
but it's a good point you brought up because Chris Scott does protect his players very well. Like if they need protecting, he'll deflect. Like if a media person says, "Oh, this player didn't do that," or blah blah blah, Chris Scott will protect that player. So yeah, Nathan's probably learning how to deal with man management probably a bit better now that Chris Scott's helping him with that.
What did you think of the presser, Lucas? What did he say? Exposing people's own ignorance.
Yeah,
when he was having a crack at Dimmer.
Yeah, no, I thought maybe Chris Scott's not the best one to say that, but yeah, I didn't. There's some press conferences where I've scratched my head, like the one against Adelaide where he lashed out at the umpires, and then I don't know if you saw it, but he called the Adelaide fans nuffies.
Yep.
When I first saw, because I was at that game when I watched it, and when I heard that on the train, I was like, "What the fuck are you on about, mate? What are you on about? How about focus on finding a way that how you lost the game and blah 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 and whatnot." So he does a really good job at deflecting attacks on players. So yeah. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes I don't agree with it. Like the Adelaide loss and Carlton loss. There were questions where journalists were saying, "Oh, this player didn't do well," and he just came up with some BS answers, Chris Scott. And I'd liked him to attack the players a bit. No excuses, but oh well. It's pick your own poison, isn't it? Your own preference.
His brother used to do the same at North. I remember was an incident when we played North. And remember Lindsay Thomas, hit Ben Reid off the ball and cleaned him up. And I remember Brad had a little bit of a dig at Bucks because Bucks must have made a comment in the presser about it.
So I think the players love that, though. I think the players like it when the coach goes into bat for them too. Sometimes certain players won't need it, but there'll be certain players who need their belly rubbed occasionally.
Yeah, he does it quite well. To be fair, Chris Scott. But sometimes when you have embarrassing losses, you'd like to see him attack his players. Well, not attack, but just use a bit of constructive criticism.
I know I've said this before though, but there's two ways to create a loyalty and a tight bond. And there's one is you can have a crack at the players, which is a bit old school, and most of us on here probably, we're used to that type of way. And, I know when I played, my dad used to say, if I had a good game, he'd tell me every mistake I made because that would make me play better next week. Whereas my brother had a good game, he'd just tell him how well he played because he responded to positivity. Whereas he used to just say, you literally play in spite of people. It's like, tell me where I fucked up and I'll fix it. And I think with football now, I think there's more players that want the positivity. So the best way though to create is that us against them mentality. It's us against the world. And Collingwood's done it at different times, the dirty magpies and all that shit. And that's why I think we travel well. But I think we've been really good at galvanizing the team with we go to war with everyone. And I think sometimes that's what Chris Scott tries to do rather than just attack a couple of players. No, I'm in this war with you and galvanize, try and pull the group together closer by attacking everyone, the opposition, the journos, the media, everyone. It's just us guys, us together, buckle in and let's go. And it's just a different way of trying to get the same result rather than, behind closed doors, he might have a word with the player, but you've really got to pick the right player if you're going to do it in a press conference.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I think there are players out there that rather just a coach protect them. When I played cricket at a high level, I got told straight to my face, "You'll never play state again because you're too slow." And I like that. I didn't mind that. It was better than saying, "Oh, look, we don't think you're this, blah blah blah. You might need to fix this, blah blah blah." But that's like the 90s, 80s mentality. Like I don't mind that per se. I'd rather that. But you're absolutely right. Like in today's age, they don't like that. They want them to be nurtured, and they don't want them to be criticised and that. And sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing. However you look at it. So you're right there. It depends on the player. But at times I think we're too soft in today's generation, or way too soft. And we just let things go down a downward spiral, and it's so hard to get it back, if you know what I mean.
mean, it's whatever
Yeah.
gets the best out of each individual player, and if you can tailor it to each personality. I mean, some people, like Peter said, some people really respond to a bake. Toby Green does, but others might need a little bit of a softer touch.
Sam Mitchell does it a lot when he coaches. He does it a lot. Bit
Yeah, I
old
agree.
school. Yeah.
Which is why he uses AI, how to speak to people.
That's it. He just gets just sends the AI to angry mode, and
he gets Siri to do the address.
But no, I think he's a good example. I think he's a player that was a pretty negative sort of player and responded better to negativity. But I think he knows that, and I think a few times he's gone probably a bit too hard, and that's why this whole AI thing. But I think that's a little bit of him just trying to develop himself into managing those players that are different to him.
Yeah.
Like Mitchell doesn't come along to me as the way they were playing around sometimes in those games, and then to me that's not a Mitchell. Like he's had to evolve to let them do that.
Correct. As you mentioned with Buckley, he's had to evolve around that stuff.
Yeah.
Just on Buckley, where do you guys see him as Collingwood's greatest player? Do you have him top 3, top 5? Where do you put him?
It's a hard one because I was going to say for me he was number 1, but then but you can't argue that Pendlebury's passed him just on the I never saw the one that often gets raised as one of the greatest is what's his name in the 70s who ended up getting king hit. Greening, Peter Greening. I'm not old enough to remember him. My dad just him and Phil Carman, my dad says, were they cost us grand finals. Those two players not playing in certain games. But I don't remember either of them.
About the Macedonian marble, Peter Dacos.
I have him at number 1.
Okay.
No, I love Peter.
How many players can come second in a Brownlow as a centreman 3 times, and then you put in a forward pocket and kick 96 goals in a premiership year? How does that bloke not get the forward pocket in the team of the century or the bench?
So Lucas, if you look at my name, Peter 35 is Peter Dacos, and Buckley 05 is Nathan Buckley.
I saw. I was reading where that name came from. Yeah.
They're my 2 favourite players growing up.
Lucas Buckley played and burned most of his career in a pretty shit side too. Like in his prime, he was playing between 95 and 2001. His prime years was just wasted. For a while.
He ran some dynasty teams as well, didn't he? Brisbane, Adelaide.
And then when we were contending, we were still a pretty cobbled together group of players. I don't think he ever truly played in a team that was built. We probably never really. I mean, it was 2010 when we finally had a side that was pretty solid. Up until then, it was a lot of grit and probably playing above ourselves any of the years that we actually, sort of came close. We were never really the best side or anywhere near the best side.
Who was his coach before Malthouse? Who was the Collingwood coach before Malthouse?
Tony Shaw.
Tony Shaw.
And he had Matthews for a year or 2.
Okay.
Yeah. He played in that final, didn't he, when we just lost to West Coast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was that Gavin Brown's last game? Was that Gavin Brown's last game getting carried on?
No, Tony Shaw's last game.
Tony Shaw's last game, yeah.
Brownie went on to play another 5 years or 4 or 5 years.
No, yeah. I just remember someone getting carried off at the end. I couldn't remember.
No, it was Shorey. Shorey was in tears, and Nathan Buckley gave him his tracksuit top.
Club basically had club had no resources, no money in the 90s, in the mid to late 90s. You know, pretty hamstrung.
Yeah.
In your guys' opinion, what coach did he play better under?
Bucks. Malthouse. Malthouse. Yeah, I think he turned him. He was always known as Fig Jam and classed as selfish, but I think he did turn him into more of a team player. But you needed someone as strong as Malthouse to be able to do that.
Yeah. Talk about
He won a
90s
Brownlow.
mentality. Yeah.
Brownlow
Yeah,
and
he
Norm
did,
Smith in
05.
that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
05. Yeah, Rashido and Goods, yeah.
He did everything there was to do except for the ultimate. He pretty much, and then, Norm Smith in a losing side. Awesome effort.
Oh, that's legendary. Yeah. Ablett did that in 89.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the games where you talk about bad luck in like a ball hitting the post or a bad bounce. You know, that game. Well, I still say he kicked that. I was in the Ponce stand that game, and that was a goal for Anthony.
Rocker. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a goal.
Yeah, that was the AFL cost us at least a flag. At least we should have won at least one of those flags. Because Brisbane were allowed to had enough cash to have a a black or a Voss. That's how much extra that bloody salary cap they had.
We had our chances though that game. Chris Tarrant missed a goal from. Remember Chris Tarrant missing a goal from, I think it was about 35 odd metres out. And then from that goal, they went to the other end, kicked it. Brown got one from the boundary and Voss kicked one from about 55. And we couldn't kick a set shot from 35, 40 metres on a slight angle.
And Betheris just missed an easy one. He could have kicked the first goal of the game.
Yeah. And then, 2003, we would. I personally was kidding myself. So
we beat them in the first final, though. That's what I just when we beat them in the first final. I was
the same thing.
Here we go.
Yeah,
that's what we did last year. We beat Brisbane in the first final, and I'm like, here we go. We can't possibly lose to this mob on grand final day. We get absolutely pantsed.
Hey, Matty, put up the 2003 Collingwood grand final team.
Okay.
See if you can do that. And then you'll see what I mean by...
I'm warning you, Lucas. It's very star-studded.
I was watching footy back then. I'm aware of the team. I'm aware of the team.
You wait till you see this team, mate.
You won't know.
You'll be like, how did this team lose?
Yeah. Lucuria, Tarrant, Buckley. Yeah.
No, I mean,
No. Who do you think? All right, who was our centre half forward and centre half back in that game?
The centre half back. Oh, gee, I'm going to take Wakeland.
A guy called Ben Kinnear.
Kinnear, okay. Wakeland was a bit later, was he?
No, Wakeland was fullback.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I know some of the team back then. Like, I'm not a Collingwood fan, guys. You know that it was 30 years ago. Forgive me if I.
Mate, I'm not. No, but you'll see the team, and there'll be guys there going, "Jesus, I've never heard of him."
I'll probably go. That'll be probably your Ruckman and some of your
Tristan Walker.
Well, I'll put it this way: Ben Kinnear was on the list for about 9 years, and he played 30 games. He was one of those. He was just sort of a reinforcement player, and he just happened to come in for the grand final.
Do you know our reserve coach? Lucas?
No, I don't know. No, unless you tell me. No.
Yeah, his name's Loken. He played in this game too.
Matty Loken.
I'm sorry I'm bringing up painful memories for you guys. Sorry about this.
So here's our team. Here's the team.
Yeah.
Backline, backline very strong.
Ben John, James Clement. Yep. Yeah, I know them.
Halfback,
Yep.
Locken, Presti, Richard Cole. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know Lachlan and Cole. Yep.
Centers, Brody Holland, Bucks, Ryan Loney, half forward.
I know those
Brody
three.
the pocket.
Jason Cloak, centre half forward. Oh, golly.
Wow.
Really?
Okay.
Scotty Burns on the flank. Forwards, Ben Kinnear, Tristan Walker, Chris Tarrant, Ben Kinnear and Tristan Walker. Golly gosh.
Yep.
Followers, Josh, Wowie, and
Yep.
Liquor. Where's the come on, AI? Where's the AI is obviously not a footy fan. Where's the bench?
If you go on Wikipedia and you put in the 2003 grand final, so if you go to the right hand side,
Yeah.
click that, and you bring up the teams. Yeah, I know most of those.
I know Reece Shaw played. He
Interchange.
had a horrible game.
Here's the interchange.
Yeah, Reece Shaw. Woden
Interchange.
average too.
It's a decent bench. It's a decent bench, actually. Didac, Heath Scotland, Reece
Scotland.
Shaw,
Oh,
and
gee.
Leon Davis.
I think AI is playing funny buggers on you because it said Paul Williams was an emergency.
Yeah, he's already gone. He was already at Sydney by then, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, of course he was. It was another Williams. I think they're getting the wrong Williams.
Yes.
Andrew Williams.
Yes.
Jared
West
Malloy,
Coast.
an emergency, and you're playing Tristan Walker.
Yeah, but he was cooked by then.
Yeah.
'Cause didn't
another
he-
Collingwood forward who couldn't kick.
Because it was
Sure,
2002. He go Wikipedia and just make sure that's correct. See on the-
guys, if you look it up, I found this the other night. It popped up in the feed. There was a broadcast on Channel 9 of highlights of our 2003 season, hosted by Paul LaCuria. And someone's put it on YouTube if you're curious, because I actually hadn't revisited that season in a very long time. And
Same team.
Jared Malloy was playing some good football throughout the home and away, but I'm not sure I don't remember what happened to him come finals.
I reckon he got injured. I know the year before he came back from injury because he played, I think it was 2002 when he played for Williamstown 1 week, won the grand final there, and then played in the grand final for us the next.
Yeah, he came on for 7 minutes and had that kick. Waste of a spot that was.
But that forward line was never going to do it. Unfortunately. We relied too much on Anthony Rocco then.
Why
That
didn't
was
he
a
play
big
in this
out.
game? Was he injured?
He got rubbed
Reported.
Oh, gee, shit.
out. Idiot.
Mm.
Yeah, only Richmond and Sydney get lucky with a
Yeah.
report. Freely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barry Hall.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've
Was Hamill
got there's three.
Once?
There's three famous Collingwood players getting rubbed out that I can think of, and it was Tuck in '77 against the Hawks, where Tuck got belted by Phil Carman. That cost us a flag. Jason Cloak belted Edwards from Adelaide in the prelim. That cost us a flag. Anthony
Tyson,
Rocker
yeah.
belted someone. I'm not sure that cost us a flag, but we lost all hope when he was gone.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree though. I reckon with Jason Cloak we would have won the year before.
Yeah, he would have been so handy.
Like he was top three.
Who came in for him in that granny? I forget.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Not sure.
Was this the year where you at Port Adelaide in that qualifying final against All Lots?
Yeah, that was 2002.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Where Buckley had done his hamstring and we went over to Port Adelaide.
Yep.
Yep.
And it was that famous Peter Burgoyne played on in the goal square and Benny Johnson like scragged him with one hand.
Yep.
And pulled him down. That was the most memorable moment in that game.
Because the Curry had a field day, didn't he? He really stepped up. He had like 35, 40 touches that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
That was such a
sadly found
memorable
out.
final series.
We just sadly found out on the wrong day that Richard Cole and Reece Shaw sort of weren't up to They kind of
03, yeah.
That was their thing, wasn't it? The big game. And even Leon Davis back then used to disappear on the big games.
Remember,
Well,
when
he was very
Richard-
young then.
remember Richard Cole got traded to Essendon?
Yeah. He was like a top. Was he like a pick 7? I want to say pick 7.
He
I reckon.
was. They put a lot into him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how many players from that 03 grand final played in the 10 flag?
Oh, I reckon
Didak,
2.
Yep. Leon,
Didak, and Benny Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, Leon played the drawn final.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, he got dropped, didn't he?
And
Yeah.
Tarrant played in the 2011 loss to Cats.
Yeah.
Presty almost played. He was still
Yeah.
on the list, but didn't pull up.
Called himself out, didn't he? That's why number 35 was the first recruits jumper.
I forgot that. Did you guys realise that Jamie Elliott wore 35 when he first played?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I totally forgot that.
He's 35. Then he went to 19, I think.
Yep.
Then to 5.
Do you guys think you'll see him again?
Who's that?
Elliot.
Jamie Elliott?
Yeah.
50-50.
He's
got a 3-year contract.
I don't think
got a
he'll
3-year
retire.
contract. Yeah, he'll try again.
Yeah.
Why not? He loves footy. What else is he going to do?
Yeah, of course.
It's probably not. I mean, look, it's probably not in the club's best interests, but I guess for the fans, it is.
Because wasn't he linked with Gold Coast before this year?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we had to offer him 3 years on more money than we would have liked. But I think that's fair enough. And just bloody unlucky. So he's on the long-term injury list now. He'll probably come off that in about a year's time. I think it's unlikely we see him next year at all, though. Like it's never a good time to do your ACL, but when you do it in the middle of the year, by the time you're ready again, it's mid-year, then you're going to build up your fitness for a couple of months. So if we do see him, it won't be till the year after next. What do we do?
I sometimes think though older players, they seem, because they're a bit bigger and more structure around the knee and stuff and the muscles and that, there is a potential to get them back a bit quicker. Not a lot, but 10, 11 months they're back into the, pretty much full training to get their fitness up, and then it's just a bit of contact. Because Thingo came back pretty quickly, didn't he? McStay, when he did his. I think they're ultra cautious with the kids, but I think sometimes with the older players, they're prepared to get them back and running and get their fitness up a bit quicker.
It's possible to come back in 6 months from it. A Sydney player had a surgery. I forgot his name.
Malcheski.
He had some kind of surgery, and he came back within. He did it early in the year. Then he came back at the end of the year and won a premiership. Was that ever on the table? A surgery like that?
Yeah, but that's the that's that. Yeah, but that's a risky one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very risky because I think it was like a 30% success rate.
Yeah. But even with the traditional route, I think they've got it like it's not without setbacks. I think that's the key too. Sometimes setbacks, but without any setbacks, you can be back to pretty much non-contact training and running. Within about 10 months, so you can at least start to get your fitness up and then it's just how long it takes you to get back match fitness.
Yeah.
That reminds me, the other guy really flying under the radar, I think, from the Melbourne game, was involved in a few of our scores, was Harvey Harrison. I think that's another guy we don't factor in to him like getting better in the coming weeks. He's got
totally.
a deadly kick. What a deadly kick, Great pass.
Beautiful.
I was going to say, he just won. I hope he gets the ball a bit more.
Hey guys,
starts to get his numbers up.
Are you guys? I'm going to just step out for a bit. Do you guys want to keep going? Because I can keep it going.
I'll be on here as long as you guys are on. So yeah.
Okay. Does one other person want to hang out with Lucas? Because if so, I'll keep it going.
Yeah.
How long are you gonna? Yeah, I'll hang out.
I'll hang out.
At least 40 minutes, an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I'll go for another hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, but by the way, guys, if you want to drop your WhatsApp or any contact in the private chat, that way I can send you a message if we're doing a stream or something like that. So you can just drop your if you want, no pressure. And I will be just doing a few chores, and I'll be listening in.
I'll drop it in the private chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. I'll chat soon. I'll come back in a bit. Thanks, guys.
No worries.
Cheers. I didn't know how to do private chat.
Oh, you go there on the phone. There's a little next to your camera symbol. There's like a little window symbol, and that's your private.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. So the people that are watching here can't see it. Only us in the studio.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, I got one for.
I think Harvey will. I think as he gets his touch back, I could see him. I could also see him moving into the midfield too.
Like his pressure he's got the pressure, he's got the tackling. I'm just hoping he's not another. And like, don't get me wrong, he's barely back from an injury, so I'm not. I just don't want another Bo McRae. Like we're paying a guy to just get half a dozen kicks and chase and tackle type thing.
Yeah, that starts to hurt you when you got that. That's what's affected us this year. We just at certain points we had just too many players that were only getting a dozen touches.
Yeah, and then Sidey became one of them as well. On top of all that.
Yeah, I know that there might be 12 pretty good touches sometimes, but my point is, if you're not touching it, then the other team is.
Yeah.
And then Nick's busting his ass a bit too much. I'm hoping also once he starts to trust that he's got some A graders around him, he might actually do some less risky shit as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I got one for you, Lucas. Based on, like we keep talking about, like you guys have made a lot of prelims and lost, and we ourselves have often been one of the older teams, and we've made it, in recent times almost to the last dance or prelims and lost. Is this way of going about it with these older teams a way of almost getting there but falling short quite often?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's funny how between you and us, often being the oldest teams, how many times we have fallen short.
No, that's it. Well, yeah, but it's a lot. Like 6 prelims, especially for one coach. Like it's not been like 3, 4, 5 coaches. Like when you've lost prelims, like you've lost under several different coaches. It's the one coach for us. So between the 2011 flag and the 2022 and beyond, 6 prelims. So that and yet, look, I like Chris Scott as a coach, but you sit there and you think, come on, man, how do you lose 6 prelims? How do you do that? How? And at times I've gone, I want this guy gone. I said that after the Brisbane prelim final. I said, maybe emotion got a bit of me, and I was like, I'm sick of this guy. This is now 6 prelims we've lost. I want him out. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck about the fans. I don't give a shit what they want. I've lost. All I know is that we've lost 6 prelims. That's 6 chances to at least win it. You can't win it if you're not in it. And that's 6 chances we've blown. Because, as you know, grand finals 50-50, always has been. And I saw it as, before our dynasty in 07, where we won 07, 09, and 11, it was a long wait. Lucky for me, I only had to wait. How old am I now? 34, 35? Not a good sign, Peter, when you forget your own age. So I was born in 92, so I've only had to wait, 14, 15 years? So I didn't have to wait that long. But the fan base before that, they didn't win a flag until the 60s, 70s. And also, they've played in a lot of grand finals under Malcolm Blight. Malcolm Blight played in 4 grand finals. We lost 2 to West Coast. We lost 1 to Hawthorn. We lost the other one to Carlton. I
was at all those games.
Yeah. Oh, really? Shit. Okay.
I used to have an AFL. I used to be an AFL member before I became Collingwood.
Oh wow. Okay. I would have loved to have been 89. Well, as far as the emotion goes, but not the result. That's fucking terrible. And then we lost in 08. But when we won in 07, when we beat Port Adelaide by 100 points, it was one of the best days of my life, as a footy fan. And then we win in 09, beat St Kilda. Again, one of the best days of my life. And then 11, one of the best days in your life. And you win it. And then there was a long wait, a very, very long wait. It was a 10-year wait. And then, like I said, we made 4 prelims. We've blown them. And then the list was getting older. Dangerfield, Selwood's last year. Hawkins was not getting any better. And then we won in 2022. And then you think, oh, gee, that's our last hurrah. That's it. Because as I said with Mick's question, I thought that was it. We're going to go down. We're going to have some retirements. And then you make another prelim. And you think, oh, geez, here we go again. And then you lose it. And you think, what the fuck? What? How does this happen? And then, we played Hawthorn in that prelim, and I thought we would get done, actually. I thought if this guy loses 7 prelims, I wanted him going last year. I'll be making 24/7 content about this guy getting sacked. I don't give a shit. And we bet Hawthorn just thanks to Dangerfield. So it like I said, I don't like losing any game. I don't care if it's round 1, round 10, prelim, grand final. I want what's best for my club, and that's winning. The other Geelong fans might tell you different. Oh, well, we've been up there. I'd rather be up there and lose prelims than to flunk out. I think that's negative talk. I don't like that because there's no point in playing
in hindsight. As you're living it, as you're living it in the moment, you're thinking you're a live chance. Right up until the death. Yeah. In hindsight, of course, it's shitty. But
no, I just wonder because I look back at some of our finals, and it seems to be sometimes the older guys that we keep playing them and hoping they can recapture some of that old form and step up on the day. And they're, in 22, I know like my check was terrible in 22 through that final series. Back in, and then even last year, we hit the finals, and Pendlebury does a calf, I think, pretty much basically running through the banner, and and Howe and Mychek at either end just shouldn't be on the ground. But it was the older guys that kind of, the ones that you really thought would be the difference. They were the difference, but just for the wrong reasons in a way.
Yeah, well,
and you talk about Dangerfield not doing anything last year's granny, and I wonder of the older guys how they went.
Yeah,
because it gets harder. It gets harder to back up through the final series.
I waffled on there for 5 minutes and I didn't answer your question about the older guys. Apologies for that. The prelim game against Sydney, where that was a stinker, where we conceded 6 goals in 1 quarter at the MCG. Dangerfield and Selwood, they played really well. They had about 30 touches. Dangerfield had about 35 touches, kicked 3 goals. So our older players back then actually did well. It was more of our B graders that let us down. The Hawthorn prelim, this is going years back. This is when they started their dynasty, 2013, under Chris Scott. Again, the older players played well. Selwood played well. Hawkins played well. Again, it was mainly the B graders. 2024, the Brisbane loss. It was our young players that played really well. Ollie Henry kicked 4 goals in that game. He played really well. Max Holmes did his hamstring in the 3rd quarter, and it took Chris Scott fucking 2 hours to make a call whether to sub him or not. So that's probably being a bit harsh on Max there. But before that, I don't think Max was really that good. Dangerfield again had a good game in that game. Hawkins didn't, and that's where. So Hawkins didn't play. Sorry, I got that wrong. Hawkins didn't play. Shannon Neal stepped up, and he was a man against boys. He was on Harris Andrews, and he was way off it. But that's you have to accept that. It's Harris Andrews, one of the premium defenders against a young kid playing in his first prelim. The experience, the B graders again let us down. The Myers, the Closes, Stengel didn't have a good game in that. But traditionally, our older players have done well in those big games. Like even going back to fucking, I don't want to bring this up, but 2011, even our most experienced players stood up in that game. Enright stepped up in that game. Wojcinski, he was a veteran in that game. He had a good game. Bartel had a good game. So, yeah, traditionally our good players literally stand up. Like even the grand final, we got belted by Brisbane. Bailey Smith, stats-wise, had a good game. He had his 30, but his kicking was a bit atrocious. Max Holmes was terrible. So yeah, it's a mix with our older players, and then Dangerfield was fucking cooked, gone. Don't know why he played, but you're never going to drop him, are you?
No.
So Blitzard was terrible. Stanley in that grand final was absolutely horrible. Just got completely destroyed by the 2 Brisbane Rucks, but Stanley didn't play a game, hardly played a game all year. So yeah, things like that go against you. But with Brisbane, I'm not upset with that one because that's Brisbane. The grand final against Richmond.
Lucas there.
Must have dropped out.
Oh, did I? Am I still here?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. What? Yeah. So what? The one that I want back. If you said to me, which one do you want back? I want 08 back. I wish I could have 08. I'd give up 22. I'd give up fucking any grand final
11.
for that. Yeah. It's actually funny because I'm hypocriting myself here because I said that I want my club to win every game, and I'm giving up grand finals. But that's just the Hawthorn rivalry. We 89, Ablett, won North Smith Medal and losing side, and we waited all that time to get our hands on Hawthorn, and we absolutely stick the joint up that day. Heavy favourites. So I wish we could have that one back. I really do. But no, we won 07, 110, 110, 11. Sorry, didn't win 10. You guys did that. So 09, 7, 11. And then waited a little bit for 22. I don't think we'll win it this year. I don't think we're there. Funny enough, I think we might make a prelim and lose again. So yeah, and like I said, our older players now, Blitzard's slowing down. I'll be surprised if he went on. Dangerfield says he wants to play the game 400. That's a bit of arrogancy there. College Jasney's going to go. So Tom Stewart, maybe Tom Stewart, if he keeps on getting injured. So yeah, we're going to lose some of our older players this year.
What about Jeremy?
Yeah, no, I think as long as he's
because he's not a tragic, is he? He's not a football tragic. He's the kind of guy. I feel like at some stage you'll just go, I'm done. I'm going to the farm.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But
if you can get Tom Green, that might change it. Not what's the name? Toby Green. Yeah.
Which I think we might, depending what GWS do. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. But no,
Get the brown paper
Cameron.
bags out, mate. He put them down there. Plenty of brown paper bags. Get them out again. Come on. What was going to ask you?
Well, we were victims of 2 grand finals because of that. That bloody West Coast State of Origin team.
Floorboards, mate. Get them out.
Yeah.
Lucas, do you find with Geelong some years as a neutral? I've got this theory that sometimes it's difficult to tell which year Geelong's a genuine top 4 side versus because you get a couple of those. I mean, playing a couple of those games at your home ground's worth, maybe 3 or 4 extra wins a year.
Yeah.
I've always wondered some years if your form might be just probably not at its peak, but you still crack the top 4 because of a couple of those games that you can pencil in from your home ground.
Yeah.
Some years you're at the bottom half of the top 4, like when you've been done in prelims. Not last year so much, but against the Adelaide Crows, I think you played a prelim against Adelaide, right, in 2017.
Yeah, we got 2017. We got belted in that.
So I feel like you were up at the level with Richmond and Adelaide, but you snuck into the top 4.
Yeah, that's one of the prelims where I just say, Adelaide were so much. Well, they're the best team all year, apparently, Adelaide, and I concede that one. They were just too good at home, tough to beat. Well, the problem is, Void, is that when teams like Hawthorn, Collingwood, Carlton refuse to play us down there.
Lucas.
Oh, here we go.
Lucas, have you ever seen Jaws? You ever seen George, Lucas?
I've seen all 3 of them. Well, for this 4
movies.
Right.
There's a part where he says, "Going to need a bigger boat."
Yeah. You're
going to need a bigger grandstand, mate, if you want us to come down there.
Yeah. We've been slowly building up the capacity. How high do you want it? Not that it's my problem.
NCG worthy.
Well, the Geelong fans are
down the highway. That's what we grand finals. Not at Alphabet Stadium.
Jesus, the Victorian public.
No, come on. Enough of that Geelong Nike shit. Hey, mate, I want to be serious, mate. What happens this year? You've just said that you don't expect Geelong to win the premiership this year or go out in the prelim. Now, how many years has Chris Scott been your coach? Is it 14 now?
2011 was the first year, so 15.
15 years. Okay, right. Okay, so how many more years has he got?
16, actually 16 this year.
16 years, 16. So Lucas, how many years did Chris Scott sign on to after 2024. I believe he signed on 2025. So how many years did he get on top of what he got in 24? So from 24, 25. So has he got another couple of years to go?
Might have dropped out again. You're a bit digital, Daz, for me. I'm not sure.
I was going to ask him.
Hey, Daz.
Jump back on.
Daz.
Is this back on? Is this better?
Daz, your audio is really
it's currently
robot-y,
bad.
mate. Do you want to jump out and try and come back in, buddy?
Yeah. I got the thick of his question. Yeah, so he went till 2028, and then I think last year we offered him another contract, and it's 2030.
Yeah, which saves him from Tassie, I suppose, unless you decide to shake hands and part ways.
Well, it also helps when you do keep making top four banking prelims. That does actually help. Maybe that's what Nathan Buckley is the next Geelong coach if Chris Scott decides to have enough. Maybe Buckley went there for that reason. I don't know. He's been around for a very long.
He'll be dead to me if he does that.
Me too.
I don't know if you agree with this or not. This is mainly for you, Peter. But I think if Bomber Thompson was coaching in 2011, we still win that flag. For me.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, you're probably right there.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, you say Chris Scott's won too, but the first one was really Bombers' team. He left.
Yeah.
So, Ablett leaving us really hurt us as well. That really hurt us. Got to thank the AFL for that one. Cheers for that.
That's why I try to put it in perspective. With when we're on the chats and such. So I think Greatness might have said that if Chris Scott coached Collingwood, we would have won 3 in a row. And I said, well, he hasn't done that at Geelong, so I don't think he'd be doing that at Collingwood.
Yeah, correct. No, that's a very good point. Correct.
It's a grass is always greener sort of situation where we always just think, what if we transplant coaches but it's it's not really. But then if you ask a Geelong fan, you guys have your own grievances, same as us.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. But going back to the original question about draws and that in Geelong. Well, like I said, we get promised 11 games a year, but it's hard when 3 teams refuse to play there. so we have to keep playing Essendon, Richmond, North, West Coast every year down there, and Footscray. So it does compromise us a little bit with soft draws and that, because last year we had 3 out of the 4 games in Geelong, and those were against North, Essendon, and Richmond. And we belted them by 60, 70 points. I think Cameron kicked 11 in one of those games. That can go against you with soft draws, but look, it is what it is. It is with that one. So,
does Geelong want to play Collingwood down there or not?
Yes, they do. They want to play Hawthorn and Carlton down there. They want. This was when Steve Hocking was still a CEO. He says he wants bigger games down there. So he wants the Collingwood, he wants the Hawthorn, he wants the Carlton. So yeah, they want it. They want home finals as well. That's another thing that pisses me off. I want home finals down there.
Don't our VFL team play you guys there?
Yes, you do.
Well, you got us.
Oh gosh. Why wouldn't you go back to Waverley? We'll play you down at Waverley.
I used to love Waverley. I watch a lot of games at Waverley. Probably at one point we felt like we went there a lot more than. Oh, it was when the MCG was that year the MCG wasn't open.
Yeah.
91. 91.
We went to a lot of games in Waverley that year.
Yeah. How about your old ground, Victoria Park?
Hawthorn.
Do you miss that? Yeah.
No, sorry, I was just going to say Hawthorn won the flag at Waverley in 91, and you had Angry Anderson on the hovercraft
on the bat
driving around Waverley Park.
Yeah. Singing Bound for Glory.
But I still think it's a good thing for you guys, Lucas, because you like I said, as a neutral, you can kind of tell the year that Geelong's a proper contender versus when the sort of the draw got them, like helped them into the top 4. Like last year, you guys were dominant, and then 2022, obviously the dynasty years, and you can always get a sense when you make. I mean, I know with us, you can tell when you're making up the numbers or when you're not.
Yeah. Now, to answer your question personally, I'd prefer not to play those bottom teams in rounds 21, 22, 23, because you want to be match hardened and that, and sometimes you can show a bit complacency. You can put your foot off the gas, and you think, no, we had a really good week last week. Let's match that energy, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
You started to get Essendon to go down there. That was how long did it take you to get Essendon to go down there? So no, usually you play them at the G.
Yeah, we literally have that gimmick country game, and literally that's at the G. Incidentally, we never got Essendon, but as soon as they turned to shit, we always get them at Geelong now. Funny that. Also funny. We actually got Hawthorn there 4 years ago when they finished 15th, 16th, and when Sam Mitchell took over and took them inside the top 8, that stopped. Funny that.
It's all a business decision. I mean, that's all it is. I think you guys probably, even though that you won't admit it, it's probably good for the kiddies.
Yeah. No, true. Yeah, true. But it was like Richmond. We used to get Richmond all the time. But when Richmond started their dynasty,
dropped out, Lucas.
Yeah.
Sorry. So is this better now?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, my phone went off. Yeah, as I said, we used to get Richmond before they had their dynasty, and when they started becoming good, we never got Richmond down there. So funny that as well.
What's the capacity there? 40, 50?
45, yeah, 45.
Right, yeah.
So
both our sides would need to lose a lot of supporters for that to work.
I don't think that's happening anytime soon, to be fair. It would.
So we still averaged 50,000 when we finished last in the season. So
exactly, that's it. Yeah. So yeah. When you get promised something, like the AFL, who was it before Andrew Dillon? Gil McLaughlin. Well, if you build your stadium, we're going to give you bigger games. Essendon and Richmond are not bigger games. So, and no finals in Geelong as well. So I can understand that one. But they won't give us finals in Geelong if we're playing Gold Coast. Like if we played Gold Coast this year, we wouldn't get that in Geelong. We'd get that at the MCG.
Yeah.
So
I do get it in principle, like the anger, because if it was Carrara or something, it'd be a different story.
Yeah.
They at finals time they seem to consider Geelong a Melbourne side.
They do, yeah. Well, they don't do that from rounds 1 to 24, but as soon as we make finals, put them to the MCG.
Yeah, it is a farce. Like I get why they do it, but it is there's no real such thing as integrity, really.
Well, MCG technically is at home away from home, but we only play 2-3 games there a year. We hardly play there. I think we play Melbourne. We play Melbourne there. We play Essendon there, but that's about it. Hawthorn obviously, and you guys, but that's about. So outside of the big 4 clubs, we hardly play games at MCG. So it's not really a home away from home. We're slowly moving away from that. It's only when we play Carlton, Collingwood, and Hawthorn. That's about it.
It doesn't seem to affect you guys. You guys play the MCG pretty well.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It doesn't really bother us. But it still would be nice that we wouldn't get soft draws leading up into finals. You know, that's just me. I'm sure that probably the players think different. You know, the softer the better. But the bye, I'm not a favour of the bye before like finals. I think that's ridiculous. I've never been a fan of it. That also impacts a little bit, and especially
So who doesn't come down there? So us, Carlton. No, Carlton's come down there, haven't they, before?
They came down there in COVID years, but after that, they haven't been since.
Okay.
So that they stopped that for during like 2019 they played us down there, but after COVID they stopped doing it. They didn't want to do it. For a long time, Essendon, but since they became crap, we've got them. Richmond for a while didn't, and now we get them. But it's mainly the big clubs. You guys, Hawthorn and Carlton. So, you know, we get. No, we play them. We play them in either. We don't even play St Kilda at the G. We play them in Marvel. Thank fuck we don't play them this year. I'm sick of playing St Kilda at Marvel because we always get beaten by them. So, it's always St Kilda's grand final that year when we play them in Marvel.
You got to admire St Kilda. They went on an aggressive recruiting spree to go from.
Well, like I said earlier, you know, they've spent all these millions on these players, and they're average, and they're still average. Or maybe Silvani's improved, but Flanders average, DeConey average.
I still think Silvani, to me, still a B grade sort of player. Oh, I've lost him. Point still stands about Silvani.
Yep. Dropped out altogether.
Oh, I'm sure he'll come back. Matt will just have to put the link back in.
Well, Daz disappeared.
He's having issues with his phone.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Geelong not getting to play Collingwood.
Well, we don't get. We play 2 games at Marvel usually every year, 2 home games.
Matt, if you're listening, Lucas is trying to get back in. Well, while he's out, I'm gonna shit talk Geelong. No, I'm kidding.
He's back. You go around and give me a chance.
We're not doing that on my watch.
Just give us 5 seconds.
Sick and pretend to be nice. No, I'm kidding.
Give us 5 minutes.
I was going to say, we'll start shit canning. Start with Gary Ablett Senior.
Oh, hang on. Now we're going a bit too far, guys. Now we're going a bit too far.
Who can we badge Tom that you won't take offense?
I've seen Ablett Senior. Yeah, you.
Is anyone out
I can accept the Dangerfield slander, but not the Ablett slander.
Okay,
I can't accept
Dangerfield. That's on target.
Yeah.
What do you want to say about Dangerfield?
You don't want that man to get biblical on you.
No, that's it. No, exactly.
He didn't go to the Hall of Fame. I noticed.
What, Senior?
Yeah, didn't it?
I don't blame him. Like, how he's not a legend is just ridiculous. Absolutely, we all know why. But
I was going to say there's a few off-field issues there that.
Yeah, we all know why, but it's just we're judging the player, not the man. So,
but Wayne Carey's in the same boat.
Exactly. Yeah. So
it's a tough. So
I don't blame him. I don't blame him for protesting. So I think if you made him legend status, I don't think anyone would care. And if they did, it'd probably be a 5-minute uproar and that's it. So, but anyway,
no, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
But that's the way the AFL's always been a bit like that.
Yeah. So I think it is the same for Ben Cousins. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Don't think so.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I don't think so. I don't seem to remember him.
No, I don't think so either. No. So same with Ben Cousins. We all know he's off-field champion player, absolute champion, but it should be judged on your football achievements, not off-field. But yeah.
Mm.
But no, I've had my favourites at Geelong. You know, I never watched senior play. You know, he retired when I was very, very young. Bartel was one of my favourites.
He actually retired a couple of times. He came back.
Oh yeah.
So I was at the MCG when he rose above Gary Pert's shoulders and dropped the ball and got fucking mark of the year. So.
Gee, you were there
Mark
for that
of the
one.
century.
Mark of the century. Yep.
Actually, Lucas, if you might have seen it, there's an old, I forget what it's on. It's one of those that they used to do like a summary of each year in football. I've got it somewhere, and it's probably on YouTube. But they have some footage of Ablett. The camera's following him to play a VFL game because I think he retired for like 6 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Then he came back, and Malcolm Blight made him play in the VFL.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a good clip of Gary Ablett just after his retirement, and he's trying to think who he's talking to. I think it's Couch at halftime or something like that, and he is off his chops, absolutely off his chops. Just go. It's on YouTube. Just YouTube Gary Ablett like halftime.
I've seen. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. No. That. Yeah. Fair enough. But no, I've got favourites at Geelong. You know, old school ones and new ones. I never saw him play, but I like Sam Newman. You know, our first. A lot of people forget he was our first 300 gamer. Led the path for players like Selwood and all that. Dangerfield, you know, all that. Duncan that played 300 games. You know, I was a big fan of Sammy, you know, watching the footy show and all that. Big fan of Bartel. Loved Jimmy playing. Loved the way he went about it. Again, I never watched him play way before my time, but Polly Farmer. You know, everyone speaks high regarding of him. I would have loved to have seen him play.
I ended up in a cab with Barry Stoneham one night. Because he was cracking on to a girl that was in our group. So we just ended up in a cab, and it's like, oh, there's Barry Stoneham in the cab.
Jeez. Fucking hell. Hawkins I was fond of. Ablett Jr., of course.
Lingy, did you like Ling?
Yeah, Rock Ling. Yeah, I like Rock Ling, yeah. Yeah, love Lingy. I love Ottens, Brad Ottens.
Oh, yeah. He was one of your best recruits through that period.
He was, yeah, premiership player.
He was a monster in the ruck.
Oh, he was. He was massive.
Mooney? Did you like Mooney?
Cameron Mooney? I didn't love him like Bartel and all that, but I didn't mind the Moon Dog. Yeah, he was all right. I liked Billy. Billy was okay when he was playing. Bit of an idiot now, but that's all right.
Remember a guy named Snell? He got a pretty nasty injury, ended his career.
No, I don't know. No, I'm not familiar with that. No.
Snell, he's basically his foot. He broke clean off his leg.
Oh, wow.
He was an Eastern Suburbs boy, wasn't he? I remember him before.
So, yeah,
I remember him as a junior footy. I'm trying to think where he came from.
Jeez, I think his career ended when he was 23 or something. It's pretty young.
Wow.
Yeah, you look him up. He was probably in that era. Probably in the early 2000s.
Yep.
Late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah.
Really fond of Boris.
You had Menzel as well. That's right.
Mm.
Yes, we did. Yes, yeah. He was plagued with injuries. Menzel. Unfortunately,
did he end up going to Sydney for his last year?
He did, and then he played for in the Sandful for Central Districts in the Sandful.
Yeah.
Because I was about a 15-minute walk from that ground up at Elizabeth when he was playing there, and I got up there and see how he went. He went okay, but yeah, he was a player that just couldn't get on the park. Played with injury.
Yeah.
I was highly fond of Boris Corey Enright. Love the way he went about it.
You must have liked Scarlett.
Yeah, Matthew Scarlett. Yeah, loved him like the others, but yeah, he was all right. Scarlett. Very, very, very crucial to us winning our premiership. Scarlett, especially that little topo kick in 09.
Chapman,
Chappie, yes, Chappie. Yep, love Chappie.
Harley.
Who?
Harley.
Tom Harley.
Yeah, I didn't mind Tom Harley. I think, lately I've gone a little bit off him, but that's a political thing. Another conversation for another day. But yeah, I didn't mind Tom Harley. Great stability captain. He was very, very solid. Kept the whole team together.
Do you know many of the
Gary
80s and
Hockey?
90s? Do you know many of the 80s and 90s guys? Like the less famous.
Yeah, the lesser. Chris mentioned Buddha. Yeah, Buddha Hocking. Yeah, I didn't mind Buddha Hocking, but the lesser known players, no, not back then. That was way before my time. So yeah,
Tim McGrath.
Oh, and the Peter Ricardis. Yep.
Yeah, I went to school with Peter Riccardi's with his cousin, his first cousin.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Yeah, I don't think he was a lesser player, Peter Riccardi. I think he was. I could be wrong here, but I think he was on our list on 07 or just retired the year before. I could be wrong with that. Could have played in that 07 grand final. Riccardi. Yeah, I love most of the Geelong players. I love Dangerfield, but I don't think I'll like his political views if he decides to go down that path. But
remember
again,
the Gary Ayres era at Geelong was funny.
Oh yeah, that fucking put us back. That put us back 10 years. That did. Fuck. Terrible time.
That was the old Rock and Ronnie Burns era.
Ronnie Burns, bloody yeah, good old Ronnie Burns. A cult, yeah, cult. We class him as a cult figure, for some reason. Ronnie, he was, yeah. I think he went to Adelaide. I think he was born in Adelaide as well. Played for Adelaide.
I went to a Collingwood Geelong at Cardinia Park. I reckon it was about 1986 or 87 with my dad.
Bloody hell.
I thought you were going to say 1953 or something.
No, because I remember like Gavin.
You're showing your age
Brown
now, Paul.
Yeah, I know. Gavin Brown was in the. Gavin Brown and that were in the twos, like under 19 / VFL sort of side. I remember I was sitting next to Marty Christensen's mum and dad in the Geelong cheer squad. I was the only idiot in Collingwood.
Oh, gee.
Someone threw a pie at me. But yeah.
Oh, you would have loved that crowd down there. They would have loved you.
One of the Christensens just passed away recently. And he was one of your recruiters in the last, yes, in the last couple of months. He got really sick.
Oh, gee, I missed that. Yeah,
I reckon it's Marty Christensen's brother. There was a couple of them. They all played for Geelong, and then he was one of your recruiters for a bit. I just can't think of his name now.
Oh wow!
What was that brilliant? Dermot Brereton was interviewing. It was either Christensen or Stokes, and he clearly got them mixed up. And he was talking about how, you would really be getting into this, coming from WA or whatever. And the bloke's gone, nah, mate, I'm from Lara. Who was
I
that?
don't know that one. No, you got me.
Lucas,
me
do you
there.
remember that one?
No, I don't know. No, I don't.
I'll see if
No.
I can find it. It's an absolute
I
classic.
know,
It's
you can
it's that
put it up.
case
Yeah.
of poor old Dermy. He's he's getting the two Aboriginal boys confused.
Oh
That
my
type of
God.
accent. Yeah, very cringe.
Yeah.
Totally
Jeez.
innocent, and bloke took it well, but made him look like an
Oh,
idiot.
was that on the ground? Like actually when the teams were playing?
It was. I think it was a pre-game interview. Either
Yeah,
on
I think vaguely I might remember, but yeah, if you find the clip, yep. Because I might have seen it on the footy show years and years ago.
Yeah. See if I can
That
find
clip
it.
they always throw up of Derm when he's they're dressed up as Game of Thrones characters during Game of
Oh,
Thrones.
yeah,
Talking about a guy's knee injury, far out.
Gee, I feel sorry for people like Mick who are gonna watch the last hour. It's been nothing but the Geelong zone. He'd be like fast forwarding. He'd be thinking, "What the fuck is going on?"
The Geelong Collingwood don't have a strong sort of trading history either. Like got Steinfort and got Varco. I can't think of many Geelong players that came to Collingwood.
Travis. Yeah.
Did you like Varco?
Yeah, Travis Varco is one of our cult heroes. Yeah.
One of the few players Geelong let go of that, wasn't completely cooked when they let him go. He was actually awesome for us.
Yeah, Travis, I just remember when we got him, it was like, God, he looks like a soft player when he plays for Geelong, but he's hard as nails in our team. Was
he in your flag team in 11?
Hey?
Was he in your flag team?
No, he was in yours. He kicked 3 goals in that grand final, I think.
Oh, yeah. And then he left, a bit later,
Yeah. He was in our
he used to belt players. Oh, the sound that it made when he just punched players at Collingwood.
He was in our.
Like Paul said, don't remember him playing like that at Geelong. But when he came to Collingwood,
he was a bit shy, a bit timid, A bit under the radar, just got on with it.
He would have been in our 18 side. When did he come across?
Yeah, he kicked the first goal in.
Yeah.
I think he kicked the first goal in the 18 grand final.
Yeah, I agree. I remember that.
I have found that interview.
No, you go.
Yeah.
So Dermot Brereton is interviewing Alan Christensen. It was like just before they had a Friday night clash with North Melbourne, and Dermy said, "Look, can I ask you, Alan, how difficult is it to stay away from home for protracted periods of time? Is there always a pullback to up north and the top end?" And Christians said, "Well, I'm lucky. I'm from Lara. That's 10 minutes down the road." So the boys on Triple M had a bit of a field day on that one.
Gee whiz. Oh wow.
So I think he's confused him. I think he's confused him with another indigenous boy. I thought it might have been Stokes. Maybe Stokes was from the top end or North Queensland. What a cracker!
Oh wow.
He went to Brisbane, didn't he? In the end.
What's that?
Christensen did.
Christensen went to Brisbane in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
I know too much about this fucking game. It's not healthy. I don't mean to. I'm not trying to learn anything either. I'm just bloody around it too much, and it just by osmosis.
Welcome to Geelong Zone.
Lucas, Geelong Zone. Do you want
Yes,
to?
Matt.
I got to pull a pin here soon. Do you want to hand off and you can start a stream over on your channel?
No, if you wanna pull the pin and go to bed, mate, that's fine by me. That's all good.
Well, I'm just saying
I've had
if the you good? Yeah, I'm just saying if the other boys
Yeah, I'm
want to
good,
keep
yeah.
going, maybe you can do a stream.
Yeah. I've been on here 5 hours. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, so
All
Yeah.
okay.
Late
no,
enough.
it's not. It's not. Well, I was hoping for the 36 hour stream Peter was in 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, void on. Void
Nah,
on.
that's a one-off.
All right.
Void on, you up for another 36-hour stream?
It was 30. Hey guys, it was 31 hours. Okay, don't get
31. Gee.
We're
I think I
almost
tapped
at
out at about
36 hours.
25 hours.
It was shift work.
What about you, Void on?
It was shift work.
Oh, me? Well,
Like,
geez, I was cooked for a week after that.
Yeah. I mean, I had a couple of snoozes and where people took over and whatever, and Paul and Voidoid and Chris and Lucas, you were on there at some stage, weren't you?
Yeah, I did bloody 4 hours of that. Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah.
Because Mello jumped on.
All of the big hitters were on there at some stage, and some for
I'm
longer
gonna
than
say-
Oh, yeah,
others.
Matty was on. Matty was on.
Mello,
Oh, yeah.
Sean
Mello
was on.
jumped on too.
What was
Sure.
worse is I fell asleep with the stream on, and I actually had a dream, and you guys were actually talking in the fucking dream.
Oh, no.
That happens. That happens. What about? Isn't that weird? How you're listening to something, but your dream adapts to that and it becomes part of the dream.
Yeah.
That's really freaky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done that on live stream. I've coasted one. I did one a year ago with a co-host, and I actually fell asleep.
Yep.
And
I fell asleep on Mick's stream once. I was snoring. Do you remember that,
I don't
Chris?
think I did that, but
Avoid.
No, I don't remember that.
It
But
was
I've almost fell asleep
last
on the
year.
stream too. I've almost
Last year
fell
I fell
asleep on the
asleep and I
stream
was
too.
snoring apparently.
we've all done it. We've all
I've
done
always
it.
fell
Didn't
asleep
Des come on for a bit?
Sorry?
Didn't Des come on for a bit for that 31-hour stream?
Who?
Lucas, half
Daz.
of
Daz.
Daz, yeah, Daz
half
was
of
on there for
Melbourne
long
came
periods.
on to that stream.
Because when I did my 4 hours, and I thought, you'd be done. Then I woke up and you were still on, and then I didn't get back on YouTube until like 9 at night, and you were still on. I'm like, fucking hell, are you having a protest about Craig McRae? You're not going to come off the end until we get sacked or
We
something.
do that every stream.
Yeah,
We do that every stream, Lucas. We do that every stream.
We're having a hunger strike.
You know what it reminded me of?
Every stream.
It's a sleep
You know
strike.
What it reminded me of when I kept sort of like drifting in and out of it, and there were different people. It reminded me of like when I was younger. You'd just have like a house party, and you'd wake up, and there's a bunch of people you'd never seen before in your kitchen.
Yeah, you start all over. You start up again.
Exactly.
You get a,
Yeah.
at one stage. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was like, then I went to sleep. I woke up at 5 and it's still gone. I thought, fucking hell, then they're not going to get off until Craig McRae gets the sack. You know, they're going to be fucking sitting there for hours. For days.
That's what we were thinking. That's what we were thinking.
That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. It'll become mainstream news. Now, I remember there was a couple of times where I had my little rest, and the first one I've woken up at 2 a.m, which would have been 5 a.m. Melbourne time, and Paul, aka Peter, was on,
Yep.
and is anyone
Mello.
there? Is anyone there?
Oh, yeah.
Like there wasn't, and I thought, fuck, I better. So I'm like, I'm back. Hey guys, I'm back, and I just wasn't. I was like, I was feeling really like not good. I thought I'm gonna have to start drinking here because you were on the Reds, and I thought I'm gonna have to. The only way I'm gonna feel normal is I'm gonna have a couple of whiskeys and a beer, and then I'll sort of normalize. which I did. And so went for, I don't know, about 5 or 6 hours. And then I had another little rest. And then I had the same thing as you, Void. I'd crashed on the couch. But at this stage, Sean, who's got admin on my StreamYard, he'd sort of picked up the reins, and I've sort of woken up to like 9 people on the panel. It was like a full deck, and Sean's was just like, it was like a fresh stream going, and I just got, oh, okay, what? Oh, it was fucking
And
awesome.
you had Mick on too. You had Mick on too.
Yeah, it was a full panel.
Yeah. Is that stream still up? Have you still got that?
Yeah, it's still there.
No,
I thought it was still there.
I think with YouTube has a limit of, I think, 12 hours. So if you go and click on that stream, it'll just do some weird stuff. I think there's some way where you can break it up into different parts, but I think it's just, I'm not going to bother. Like, you know, it's
But
kind of
doesn't StreamYard also have a restricted hours? You get 20 hours a month.
depends on your plan. I think.
Oh,
my plan,
okay. So I'm on the basic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Not
Yeah.
sure. Not sure.
I think that one's best. You know, let that one give that one give that one back to God.
Well, I remember Manny, because Anthony asked Manny at one stage on something. He goes, "What does it go with that long stream?" And Manny was like, tells his whole night about how he went home, he was on it, then he went on some bender, came back, sobered up, had some toast and that, and turned it on, and we're still talking. And he started listening back. He goes, and he was like, "They went through every single player that's ever played for Collingwood."
And then Voidoid and Peter were saying to trade most of the team. They were saying trade this player.
You know something's wrong when you're having dreams about Jason Wild.
Oh, gee. Oh, boy.
Jason Wild's like his ears are burning somewhere in country Victoria.
Julian Rowe got to mention. Andrew Shawville.
Yeah.
Jason Wild's been waiting for somebody to mention his name for 25 years.
It's a shame you weren't talking about the AFLW. Then we could have really been in dangerous territory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta watch that. You gotta watch that stuff. I mean, like, I'm a free speech guy, but now, bloody hell,
you can't say shit, can you?
Yeah, it's a fine line.
I've read Fahrenheit 451, 1984, Brave New World. I'm shutting the fuck up.
Oh fuck.
Hey Lucas, who's Geelong got this week?
He's Geelong. Freo in Perth.
Oh, that's a good game.
Whoa, interesting.
Yeah.
Although Freo are much better playing at Geelong.
Yeah.
True. I've seen that.
It's funny. It's funny. I find it's funny. I talked about Geelong playing some home game, some finals in Geelong. We did that against Freo. That worked out really well that day. When we got absolutely belted, got belted that game, and it ruined our fight.
They were unlucky that year. Jeez, they should have won that grand final.
Yeah,
Freo.
Yeah,
yeah, against Hawthorn. Yeah, they didn't. They missed a lot of set shots in that game. Yeah,
it's just Hawthorn though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hawthorn just
yeah,
get across the line on the big dance.
Well, even Port Adelaide, it was a really great prelim where they pretty much played all over Hawthorn, just kicked bad.
2-14.
Yeah. And I think Adelaide only lost to them by a goal in another prelim.
Yeah, that's when Dangerfield, was fucking Hawthorn,
They kind of got it. They kind of just fell over the line in some of those finals that,
the 2-13 one, we almost had them in that prelim. We were up by 4 goals in that prelim. And Chris Scott went too defensive, and Sean Burgoyne, had a field day in the fourth quarter, and we fucked that up. That's another one of those prelims where I go,
And of course, it had to be Hawthorn. Anyone but Hawthorn.
But you can say that about so many final series.
Yeah, yeah.
Like we drew 1990, 2010. Everything was 1 point or 2 points in 2023. Lost to Geelong by less than a goal in 22, first elimination, and 2007 Geelong prelim was pretty much a goal or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys.
I'm
gonna have to step in and
it's all good, mate. It's all good.
like I say, yeah, if you want to do a stream, Lucas, you might have a couple of guys jumping on, but I gotta pull the pin on this one.
That's all good. I feel sorry for the people that want to listen to this for last hour. It's been nothing but the Geelong zone. But anyway,
mate, we're just happy talking. We're just happy talking footy.
Yeah, exactly.
So
thanks,
mate,
Matt.
Sometimes I'll talk about the Brisbane Bears of 1988. Sometimes over watching some crap on Netflix.
That's it. Yeah.
All right, next time, Lucas, we're going to get Mike Willisey to look into your salary cap.
How you get all these players?
I don't know. For a lot of farms and cotton on. Maddie, I've put my my WhatsApp number or my phone number in the chat. So
in the private chat.
Yeah, our chat. Yeah, the private one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't see it. I see. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm
here
doing it now. There you go.
Join. Oh, got it. Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
Here you go. All
nice
right.
one, guys. Nice one, guys.
Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it.
No worries. No, thank you. And thank you, Chris. Thank you, Peter Paul. Thanks, Void. And thanks, everyone who was on tonight, especially Sean, who was taking the wheel for the first couple of hours, and everyone else who joined in, and everyone who was tuning in and watching and contributing in the chat. It's been a really good night. Really appreciate it, guys. And please like, subscribe, comment. That'll help us grow. And go Pies. See you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Stefano.
Yeah. Anytime, guys. All right, we're out. All right. Good night, Chrissy.
See you, Matt.
Thanks as always. We'll see you next time, buddy.
You too. See ya.
See you, buddy.